from the conversation, from the panelists, anyone. So you guys are just happy to be alive and back here. Even something I said, anything. Sister, tumsifu Yesu Kristo. Karibu sana. So now, I'm not going to take a lot of your time. I just want to appreciate that you're all here. And I promise you, like I said yesterday, we are friends. Day 2 is better. Day 2 looks amazing. If you see Dr. Kizito Sabala in an African outfit, know we're doing well. It's going to be really, really nice. So let me not take a lot of time. I'd like to recognize... Mishemi? Georgie, enjoy this moment. Stand there. I will sort you. Yes. You need to give respect to those who started and made this platform for us. He did. Yes. From Rwanda, earning 20 bob. What was your salary? Okay. 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 You're doing well. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, put it together for Georgie Ndirangu. I can't hear you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Karibu sana. He's going to be our moderator, and I'd like to give him this chance to take over. Karibu.
Yes, please.
Do you know the worst thing about a grand
introduction is that the bar is set so high that you can't under-deliver. All right. My name is George Ndirango. We have a very interesting 1.5 hours. I need all of you to put 5 fingers up. All of you. It's a small room. We can see all of you. Put your fingers up if you can. All right. Put 1 finger down if you know when Australia is hoping to reach net zero. Yeah, High Commissioner, I'd be surprised. All right, put a finger down if you know when Kenya is hoping to reach net zero.
I do.
You did not. Oh, conveniently. When?
Not near future.
Your fellow people are protesting. Who put their finger down?
Now.
If you're going to be confident, we'd at least want you to be correct. No, not yet. No one? When is Kenya hoping to reach net zero?
2030.
Fantastic. You're a front row student. All right. That's net zero. When does Kenya hope to go entirely clean? Yeah, there's a difference. To have 100% clean energy on the grid. Yeah. So your answer was not correct. Thank you. Now you can see the people who tweet. So Kenya and Australia have the same target for net zero. We can say it collectively, 2050. 50. But 100% clean energy by 2030. And we'll hear a lot more from the High Commissioner. All right, if your fingers are still up, yeah, I know all 5 of them, for most of us are still up. So in the world, when we talk about blue economy, water around, and one of the continents represented here has water all around, what special day is today? World Dash Day. We're going to do a lot of learning today. I had a word? Say it, say it. Yes? Please say it confidently, it's okay. There's no wrong answer. Today is World Fisheries Day. Yeah? And then, we have Dr. Faith Wandera doing fantastic work in the country. If your fingers are still up, put a finger down if you can tell how many years she's been in the energy sector in the country. Wild guess. There is no wrong answer. Joy Doreen? 35. The Gen Zs in the room, whoa, damn. Okay, let's get into today's conversation. So, we'll kick off with some opening remarks from Her Excellency, and then we'll jump into a panel discussion. The next time you see me here, we'll give a bit of context into what we're discussing, but we'll try to layer it and unpack as much as possible. In the room are people that understand policy. In the room are people that understand what it means to transfer policy to action. There are people on ground, the private sector, and then there are people that are affected, and then there are those of us who are just in between, either consumers or the people that watch on the sidelines and give some bit of perspective on what's happening. So we're going to talk and try to unpack anything that feels very complex within an hour or so. But before we do that, please allow me to call on stage Her Excellency Jenny Doreen, the Australian High Commissioner to Kenya. Warm round of applause, please.
Thank you, Georgie, and thank you, Kemsa, for such an energetic start to the morning. I hope we can keep the energy level up because this next session is all about energy. And you know, just listening to, thank you, just listening to those questions and hearing about some of the people in the room, it's quite humbling to be in a forum with all of you talking about a topic that is really a conversation that's happening right around the world. For us, for the Australian High Commission, this is the first time that we've brought a group like this together to have this discussion. So I'm really proud and privileged that we've done that. It's our first real foray into the IRSK conference in this way as a partner. And we really wanted to do something that focused on a topic that's important to our time. So I do also hope that it will be a really energetic discussion. We're not expecting everybody to agree, but we think it's really important to hear a range of perspectives. Excuse me. I don't know why my voice is gone. It was perfectly fine 30 seconds ago. This conference is being held at the same time as the conference of the party, the 29th Conference of the Parties on Climate, COP29, in Azerbaijan. And it's a really important meeting because it's really the forum where the whole world comes together to drive progress on emissions reductions and our climate targets. Georgie talked about some of our climate targets just a minute ago. And if we don't make progress, the consequences are really very dire for our people and our planet. Already we're seeing more severe weather events, we're seeing more frequent disasters. We've seen them here in Kenya in the last year. Australia's also very familiar with wildfires and more cyclones and more flood events. It's also leading to rising living costs. And they are also being fueled by rising costs of energy. So that's a pretty depressing picture, but on the positive side, we're seeing rapid transformation. And cleaner energy and renewals are part of that transformation, but they're also becoming the value for money option because as well as helping us reduce carbon emissions, they're creating opportunities for the growth of new industries, for innovation, for new skills. And that transformation and transition, as somebody who's spent 20 years working in development, I see great opportunities also to make affordable energy more accessible, what some people call a just transition. But that transition also requires commitments, global commitments, action, national commitments to reach net zero. And we can talk about this at two levels. We can talk about this at a national level, we can talk about this at a global level. What I want to share with you is a little bit about how Australia's approaching this, because one of the benefits, I think, of having these forums is sharing our experiences. So I want to share our experience with you. We are making a rapid transformation in Australia. We are a fossil fuel producing country and we need to move to net zero, and we've made commitments to do that. And the way we're doing that is shifting at both a policy and an investment level. So we're trying to build new industries that will export reliable, renewable energy, create jobs, support economic growth, and help the world decarbonise. To do that, we're investing 22.7 billion Australian dollars over the next decade. And this, I think, is important to recognise that policy parameters alone are not sufficient, that governments actually do need to invest, and we are investing in a big way in a program that we call the Future Made in Australia. This plan is about maximising the benefits for us of net zero, but also securing our place in a rapidly changing global economic and strategic landscape. So our policies are designed to transform our electricity supply to harness the power of renewables and to see a portion of renewable energy in our grid increase to 82% by 2030. We've established a net zero economy agency to help guide our net zero transformation. We're expanding our Hydrogen Head Start program and providing a production tax incentive for renewable hydrogen. We might hear a bit more about that shortly. And we're also engaging parts of our community that haven't necessarily been involved in the conversation in the energy transition in the way we would wish it to be, particularly our First Nations people. And to do that, we've created a First Nations clean energy strategy. Our second level of commitment and action is to work across borders. The net zero transition requires global effort. And we need committed global leaders that will spearhead those changes and drive that international effort. At COP28, all countries committed to tripling global renewable energy capacity and doubling the global average annual rate of energy efficiency improvements by 2030 to support a transition away from fossil fuels in energy systems. Now, as I said before, COP29 is underway and we're waiting to see the outcomes of that, but one of the key priorities for COP29 is climate finance. Looking forward, Australia is bidding to host COP31, and our bid is different because our bid is in partnership with Pacific Island countries. We want to deliver a COP with the Pacific that brings profile to the climate challenges in our part of the world, our region, continues to accelerate global climate action, highlights the economic opportunities in the net zero transition, and raises the voices of First Nations people. One of the things that I learned as a diplomat working in the Pacific and also as a High Commissioner in the Pacific was the very real and existential threat that climate poses to those Pacific Island countries. I have literally stood on the shore of an island where their coastline was several metres, or in some cases tens of metres further out, and the sea inundation is just consuming their land. It's changing their food sources through their fisheries, it's degrading their water sources, and some of these people are literally thinking about where they're going to have to go in the next decade when they have to leave their homelands. You can't start to imagine for ourselves what that must be like. And it's important when we're having these global discussions to not lose sight of the fact that we are talking about people and their cultures and their lands at risk. And that's what we'll talk about if we come together in the Pacific for COP31. Our international climate work is underpinned by partnerships that will help build clean energy supply chains, foster investment, positively shape global markets, and support our respective energy transformations. As our government says over and over and over, in discussions with partners, we know that to make this transition successful is going to require enormous investments from the private sector. And that's not just about money, it's also about innovation, it's about skills, it's about adoption of technology. This is a partnership that can only achieve the outcomes that we want if all partners are investing. And in this context, we also see partnerships with African countries as crucial. Africa is a huge supplier of minerals and inputs to the global clean energy sector. I was saying yesterday that the World Bank estimates that we need to increase the supply of critical minerals fivefold to meet the energy transition. That's huge, and African countries are going to play an enormous role in that. But it's also going to be the source of an enormous workforce, a much larger middle class that will contribute to these industries in the future. So we want to invest in those partnerships. And one of the initiatives that we launched this year is the Africa Green Hydrogen Hub, a collaboration between Strathmore University and Australia's Curtin University, Griffith University, and one of our largest companies, Fortescue, that has a base here in Nairobi. It highlights the potential of green hydrogen and the need for innovative collective action to make our economies less carbon intensive, and the innovation that's going to be required to do that. And yet, while global collaboration is key, we also recognise the dynamic of competition between companies and between governments as that global energy transition speeds up. Competition is a good thing. A healthy market is a good thing. It's very normal in every industry in every region. And the energy transition will definitely offer new opportunities and new prospects, as I said, for new industries and new collaboration as we move forward. But as I also said, we don't want to leave people behind. And as we transition, certainly as policymakers, we have to think about how we're going to do this in a way that doesn't leave people behind. So with those few remarks, I'm absolutely honoured and delighted to have the opportunity to open this next panel discussion, to thank our panellists for agreeing to be part of this discussion. They are the experts, not me. I know they'll have a lot of interesting things to say. I hope you'll have a lot of good questions and a lot of good observations of your own to make. I'm really looking forward to hearing from you all in the audience as well. And thank you so much for attending this session, and let's get on with it. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner. I've been requested to give some bit of time as the stools come up on stage. All right, so we don't focus on you. Okay, story time. So about 44 years ago, right? By 1980, you're my favorite person in this room, by the way. By 1980, only 20% of sub-Saharan Africa had electricity, right? Compared to the places like Europe, for example, where almost every household had electricity. I'm saying that to say, in the continent, one of the most repetitive conversations we've had is about how different countries all around the world have had a bit of a head start. Fossil fuels, coal, we know what happened with train over the years and hundreds of years, right? But now, recently, all of a sudden the world then stops and says, we need to pivot. Because of climate change, we're hurting the world, we all need to pivot. Regardless of your history, regardless of how far you've come with your different industries, we all need to pivot. Which feels like a bit of a disadvantage because it means if you've been developing your global economies all around the world, and now all of a sudden we need to stop and pivot and not use what made you become a global economy, then we are disadvantaged. But here's the plot twist. Africa has at least 60% of resources underneath. And we can see with the number of people and the number of countries that come to Africa, right? Now cue in Australia. Australia and Africa have enjoyed a fantastic partnership. Are we good to go, or I can extend the story? Okay. Australia and Africa have enjoyed a really good partnership. Australia is known for two things, at least where I'm from, right? Animals and a sense of humor. And I say, but now we understand as well that there are over 200 mining projects all around, and not to say the amount of money that is also going into this project. So we're at a point where we feel like we can now also come to the table with a very strong proposition for what's going to happen to our continent. So this panel discussion that's going to happen now is going to touch on that. We have people that are well-versed with what Australia is doing on the continent. We have people that are well-versed with what clean energy looks like, what the transition looks like, who needs to be involved. And then we have people that question all the in-between. I need your help. We have until 10:30. We're not going to go past 10:30. Within that time, we'll have asked the panelists some questions, and then we will come to you, not at the end, but during the conversation, to also throw in your questions. Ask as many questions as possible. We want this to be as engaging as it possibly can. Okay? Give me a thumbs up if we're together. Yeah? Solid? Okay. Even the person behind the camera. Okay. Please allow me to call on stage Dr. Faith Wandera, the Director of Renewable Energy at the State Department for Energy here in Kenya. Please, round of applause. Successfully coordinated the development of the Kenya Sustainable Energy for All Action Agenda. That's about 8 years ago. And now there's a whole conversation on coordinating the national transition to universal access to modern energy cooking. Nikath Zygmunt is the head of energy for Africa at Fortescue Future Industries. Another round of applause. Over 15 years of experience in the African power sector. Next up, Amani Mhinda, Senior Advisor in charge of Business and Strategy at AfriCatalyst. An experienced legal development and political economy expert. So we'll be looking to you for that. And Matt. Matthew Tillard is the co-founder and managing partner at Cross Boundary Group. Investment advisory and asset management is at his core. So Matt, welcome as well. Okay. Anika, we'll start off with you. Fortescue Industries, Australia's Fortescue Industries, has its idea of the kind of investments that do well all around the world, right? In Africa, we have different priorities, as we've mentioned at the opening, when it comes to climate, renewable energy. So what feels like it's a priority for the different investors that are coming onto the continent might not be a priority for the consumers here in Africa, also based on how far we've come with development on the same. Guide us on reconciling that, an organization's priorities and the region's priorities. Let's start off with that.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. Let me just tell you a little bit about Fortescue first for people who might not know about it. So Fortescue is one of the world's largest iron ore miners based out of Perth. So you might associate them typically with kind of the dirty industry. They're mining, they're doing iron ore, they're sending it to different parts of the world. But then 4 years ago, they embarked on a huge mission to decarbonize industrialization, like these big, heavy industries. So they set up this group called Fortescue Energy, and part of what we do is developing green energy projects around the globe. That means a focus on green hydrogen in particular. And on the continent of Africa, we are looking at a number of different projects because hydrogen has different end use cases. You can use hydrogen for ammonia, you can use it for fertilizer, you can use it for sustainable aviation fuel. So there's a thinking that you can actually use green hydrogen for different end use cases. I actually think when you think about what's the priorities for the continent with the priorities of investors in the space, they're actually very well aligned. Because I think it's about how do you ensure that the continent that has all of these amazing renewable energy resources, you know, some of the world's best hydro, some of the world's best solar, some of the world's best solar, how do you, and wind, how do you utilize those resources to create a new industry? How do you do that by ensuring skills development and job creations while using a product which goes towards climate change, which Africa obviously is hugely impacted by. So you're trying to solve an end problem, which is let's decarbonize industrial processes. Let's try and contribute to the climate conversation at the same time creating jobs in industry, which I think is quite well aligned with a lot of the countries on the continent's strategy.
Okay, all right, so that sets a bit of context. Raise your hand if you've experienced a blackout or knows a friend that has experienced a blackout within the last 1 week in Kenya. Beth, you too? It's constant? Okay. Dr. Faith, no pressure. But interestingly, Kenya is a leader in the clean energy transition, which seems like a bit of a task, primarily because the current energy that we have still doesn't feel like it's sufficient. But we'd like to hear from you. You have a goal of generating 100% of your electricity from renewable sources by 2030. How are you tracking? How's that going?
Yeah, thank you, Georgie, for the question. And I'll first of all start by focusing on the SDG 7, which is the guiding framework for energy development, not just in Kenya, but other countries across the world. We developed a Sustainable Energy for All Action Agenda in 2016, and that document is the one that has set the goal of 100% electrification by 2030. We also set a goal of 100% clean cooking access by 2030, but that goal was later revised to 2028. Now, currently, we have a number of programs going, both in the electricity sector and the cooking sector. And I'm tying the cooking sector and the electricity sector because under SDG 7, electricity and clean cooking define energy access. So the goal for electrification, we have various plans in place for generation, distribution, and transmission. So using those plans and the targets that have been set in the policy documents, we are able to track the implementation progress. And part of the data also comes from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics surveys that give us the progress that we have made. But there's a lot of data also that is kept by the agencies in the energy sector, in the electrification sector. So for clean cooking access, what we are doing is, clean cooking has not been a very big priority in Kenya until recently when we reset the goal from 2030 to 2028. This happened in 2019. And since then, we have put in place some definitive mechanisms for implementing clean cooking in the country. And we have also developed strategies. The Kenya National Cooking Transition Strategy was launched on October 22nd. We also have the electric cooking strategy that was also launched alongside the Kenya National Cooking Transitional Strategy. And we also have the knowledge management strategy. And why knowledge management? Because data management in the cooking sector has been an issue. So we are trying to put in place tracking framework, a knowledge management portal that will help us to track. But previously, the 31% access to clean cooking that we have is based on studies that have been conducted previously. We have the 2019 study that assessed the cooking sector generally. And the plan is to have a monitoring and tracking framework of implementation progress. And part of that also is to track the resources that are coming into the cooking sector. So in electrification, we are at 76%. But for clean cooking, we are at 31%. So I know it's a tall order to get this to 2028, but I think sometimes you need to be ambitious to get things to happen. I think I'll stop it there.
All right. let me play devil's advocate and say, within Kenya particularly, we really do hope that plan is followed by action, right? And we'll continue to hold you to account for that, particularly in the renewable space. And if you'll allow us, next year, if we sit on a table like this, we will ask you a few questions about what has been mentioned today.
We have action plans that are being developed for the cooking sector. For the power sector, there are plans in place. So we will have a discussion. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Now, speaking of conversations, Matt, you've just come from COP, right? Matt is from Australia, but that Kenyan weather will do something to you. He's been here for a while, not leaving anytime soon, I'm guessing. But you've come from COP, right? There are opportunities both for Africa and Australia, because we're trying to see how international relations and climate change kind of merge. Where are we sitting with the kind of opportunities that present themselves?
Right, so I'm a business person, not a political analyst, but I did think this is probably the strangest. I've been to the Conference of the Parties 3 times now, and this was definitely the strangest one. A lot of people didn't attend. To fly in to Azerbaijan from Kenya, you're flying in over the Caspian Sea, and you just see that it's pimpled. It's completely covered in oil rigs. Azerbaijan was where the first oil wells were drilled in the world. You're going into this autocratic state to have a conversation, a global dialogue. So dialogue and autocracy are not perfect matches in a country that's dominated by oil and gas. So I'm not sure that it was super well set up to make progress, and as far as I can tell, and in conversations at the conference, I don't think we're making much progress. I think that's partly context. I think that's partly that some good progress was made in the last 2 COPs, and so this is a little bit of an in-between, in-between COP. The big focus is this, I have to remember the acronym, something like New Collective Quantified Goal, which is not an inspiring rallying call for anything, right? But it's a fundamentally important issue, and you pointed to this earlier, which is the West got rich using the technology that was available and put all the carbon in the atmosphere that's causing this problem now. Everybody in the world deserves the same level of economic opportunity, so we need to figure out a way that we do that without destroying the world along the way. And the purpose of this collective quantified goal is to take the $100 billion of climate finance that's meant to be flowing from developed to the developing world and increase it. But we can't agree on the number, and it doesn't seem like we can even agree at the moment on how to measure the number. So I don't think COPs are irrelevant. I think it's, in some ways it's quite an inspiring experience to be in this room. People from all over the world in all sorts of different national dress coming together, like having conversations and trying to make progress on this issue. But I'm not sure that's where we're going to find the solution. Because I'm also a bearer of some good news, not from Azerbaijan, but from factories in China and global technology, which is that it's now, solar and storage have decreased in cost so much, other technologies, other renewable technologies as well, that it's now the cheapest way to bring power. So this question of justice, which I think is important, is almost being sidelined because for the first time when you look at carbon intensity of economic growth, it is possible and it's actually easier to now grow at a lower carbon intensity. So the connection between prosperity and emissions has been broken by these new technologies. So it's actually a really exciting time. But I'm not excited because of Baku.
Wait, speaking on the same, maybe while I have you, so we've seen the graphics and the data all around. There are a lot of countries that yield power globally because they have the most oil reserves, and now this conversation on transition is coming at a time when it will mean that they yield some bit of that power, right? You did mention you're not a politician, but from an investor standpoint, what happens now for local economies that want to charge ahead with solar or wind, but then there's this global economies that are extremely powerful still with reserves as deep as they have?
Yeah, I think this is another piece of, I think, personally, extremely good news. There will be no Saudi Arabia of the energy transition. There will be no we won't have a new kind of petro state that we call a renewable state or something like this. So we don't even need to come up with a good name for it, because the technologies that will dominate this transition are solar and battery storage, primarily lithium-ion. These technologies are ubiquitous. They're available everywhere. Iceland has only half as much irradiation as Namibia. So, solar, the sun is everywhere. It's probably not an incredible insight for anybody, but it is everywhere. It's ubiquitous, it's a technology, and because it's technology, it has this extremely fascinating and powerful effect, which is that the more you make of it, the cheaper it gets. So solar and storage are following the same experience curves that we saw with silicon chips, that you saw with all studied industrial processes. The bigger scale, the more you're producing them, the cheaper they get. So you have this extremely powerful effect where it's getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper every year, 10 to 15% a year, to create solar and storage. The third characteristic, which I think is less known, is that this is an extremely modular technology. So those efficiencies I'm talking about happen at the factory, not the point of installation. So on a unit cost basis, it's not that much cheaper to build a 1 gigawatt solar plant in the desert in Namibia than it is to put 1 megawatt on the roof of a factory in Kenya. And when you put the megawatt on the roof and the battery in the warehouse, you're not paying for distribution and transmission, which makes up 50% plus of the cost of delivery. So that saving completely overwhelms the savings that you make by building a really big plant. So you have this fundamental decentralizing effect of these new technologies. So the technologies are going to be everywhere because they're ubiquitous. They're going to completely outcompete all other energy sources because they are following these experience curves, and it's going to be cheaper to do it on your roof and on your site than it will be to take it through the grid. So the grid's not going to go away. The grid has a super important role to play, but what you're going to have is a radically decentralized energy system with no Saudi Arabia, no Russia holding Europe hostage, and I think that's extremely exciting vision of the future that's coming true.
Okay, so that set it up between macro and micro level. Mahinda, let's hear from you. One of the hottest things that we heard at COP was Article 6, carbon offsets. I mean, a lot of us are now starting to pick up on the conversation on carbon credits, but then it looks like it's the big players that are coming into the industry and cashing in on this climate conversation. But just break down carbon offsets, for example, for us in layman's terms, because we need to get to where we are, micro level.
Okay, thank you very much. The carbon trading conversation, it's not a new concept, but I think it's gotten more unpopular the last decade or so. So it's built on the assumption that those ones who actually been polluting, especially the industrialized countries, in terms of industry, transportation, they advanced for a reason, and dependence on fossil fuel over the last 50, 100 years will need time to slowly exit. It doesn't just happen because the entire system, economic system, is built around that. And for them to be allowed to continue to have that controlled tempo as they exit, it's really important to find a way of trying to reduce that harm in the atmosphere. And Africa, Latin America, we are lucky because we have some of the solution. And that comes in terms of we have the carbon absorption capacity in vegetation, forestry, even water bodies that actually can offset whatever is being emitted. So Africa has a solution, the other side have a problem. So we have a solution to a global problem. But for that to happen, then there is need for all these parties to come together. On one side, those ones who are continuing with the emission, the other side, those ones who have the solution. And mostly it's community land, it's our shared water bodies, resources, and all this kind of stuff. Mangrove and this kind of thing. You hear a lot that in Kilifi, around Kwale and all that. So it's really important to have an agreement that I am protecting the biodiversity to enable the earth to really absorb some of this. And this is scientific. Plants, vegetation, living organisms help to absorb the carbon. In the past, it had been voluntary, but over the last few years, because of some scandals, companies or private investors and middlemen, middlemen probably, got into some scandals, which taking advantage of community land, taking advantage of that kind of resources, promising to give them financial support or do some investment in the local area in exchange for the protection of the carbon sinking mechanism that they have, and it doesn't happen. So there's been a push to have a UN-based kind of compulsory mechanism, and that's why Article 6 talks about the two levels. One is the UN system, and the other one is the voluntary system, because there's difficulty in getting uniformity, because there are different ways of assessing the ability of that carbon absorption. So we are trying to move away from the voluntary system to have a UN system where every project will record within the UN what they are doing. And then there will be also conversation around the pricing, because different people give different prices. It's just like an open market, which is ideally what everyone has been asking for. So in order to remove all these uncertainties, you can find in the same community people are given a different price per unit, and the other community people are given a different price because they are different trading systems. All these complications are what are intended to be solved by this. Just in short, I'm not a scientist, but just in a layman's language, I hope I made it simple.
Yeah, there's a lot of caveats here. I'm not a scientist, I'm not a politician. All right, so let me ask this. Think about the life of a normal African, right? A normal young African. You wake up, go to work, you finish work 9 to 5 you go home, and then after you save enough money, you say, okay, you know what? I'll probably try and set up a business. Now, if this business was in the clean energy space, that vision becomes very blurry, because you can't just wake up and say, I want to try something in renewables, or I want to try something in the energy sector. But what we're hearing from the people that are creating policy is we need young people to charge impact in the renewable sector. It's becoming impossible. Just help us just unpack. If we were to think, you start up and say, I want to set up a business in the clean space, in the clean energy sector, without having decades of knowledge and experience, where do I start? Just bring it to us.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenge for private sector, whether foreign or local, is information gap and the quality of data. Because if you want, for example, to invest in solar, or you want to invest in wind power, you need information about the wind patterns, the strength of the wind, at different times of the day, what happens. You also need to understand the structure of the, that particular area, the geography, and this kind of stuff. And a lot of times, our own, because we don't really invest in innovation and research enough, we don't have that information. And that means investor, whether local or private, needs to spend a lot of time trying to develop that data. So you waste 3-4 years trying to collect data about how's the wind pattern here, how is the sun, when is it hot, when is, different seasons. And this actually becomes an extra expense and very expensive. So that is one. The other one is about de-risking. We have tendency, it's not normal for okay, well, let me say this. Decisions around energy are political. I mean, we can speak about it as academia, we can speak about it as technicians, but it's political for various reasons, because it's a strategic area. So for politicians, normally, it's not normal for them to live with stability. We have, especially in our region, we have a tendency of changing it at any time. And this becomes very risky for business, especially financing. If there's a lot of changes or unpredictability, then it means when they are doing the rating of the level of credit that can come in a particular region, they also look at this. We have policies changing, and every 5 years, somebody comes with a different policy. They could be the same party, but they come with different policy. So all these changes makes it very expensive. But also there's other risks that are related to the fact that we don't have long-term thinking in terms of how we do our policy and the predictability. And especially for the energy sector, it's very crucial because energy sector almost like structural monopoly. You cannot make a decision now about maybe a power generation investment and then come after 6 months, no, we don't want that. Because that's already developed. It's expensive. A lot of it have been sunk into it. If you look at the structures, the kind of wind power pattern that we, investment that we have, you cannot just go and uproot it just because somebody has made that decision. So it's really important to have long-term thinking. And that is where the problem is. If we don't have long-term thinking, then it becomes risky, it becomes expensive. We don't also have a financing mechanism our own, and that's why partnerships are really important. Partnerships between ourselves and private sector. And maybe saying something that is political that maybe a diplomat might not say, there's no free money anymore. So private sector is really crucial to plug into this. But how do you work on it so that we create opportunities for both sides, profits, and also public benefit? Yeah.
All right. Okay, so that sets the stage. There's a reason why I was asking about how, for example, the people in the room could jump in. And Anika, let me come to you. You signed an MOU with different universities, Strathmore University in Kenya being one, to set up the Green Hydrogen Hub. Right, the Africa Green Hydrogen Hub. Just tell us a bit more about that, because we're trying to see where we can plug in, even in the conversation.
Sure. I think it's really important, especially as we're talking about the genesis of new industries, that you just make sure that you are creating the broader ecosystem. So it's not just developing one project, but it's actually how do you create a whole system around it to ensure that you have the skills to ensure this project can succeed, but not just that project, but all the kind of knock-on industry and innovation that comes around it. So one of the things we have done is signed an MOU with Strathmore University and with Curtin and Griffith Universities in Australia. And that does a number of things. So one of the things is a skill mapping exercise. So it's to say, okay, if we're going to build this project, what skills are needed during the construction phase, during the operations phase? What kinds of skills are available in Kenya today? What academic resources are available today for people that want to get into those industries? And it kind of creates this huge database and also sets up schemes that allow for those qualifications, those certifications and degrees to be in place so that as people develop in the sector, people have the opportunity to gain skills and expertise in that sector. It's also setting up opportunities for example, Kenyans to travel to Australia and visit some of the project sites at Fortescue, for example. So it's making sure that we are not just putting, private sector investment in place into a project today. It's about creating an industry which is much broader and making sure that young people benefit from it on a more sustainable basis.
All right.
Yeah, part of the problem that we are going to also have in this region is also the fact that most of our institutions and individuals' capability skills were built around the fossil fuel. So what happens now that we are shifting to that side? Are we going to forget all these people? They are going to be retrenched. So there is also need to think about de-skilling and reskilling. Otherwise, what happens to the pump operators? What happens to the truck drivers? It's really important to really think. Even the kind of engineers are going to be different. And this is really important if we don't want to lose the workforce.
Dr. Faith and Matt, just let's pause for a quick second. Do we have any questions in the room? There's one there, 3 there. Okay, when we give you the mic, please, just your name and make the question 10 seconds if you can, 10, 15 seconds, pretty quick, please.
Good morning. My name is Joseph. I'm interested in renewable energies, and especially what Fortescue is trying to do in the country. I've been trying to follow up on progress, especially on the proposed project in Olkaria, around 300 megawatts geothermal feeding into green hydrogen. I'm just curious to know if it's possible for you to give us an update of how that is going. Thank you.
We'll take 3. We'll take 3 questions. There was one here, and then one. Yeah, this one here. Yes.
My name is Tamala. I'm interested in climate and environment. My question is, considering solar energy is getting cheaper to access, how is Kenya taking this opportunity to advance green energy in areas where solar energy is abundant but electricity access is not that common, especially in northeastern Kenya? I feel like this would be a good opportunity to give electricity to people who are not able to access it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm guessing that's to Dr. Faith, and then one last one there. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Tasila. I'm coming from Zambia, and my question is directed to Dr. Faith. I think I heard you say that the cooking transition, I think for Kenya is at 76%. And I wanted to find out, because cooking transition, you're dealing with mindset change, you're dealing with behavior, you're dealing with attitudes and knowledge. So how have you managed? Because in Zambia right now, we're trying to work with communities where they've been affected by climate change, and adoption rate is very slow when it comes to adopting these new technologies. And once the adoption is done, how then do you sustain it? Because we also want to ensure that we are not causing any other problems in the future, and we are able to manage those. Thank you.
Fantastic. Please allow us to take, I've seen the hands up. We'll just come to you. Just allow us to take the first 3. If you, Matt, if you feel convicted to answer any, you could go ahead. But Nika, yeah.
Sure. For those of you who are not familiar with the Fortescue project, what we're trying to do is use green electricity here to make fertilizer for the Kenyan market. And actually, a lot of what Matt said earlier really resonates about this idea about how the climate space can really change the geopolitical powers. So historically, the countries that can make fertilizers are the countries with access to natural gas. So you've got places like Russia, for example. And now, if there is a war between Russia and Ukraine, natural gas prices go up. And what does that mean for the farmer in Kenya? It means you suddenly have a lot more expensive fertilizer. So you are completely at the whim of global macro environment. Now, if you can use green electricity to make hydrogen instead of using natural gas, you can actually create fertilizer in the country. So what we're actually trying to do is create the first fertilizer manufacturer, not just in Kenya, but in East Africa, actually. And more importantly, using green hydrogen for the domestic market itself. So it's using Kenya's renewable energy sources to make fertilizer for the Kenyan market. Now, any large-scale infrastructure project like this is big and complicated and multidisciplinary. And so, we've evolved as well as the project has grown. So we've actually done a lot of work now on the market sizing, on the commercials, on the fundraising. So the project is progressing well. We've had a lot of detailed interactions with the government. We're looking at land in Naivasha, in the special economic zone, so advancing the conversations there. continuing to build up that skill set with Strathmore University. So, and we're in the pre-feasibility stage, so starting to look at a lot of the detailed technical designs. So we're very hopeful that this could actually be a really landmark project for Kenya and what it can do, not just for climate, but actually for food security and fertilizer manufacturing in the space.
All right. Dr. Faith, and also if you could mention anything on Olkaria would be perfect.
On Olkaria?
If that, plus the questions that was asked on clean energy transition.
Okay, I'll start with the solar.
Yes.
Solar PV. Yeah, we have the least cost power development plan that informs the country on the kind of energy resources to prioritize in power generation. And through this process, we have been able to exploit solar PV. We have a solar wind atlas that was developed, I think, way back in 2008. And that has informed the development of some of the projects like the Garissa Solar Power Plant, which is connected to the grid. But apart from grid connections, we have standalone systems that serve communities that we find it uneconomical to connect to the grid. So mini grids are priorities in our plans, and we have projects like the COSAP, Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Project, which has a plan to develop 121 mini grids, mostly solar-based. So this is something already within the planning system, and maybe just to add to that, for the cooking sector, we are also exploring tapping into solar for cooking, using solar batteries and all that. So the other question was on the cooking behavior. Cooking behavior is one of the concerns, and in Kenya, maybe not just in Kenya, but in the African communities, you find there's a lot of stacking that people do. And when I talk about stacking, is you have this LPG cooker, you have a charcoal cooker or charcoal stove or a firewood stove, all these, but you don't use all of them at the same time. So the strategy has recognized the need to change people's behavior towards cooking. Of course, we may be promoting the clean forms of energy, but there are these perceptions that firewood or charcoal makes the food taste better. Some of these are really unfounded, and we have tried to deal with that by developing a behavior change and communication strategy that is also part of the Clean Cooking Access Promotion. So that strategy is meant to help us to change people's perceptions about clean fuels versus the traditional fuels, so that they can at least appreciate the benefits that they get from clean cooking. So apart from that strategy, okay, the strategy also helps us to change, to communicate messages both at the national level and grassroots level. We have been doing this, I don't know if you have been following on television. In October, we had the Clean Cooking Week, and there were some messages that were being passed on. So in terms of sustaining, the strategy looks at, okay, the ownership of a stove does not necessarily mean that somebody is using a stove. But you see, you cannot force people to use the stoves that they keep in their households. What we can do as a government is try to make the fuels and the technologies affordable so that people can sustain the usage. Because whenever there's a price change in LPG, we see a drastic reduction in the use of LPG. So dealing with the pricing issues and affordability of the technologies and the fuels helps us to ensure that people sustain the use of clean fuels. Now, just to correct the percentage of clean cooking, I said it was 31%, not 76. 76 was for electricity access. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. Thanks for that. Okay, so let's take 3 more pretty quickly. There was one here. Oh, yes, the gentleman at the back there.
Yeah, good morning. My name is George. I'm a researcher and affiliated to the University of Nairobi. And I have a question. There's an interesting discussion that we've just had right now about skilling. And the gentleman there was talking about the skilling. Yet we are looking at a very large population of the youth today on the continent who have skills, especially the energy, in the energy field on fossil fuels. So how are you going to de-skill all this? And even when we're moving forward this conversation, is it just skilling without tooling? Because we have to skill and tool. If you don't bridge that gap, then all these skills will just, won't solve the problem that we're trying to tackle. Thank you.
All right, so you'll reconcile that for us, de-skilling, skilling, reskilling, tooling. All right?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Evans Daka from Zambia, in particular the University of Zambia. I just want to find out how really serious are we as Africa on this agenda, considering the fact that, the program that we have for economic development is highly dependent on, traditional sources of energy, largely driven by multinational corporations. Let me give an example of Zambia, where I'm coming from. If you look at the sector that provides much of our GDP, is actually the mining sector. From my observation, I'm not seeing any serious mechanism put in place by the government together with these corporations in the application of renewable, or rather in clean energy to facilitate economic development. All I'm seeing is just the traditional ways of doing business. And again, there's this argument that this is how actually Europe developed. Why are we being told to switch, to the alternative, source of energy? So I just want to find out how really, this conversation is going on in Africa, and how serious really we are in terms of, switching to the best means of energy.
Fantastic, thank you.
My name is Emmanuel from the Afro-Asia Institute. My question goes to Matthew. As a businessman, maybe you've been here for a while. You realize that the government a few years ago had a policy on paper bags. Then they banned the paper bag because there was a problem of handling the refuse. So it led to loss of jobs and what some of us perceive as a very idiotic policy, because later on we discovered that everything was in paper bag, sugar was still in paper bag, tissue was still in paper bag, and bread was in paper bag, and everything else. Now, you say that in the energy transition we'll be going to solar and the lithium battery. What strategies would you suggest to be put in place to avoid these kinds of policies in terms of e-waste management? Because that's a problem that is going to come in the future. And I would like my brother Amani also to weigh in, because you say that the transition is going to be very slow. And you can see this issue of energy, you say it's a political conversation. The US has had just a new leadership coming in, and the guy is saying he's going back to coal and these other fossils. So now, where do we stand as an African continent? Are we being set up to stagnate our industrial development while others move ahead? And we are just being pushed now to be the guys who are going to be doing the cleaning. So I would like to have your word on that.
Fantastic. So that ties into the question as well from Evans on is it our agenda or is it a different agenda as well? Okay. Can we unpack those three questions from you, Mhinda, and from you, Matt?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I think what you're pointing to is actually an amazing opportunity. It's another benefit of this transition that I didn't mention, so thanks for bringing it up, which is that almost all of the inputs into solar and storage are recyclable. So those recycling facilities don't exist yet because almost all of the solar in the world was built in the last 5 years. So it lasts 25 years, and so we haven't had to recycle very much yet. But the technology exists to do it, and people are already beginning to invest in that supply chain. And basically that's just part of why we won't see a Saudi Arabia of solar and storage, is that every country that has solar and storage, as those facilities expire, they will be able to recycle it into new solar and storage to build, to renew their generation base. So, you know, the IEA has estimated that by 2040, over 50% of the minerals that will be feeding into the energy transition will actually be reused. And so by the end of this century, or by probably 2070, 2075, we won't need to mine any more lithium. We won't need to mine any more silicon, except for growth, because we will essentially be able to service all of our mineral input needs from the actual recycling of technology. So it's really exciting. And then on the point on Zambia, I just want to reiterate, like, fossil fuels are more expensive. It's a more expensive way to grow. We put an offer in last week to service a large mine in Zambia at 13 cents firm power. So this is solar and batteries. So grid quality firm power, not sort of intermittent solar power, at 13 cents. Next year will be 10% cheaper. The year after that will be 10% cheaper again. So we can beat fossil fuels, and countries like America for the next 4 years that screw this up, that make the wrong choice, that try to go back to an older, dirtier, more expensive past, will become uncompetitive and will be diminished.
Yeah, on de-skilling, reskilling, and tooling, I totally agree with you. But I want to just add one thing. A lot of times we focus on energy sector or critical minerals as solution to all our problems, and we forget that there's opportunity beyond that. So what I want to highlight is how we approach this should be an industrial policy, which brings all their pieces: education, financing, technical expertise, and innovation, and research together, because we need to look at the entire workforce, not looking at those ones who are specifically for that energy sector. And that provides opportunity for migration across to different other sectors. Those ones who are in the energy sector who are not maybe working, they could use their skills, maybe in agriculture. They could use their skills maybe in port fabrication, teaching. This is also important to understand. Sometimes we also retire people very early. We have people who are actually in their 50s, and people think they are not important. And they could go into adding some mastery in terms of building our research capabilities, teaching, and those kind of things. So I think it should be seen as part of a broader industrial policy. How do we want our workforce to be beneficial long term, not only based on that sector. Anyway, it's a discussion I can talk for hours. Issues of Zambia. I'm lucky that in my previous life I worked a little bit within the Zambia space, debt restructuring and economic revamp ideas. And Zambia has a very ambitious project around the battery. Whether you like it or not, it's part of the Lobito Corridor conversation. So how do they convert it to really help and to spur and rebuild their own economy, which is purely dependent on copper, which is again a critical material in terms of that. That is a different conversation. I think Zambia was stuck in the debt crisis for a long time. And I think it's time now to pick it up. But Zambia has a huge potential in terms of energy, solar, wind, and all this kind of stuff. And of course, the Vic Falls, and yeah, we also need to revisit that. So I think it's really important. I don't want to get into politics about why they are allowed and not allowed. I think it's a global conversation, and I'm also a critic about that. But I think we need to really realize, last COP29, we were given opportunity to transition away. So everyone to have their own transition plan. It's definite that we need to save the earth, but we need to control our own tempo to exit. And one of the biggest problems is in Africa, and it's part of our research, and I think even in COMESA we need to think about that, is how do we help our countries to transition away, intentional. So we need also to do the taxonomy of energy transition. What are the opportunities, what are the levers, and what are areas that we can really invest? It's a subject I love talking about, and again, I believe it to Georgie.
Yeah, Mhinda, I know they'll come to you for some of those policies like paper bags where we go 2 steps ahead, then we go 4 steps back. But I know that's a lengthier conversation. I would love to also have that conversation with you. Can we have one last question? Then we close, please. The last one. Yes. Charlotte.
Yes. Charlotte Ndobe, and my question goes on when you're having the conversation of renewable energy, are we really talking about the production process? What does the emission, is there any negative repercussion on the production of the solar panels? Do we have any environmental harm that it causes?
You could take that. Matt would take that. You could take that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The development of renewable energy and its utilization is not free of those things that you're talking about, because the disposal of solar panels is a major challenge that we have to deal with. Also, if you go to bioethanol, the processes, there are many things along the value chains that you need to handle. So what we need to do is just put our environmental regulations right. I know there may be some provisions in laws that protect us against this, but how they are put into practice is the question. Because the implementation, sometimes we have very good laws, but the implementation does not work out. So I think it all depends on us. It starts at the individual level, because if you know a law exists and you are not following it, then what really are you doing? I mean, are you sensitive about your environment, or are you just thinking about yourself? It starts at the individual level.
Okay. Thank you. Matt?
Yeah, I'll be brief, but I think the facts are very clear. The environmental impact of these renewable technologies is infinitesimal compared to the current way we do things. So you're absolutely right. We need to get to this bold new recycling future, etc. We need to do the work, but it's possible. For this whole energy transition, we need around 6.5 billion tons of energy transition input materials. We extract around 4 billion tons of oil every year and 8 billion tons of coal. So the footprint of these new technologies is absolutely much less environmentally harmful than the status quo.
Okay, so blocked in. There's one question there. Maybe, Mhinda, we could get that last one. Just a request to have one last one.
Janet Oredo. My question goes to all the panelists. African Climate Summit 2023, then we went to COP28. When you look at the Nairobi declarations, in your own opinion, do you think we are there? Are we as a country, or rather as a continent? And the Nairobi declarations, have we made any steps? Or is there light at the end of the tunnel? Because yes, looking at the Nairobi Declaration and the conversation that you're having, there is a gap already.
Thank you. My focus is this global politics, climate global politics, do we have a mechanism where we can hold accountable, particularly the big boys who are actually the ones happening to release lots of carbon to the environment? And if we don't have a mechanism, is there a business of us discussing about it? Or is hope that we will still make progress? Finally, what is the role of the non-state actors in this global governance in terms of climate? Thank you.
Right. So we'll take that as the... Okay.
Getting exciting.
I am Diana Katutu from DevK Group. My question is on carbon credits. How do carbon credits projects address the risk of carbon leakage where emissions are reduced in one region but increased elsewhere? Thank you.
Okay. Very solid question. All right. So let's just lock it there. We'll start off with a question on whether we're there with the declarations that were made in Kenya.
I would say that making declarations is one thing, but the implementation, as I said before, is another complicated affair. Because for you to implement, you need to have the resources, you need to have the capacity, you need to have the technology and all that. So if these things are not in place, then we really cannot make it happen. So I think the question is, what efforts are we making to have all these things in place? Where are we getting the resources from? And how persistent are we in looking for these resources? How are we doing the capacity building? And whose capacity are we building? And I think it's a whole system that needs to be thought about. So there may not be one straight answer, but I don't think we are there yet. Thank you.
All right, and that's on self-awareness. Love it. So we have two questions. The global players, holding them to account, and then there was one on carbon leakage. So I saw you, Nika, I saw you also nodding your head during the carbon leakage question, but maybe Mhinda, you could take this one.
Okay, so I'll leave the hard ones for Nikath, the carbon credit leakage. That's the hard one, huh? But on the global climate politics, I think we've made progress. One, I should say, we are in this space is about diplomacy. And I think we need to use that more as we go forward because these are global common goods. Whether we want it or not, the truth is climate change is happening and is harming our people, and we need to be part of the solution. But we don't have global police, although there's a country that has always been seeing itself as a global police. We just need to have a diplomatic approach and this kind of conversation. But I think we also need to build a global citizenship, especially within the youth. When these conversations awareness is raised within the youth, the elite space like ourselves, it's really important because this can actually shift policy conversations. But Africa also has an opportunity. For the first time, Africa has a seat on G20. So it's not called G20 anymore, it's called G20+1. So how do we use this as a leverage to have this kind of conversation? I think it's really important. Sorry, taking...
That's it, Nika?
Oh, which one shall I answer? Just the...
Carbon leakage?
Oh, I'm not as familiar with the carbon leakage.
Whichever.
I mean, I guess
Either.
I can just talk much more to
Yeah.
kind of the Nairobi Declaration and where we are. So I completely agree with what Dr. Faith was saying. I do think there's light at the end of the tunnel. I think if you're an investor and a developer, you have to be a bit of an eternal optimist. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here trying to make these projects work. I think there's a long way to go. I think a huge part of it is to do with governance and policies and government actions to support. It's one thing to say, let's have lots of renewables on the grid. But then to get renewables on the grid is a lot of blood, sweat, and tears from people. It's the financiers, it's the engineers, it's the communities, it's everybody has to come together. It's very multidisciplinary, putting large-scale renewables onto the grid. So lots of work to be done there, but remain hopeful. So still in the space.
Yeah, on paperwork issue, yeah, I think there's a lot of commercial interest. The reason why there's pushback is because, I mean, it's destroying jobs, destroying profits, but also because we don't have, viable solutions. And I think these, because we don't really want to invest in this, because there are people who are doing very good work, using, organic material to produce shopping bags and this kind of stuff. So we need to support that. But also building on circular economy. I worked with some youth in Dar es Salaam, and I was really amazed. Once I went there for a different reason, just to help on the strategy, and I found that the youth are employing themselves in the waste collection sector, and it has huge potential. And if you look at it, whether in Australia and Europe, there's huge potential in this, creating jobs. But for us, we underrate that. We don't think it's important. They're looking at the waste management ecosystem. We neglect that, but there's huge opportunity, and that can really help turning things around in our region. And of course, there is also energy possibility from the waste, although there is a methane problem, but yeah, there is also huge potential.
All right, so please allow us to leave it there. I think the general sentiment is that while we may have different routes, Australia, Africa, specific countries, we understand that the vision remains the same, sustainable prosperity for all. However that manifests over the next few years, we'll make sure that we hold each other to account. And please ask as many questions as possible when you get into such rooms, so that it's not just talking shop, but it's everyone kind of saying that by the time you sit on a panel to speak very, authoritatively about a subject, you really understand what it means to people down in different communities, urban, peri-urban, rural communities, to just understand that whatever we say has a lot of implication, and whatever we do has even more implication. Thank you all very much for your time. We really do appreciate it. A round of applause to our panelists, please. Thank you very much, dear panelists. Thank you very much, High Commissioner, as well. Thank you. Where's Kemsa? Everyone's so quiet. All of a sudden, okay, so it's time for a break. I know Kemsa is going to come back on. Kemsa is going to come back on, but we appreciate your time, really, really, your time and attention and all the questions that you've asked to the panelists. Let's keep chatting. I know it's unfair to think that we could, encompass all the conversations within 2 hours. So please, even as we go for the break, let's interact as much as possible. The rest of the session will continue after the break. Thanks, everyone.
You did. Yes. So you'll give us the cards, we'll do the swiping. You can sip all you want, and we'll have an amazing weekend. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, those who just joined us right now, my name is Dio Presenters 001, a radio broadcaster. I'm your MC. We have today, we have tomorrow. First session was amazing. Second session, we're ready for it. Let's keep the questions coming. Let's keep the energy. Let us have as much fun as possible. Remember, the hashtag is 1. IRSK Conference 2024, that is what you're putting on social media. Your photos, your videos, we're making noise. We're making people jealous because we invited some people to come and, oh, we're busy, oh, now they want to come. No, we are not available. So keep that hashtag going. Regional integration is our second hashtag. So take photos, tag, make noise. Pick a conversation, pick a quote. Somebody here says something. Yes, write about that. Tag the person, tag the sponsors. And right about now, give it up for the one and only Doreen Bira. Wapi makofi ya Doreen? I thought you guys ate. Aki, even Kenyan wamamas, you're so jealous. We can't even have an or you only do that in weddings. And Rorashio, welcome, my darling. The podium is yours.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
You have a way of gassing people up. So
Uh-huh.
when they come to the front, they kind of feel
Amazing.
tense.
Really?
Yeah.
Breathe, honey. Breathe. Do you want us to do something for you to just release the tension?
Not really.
You're well? Looking amazing. It's been a minute. Take it away. And remember, take your right place as a woman in the society. Make zero apologies. Make me proud. Go, girl. Wa baba are in trouble. Okay.
Pep talks and everything.
Yes.
All right,
Can I
good
give you
morning.
this? This is better.
Good morning. Okay, amplify, please. Amplify the voice. Good morning once again. All right, hi, Georgie. I think I'm coming to you with a question. You can't just ask me questions and then I don't give the right answer and you get away with it, all right? So I'm coming to you shortly. The MC, my bestie, talked about making noise. Did any of us hear this line last year? In a meme or in a TikTok video? Did we hear about it? Make some noise? Did you hear? Do you remember the person who said it? Have any one of you lived in that country? You have? You have. You've lived in that country. All right. It's really good to have you all in the room. And for the next 2 minutes, I would like for us to each talk to each other. Everyone in this room knows someone who has left the country, either looking for better opportunities or just is tired of living in their country. And they're like, can I just find citizenship in another country? And there's reasons for that. So for the next 2 minutes, talk to your neighbor, and then I will come around the room and ask one of us or 3 of us to just tell us a story. Tell us what that story is. And then we will start the conversation. We're going to have a conversation about migration of labor, why that happens. I'm probably the best case story for this. And Frank, who is from my mother country, will probably understand why that happened. But we want to have that conversation. So for the next 2 minutes, talk to your neighbor. I know some of us have not spoken to the people who are seated next to us since you got in here. And I know the setting was different yesterday, but let's talk to the people. Don't talk to your laptops. I know some of us are working. This is not the time, okay? I will single you out if you are working on your laptop. And I know that we are diplomats in the room, but that's not going to happen for the next hour and a half, okay? All right, let's hear those stories.
Yoshi? Motoni. Yeah.
1 minute to go. Thirty seconds. Time's up. All right. Are you still telling stories? I give you another minute. All right, I can see. Another minute for sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the minute is over, so we're going to just take some 5 minutes to just tell those stories in the room. And I'm going to start, Yeshi and Mutoni, I think. Whoever is holding the mic, Mutoni, yeah? By show of hands, if you would like to tell a story of what your friend or the person seated next to you has said, please raise your hand. So we can hear that story. It's not you telling the story, but what your friend has actually told you. So let's hear those stories and see if we're really paying attention to what our friends have been telling us. So by show of hands, anyone? Joji. That is if you remember. All right, Joji, please take the mic. Yeah, she's bringing you the mic, yeah. By the way, we're not giving monologues, let me just say, all right? Georgie, but I trust you, okay?
Okay. All right, so the story is Edgar's story. We realized we're very similar. You mentioned migration, but he doesn't want to leave the country. But he migrated to Nairobi from Mombasa, so we have that commonality. We were both born in Coast. Then he studied real estate, but he's interested in youth policies and youth development. And he doesn't play any sports, but he wants to learn languages. Yeah, he wants to learn. He can only speak a bit of French. Yeah, 3 languages so far, but he wants to learn. So that's the story.
You know, French in this country can be diverse. So when people say they speak French, okay, all right.
Omelette.
Understood.
Yeah.
All right, to this table, I'm sure there was a lot of conversation going on here. So I will have the two of you tell us what your story is.
Okay, so I'll tell the story magically from her.
Yes.
Catherine, yeah. So Catherine is quite an interesting person. She's a product of migration, by the way. Okay, so the father originated from Tanzania and then came here for school in Kenya, met this beautiful lady, was at school, college, or university. And then through that interaction, Catherine came out from there. Yeah, and she's so fortunate that she's also part of Southern Africa now, where I come from, as her friend. Yeah, that's her story.
So you didn't continue the tradition, is what you're saying? Right. Oh, you got interrupted by time? Okay, please tell the story. You have a minute?
Evans is from Zambia, and he's very passionate about impacting lives as well. Then, like everybody else, he has been assimilated to the global culture of eating breakfast which is basically tea and bread. And I was telling him where I come from, that's not considered breakfast, obviously. We eat cassava, we eat matoke,
Right.
and that is, kawaida food. It's not a snack, it's serious food, and you can tell from the size of the people from another land. Thank you.
All right. So we've heard from this side of the room. I'm coming to this side. I mean, you could have migrated or know someone who migrated. Balozi, I'm so sorry for walking right in front of you. I apologize in very diplomatic terms. But I want to hear from the people on this side of the room, please, by show of hands, before I just pick on someone. Because I know that the ladies have so many migration stories, so I'm going to read the names on here real quick. I see you looking at me like, don't pick on me, but here's the microphone. You just came in. That's the excuse. Same applies to you. You just came in. All right, at least for sure, I know the people who have been on this table, the two of you. All right, let's hear from you. Who gave you the name Joshua? Okay, all right. Yes, let's hear the story.
So migration is a big issue in Africa when we look at a lot of the issues, and people talk about stories, but we delved into what is the problem because that's how minds work and how we reason out. And we were talking of the brain drain. There's a lot of work, but very little money for too much work, which is causing a lot of us losing most of our youth and most of our working force. Because Africa produces almost 1 billion, workforce per year. And you can look at that and look at internationally where there is no workforce at all. But instead of us keeping our resources and our people are going out because of the brain drain and the lack of opportunities and infrastructure that brings that opportunity to light. So that's what we discussed with Joshua.
All right. I see your eyes twitching, so please take the mic. You don't have an migration story? She doesn't even have she didn't tell you a story? All right, I'm going to come back to us. And I know that maybe some of us are going to need Georgie's lessons on public speaking. So Georgie, please, do the needful. All right, so to everyone who is seeing me for the first time, my name is Joy Doreen Bira. I am a journalist and a communicator, or a strategic communicator. And we've been doing this for quite some time, maybe over 10 years, safe to say 15 years. And for this hour or so, we're going to have a conversation about managing labor migration in Africa. There's both intra-regional migration, and then there's out-of-the-continent migration that is happening. I'm sure many of us have read about stories about people from different parts of Africa making it across the Mediterranean Sea to go to the other side of the world, in this case, Europe. And there's about 80% of labor migration that is happening in Africa that is intra-regional. Now, we have about, let's see, I think during the pandemic, when the numbers were being put together, because the pandemic was really a bad season for many of us because it locked us out of a number of opportunities, but it also brought with it some challenges. As of 2020, there were about 40.6 million Africans migrating to Europe, right? Remember, we are a continent of how many people? How many people are we on the African continent? Yeah? Numbers, people. Should we do another math exercise? Yeah? How many? How many are we? We're over 1 billion. And we're going to soon get to 1.2 billion or even more, right? And we all know that there are different countries where people are fleeing their countries more than others. We have countries like Ethiopia, where people have to go all the way down through Tanzania, Malawi, then all the way down to South Africa. And they stay there for a number of months, some even years, and then they try to make it out of the continent. And then there's those who go through the northern part of Africa, also still trying to make it out of the continent. Then we also have people who are just not content with what's happening in their countries because of political instability. Many of us know the story of the DRC, or the Democratic Republic of Congo. Do we have anyone in the room from the DRC? Anybody? Anybody in the room from the DRC? Okay. But we all know the story of the DRC that is impacted by not just political instability, but also climate change. We recently had a volcanic mountain that erupted, and that affected people in Goma. So there's so many stories across Africa that influence people's decision to migrate from their countries of residence or even their continent in this case. And so that's the conversation we want to have. But before we even get into that, I would like to invite the country director for CAS Kenya, Matthias Kamp, to give us his remarks. And then we will get into a discussion on that. As you can see, my panelists are already seated and very well waiting for us to get into that conversation. A round of applause for Matthias.
Thank you. Please allow me to stay here, leave the podium to the real experts. Good morning, everyone. I was attending another function and then I came here and I was driving through the rain. The one thing I did not expect on a rainy day is a full hall and a session that starts in time. I'm really, really impressed, and I want to use the opportunity to start by thanking IRSK and all the partners in this conference for the excellent work in preparing and organizing this conference, and for managing the conference extremely well so far. And thank you to all of you for being here. I'm very, very excited about this panel. I just realized we have a bit of a Uganda bias. So Joy Doreen, you're from Uganda. We have our colleague here who just joined us. We need to talk a bit later. I do in fact call Uganda my second home. So we have three somewhat Ugandans here. But I think it's good because this is not just about Kenya, it's about the whole region. And I do think that the Ugandan experience also has a lot that we can learn from when it comes to the issue of migration. Thank you to all of you in the panel who joined us here. My friend Ambassador Tom Amolo, I'm extremely pleased that finally now we are engaging on this side after having worked together so well in Berlin. The two ladies, we are meeting for the first time, but I'm excited about getting to know you and I'm looking forward to your input. I'm a migrant. I came to Kenya to take up a job. I also came to Kenya because my family is partly Kenyan. That makes me a migrant by all standards. Nobody calls me that. I'm referred to as an expat. I don't know if all the Kenyans who will now get the opportunity to go to Germany and work there will be referred to as expats. I'm afraid not. It shows you something that somehow the discussion and even the terminology around the issue of migration is twisted. So I hope I can get an answer to that maybe at the end of the session. Why am I referred to as an expat and not just a migrant like everybody else? So we are working with a very complex topic, and we will have to narrow it down today. I know from the conversation we just had, the panel has already concluded that this panel session is not enough. It would need an entire conference. So let's look at this session as another step in moving the discussion forward, but a lot more steps will have to be made. The German ambassador was here yesterday for the opening, and he also talked about the labor migration agreement between Germany and Kenya. For us, as a German political foundation, that's of course also an extremely important topic for us, and it's also part of the reason why we have this panel, but not the only reason. What we want to do today is to look at a specific kind of migration. We are not going to discuss refugee management and those kind of things. We're not going to discuss the kind of migration that ideally we wouldn't want to see. Not because we don't want to welcome people elsewhere, but because we don't want people to have to run away from their homes. So we are talking about the kind of migration that ideally is opportunity-driven. Now we know that often the line is not very clear-cut. Something that might look as being opportunity-driven is rather something that people do because of their circumstances at home. And it comes with a lot of challenges. So we may want to emphasize the positive aspects about labor migration, something that we generally welcome. It is good that people move and look for opportunities elsewhere. People have always done that in the past. The history of mankind is about people being on the move. Everywhere in the world, there was a time in Europe when the whole continent was on the move. And at the end, nobody was left where they had previously called their home. So migration is something that happens. Migration is something that we can welcome. The German ambassador made it very clear yesterday, from a German perspective right now, we need migration. From a Kenyan perspective, looking at employment opportunities, etc., for young people, you need migration. So there are potential win-win situations, but we are also aware that there are downsides. There are issues that have to do with integration. There are issues that have to do with the motivation of those who move. There's the issue of brain drain, which the ambassador mentioned, and one of you also mentioned it already. I think you did so. So there are downsides as well. So the question is not, do we want labor migration, but how do we want it? How do we want to manage it? And how do we also avoid some of the tricky and challenging aspects of it? Another very, very challenging aspect, and I hope it's also going to be addressed in the panel, is the working conditions that migrants find elsewhere. I wish I could tell you outright that in Germany all is going to be well. There will be challenges. We have a challenge with racism. We have a challenge with the right-wing populist party that is gaining ground. So you are also looking at the possibility of Kenyans working in Germany finding themselves in very uncomfortable situations. But we can also tell a very different story when we talk about labor migration to other countries, where we, in fact, have modern-day slavery. So these are the kind of things that I am looking forward today to hear a few insights from the panel and also from you in the audience. And yeah, I look forward to fruitful engagements. And again, don't leave here satisfied. Leave with a good appetite for more so that we can carry the discussion forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias Kamp, for those remarks. And indeed, you know, when we started the conversation here, just going around the room, even if everybody didn't have the opportunity to speak really broadly about this person they know about who has left the country, we all know that if you work for the UN, well, you might not see it or say it, but you're actually a migrant. If your duty has to move you from one country into the next, you fall also in that category because your opportunity has moved you into a different part of the world. And so it's not always on the negative side. Migration can actually be positive. But even as it is positive, what are the conditions that we're looking at? I would like to introduce to us my panelists. And I'll start with the ladies, with your permission, Balozi. Allow me to jump the protocol on this one. Dr. Margaret Wambui Gishanga, who is on my immediate left. She is a researcher with expertise in security sector governance and reform. She's got 12 years experience researching security sector reform in post-conflict environments and also peace and security operations across Africa. And she's part of the steering committee of the Migration and Refugee Research Network at the Oxford Brookes University in the United Kingdom. Let's give her a round of applause. And we also have Priscilla Kerebi, who is a director at Express Communications Limited. She's also the Vice Chair, Education Sector Board, Technical Vocational Education and Training, or TVET in this case, at the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. For those of us from outside of Kenya, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance is the apex body or board of the private sector in the country. She's on my far left. A round of applause for her as well. And we have Dr. Margaret, sorry about that. We have Frank Nwagaba, who is an immigration officer from Uganda. And he's also a migration researcher and is a 2022 CAS Youth for Policy Fellow on migration. And yeah, he's going to be sharing his experience as well. Round of applause for him. And finally, we have Ambassador Thomas Omolo, who is the former ambassador of Kenya to Germany, and he served in that position between 2021 and 2024. He's also got political and diplomatic experience as the political and diplomatic secretary or special envoy to the UN Security Council campaign, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He's been in foreign service since before some of us were born, since 1983. All right? So let's give him a big round of applause as well. So we've had conversations pretty much about what exactly this means for us, for what migration looks like and the stories that come out of the African continent. But from a social and cultural perspective, maybe the first question we can start with really is, what does that really look like? How does labor migration affect the social fabric for us here on the African continent? I'm going to start with Ambassador or Balozi to give us his thoughts on this one. Just maybe off the cuff, how does it affect the social fabric of our continent?
Thank you very much, JDB. And Matthias, good to see you with my younger brother, Victor Oteku. It's not a Nigerian name.
Yes.
It's been a long ride, but let me begin with mentioning, as you introduced Frank on my left, when I joined the diplomatic service in 1983, I was actually smaller than him. And as you can see, the years of living in diaspora have taken their toll.
The migration. The great
yeah, this
migration
living is not for the weak and faint-hearted. In my calculation, migration is a very positive thing. And having lived literally more than half my life abroad, I can say that it has incredibly positive effects locally and internationally. I lived for a period of time near this lady in South Africa. My wife is from South Africa. So I'm a Kenyan at heart, but a South African by love. And the incredible opportunities available when you live abroad and bringing them back home. For example, the house I built for my mother in Kisumu, Kabonyo, for those who know that part of the world, is not traditional Kenyan Gothic. You know, Kenyan Gothic is a house with many roofs like that. But it's structured in a way that enables free flow, having seen things in all sorts of countries. So you imbibe, you bring in good things from everywhere. It also enables you to interact very well with everybody, because everybody has good ideas about things and how you can manage them. My last post in Germany also taught me that you should understand the culture of a people and integrate. A phrase I used when President Ruto visited Germany recently, or when I was there last year. When you're an envoy of a country, I'm an official envoy, an ambassador of a country, but the most important ambassador to any country is a Kenyan national, because you live among the people, you interact with the people, and if you expose negatives, people always have a negative about that people. So, and that's something you always carry with yourself. When you're walking, you always want to be the best Kenyan that the Germans can see, the best Kenyan that South Africans can, the best Kenyan that Nigerians can see. Lastly, the words that Matthias Kamp said about migration not being a bed of roses. Two things. One is, in some parts of the world, I'm familiar with them, where there is actual slavery. And luckily for us, we have a diaspora department, headed by a very good lady, Rosalind Jogu, that's seeking to address this in the long term. We learned from the Filipinos, and so, but this we'll talk about. And even as we speak about living abroad, some of the challenges that will inevitably come is if you go to Germany now as an expatriate, the money they give you as a salary will not be what they give the locals. And you have to rise. There are legal limits, and you have to figure out also how to live your life with a minimum. But you do have an impact at home because immediately you're able to send back money. Kenya last year brought in, what, 4.2 billion of money back to the country.
Mm-hmm.
So positive all around. Thank you.
Positive all around. And I love the fact that, you brought in the aspect of when people go out there, it's really great opportunities that they will be able to get, and being able to send that back home in different ways and contribute to the economic development of their countries. Priscilla, I want to hear your thoughts on this one, because I'm sure as the private sector, or the Kenya private sector, there's some way that we benefit from migration of our nationals here in Kenya when they go outside of the continent or outside of the country.
I think just like Ambassador has said, the one most important thing is the cultural integration. If you look at Nairobi now, it's a melting pot of different cultures, different nationalities. Already as a country, we have 42 tribes. The gentleman there said he migrated from Mombasa. Already that is a...
To Nairobi.
To Nairobi. So already we look at that as a different, those are different cultures that, so Nairobi is a melting pot. I think also another big thing is the remittance. When I was, like I told you, when we were preparing for this, I needed to look at the different aspects of migration. The positive side of it, of course, is the remittance. So a lot of money coming in. The highest that I found, at least on the internet, was to Nigeria. So there's that also coming in for the country. If I can throw a spanner in the works, I'll look at the negative side of it. So we see a lot of disruption when it comes to families, a lot of breadwinners. If we look at stories that we hear from young ladies who even have qualifications that can afford them good jobs, they take low-skilled jobs so that they can be able to take care of their families. So we are now starting to face a lot of single families. Because the parents have to leave to go and fetch or get to provide for their families. So that's the other aspect that I look at it. So I know we want to be positive about it, but we also have to consider what this migration does for families.
All right. Thank you so much, Priscilla. Frank, in probably about a minute or two, you could tell us your thoughts on this too.
Thank you very much. When we talk about the social and the culture, it's a twofold. So you have the positives that you have to leverage on, and then you have the negatives that you have to minimize. My first take would be the family structure, just like Priscilla said. When you stay in a different environment, then there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn that you can be a stay-home father when your wife gives birth. You go to a country where you have leave for 1 year, and you and your wife have to decide who goes to work and who stays home, which is different from the structure in Kenya, and maybe in Uganda as well, because usually say the man is the bread earner, but now that changes in many aspects, because then you're going to weigh how much everyone brings, because we are looking at labor. You're out there for labor, or who is going to leave the country and who is going to take care of the children when they remain. Now that's the family structure aspect. The cultural diversity, there's a lot to learn. You're going to change how you dress, why you're there. Also, they have to pick some aspects about you. So the cultural diversity as well. The roles of gender, like I said, other than the family in itself, but there's the roles of gender. You have in our bringing where you have a script that you're male and you're supposed to do A, B, C, and D. You go into a whole different environment, and they're all set out different roles, because what you grew up knowing as your role can be done by the other gender, and you have to adjust that. And also it's something you can borrow and you can then reintroduce on return.
Right.
So those are the aspects, I think, social and culture that can relate to labor migration. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Frank, for that. Now I'm coming to Margaret, because I know that Margaret has prepared something for us to ponder on, and I'm going to, for the next 5 minutes, ask us to pay attention to the presentation she's going to make, and I would like to possibly allow her the time to tell us more about this report that she has contributed to as well, and tell us how this can then now allow us to make deeper contributions on how to go about migration in Africa. So, Margaret, if you may.
Thank you, Joy. It's not exactly a completed report. It's actually just at the literature review phase for a project that had originally started looking at issues of protection for migration, on migration routes, but then when I was informed about this, I started looking into more of the labor migration dynamics and realized that there's a lot of gaps in research and understanding about what happens, especially in Africa. Is the mic not working?
Probably hold it bolder.
Okay. So you can go to the next slide. Oh, thank you. Great. So I'm just gonna, it's basically an overview of a literature review that I'm looking at, which includes academic journals, official documents from all the major players in this space. The research philosophy is what I'm hoping to use to approach the research as comparative case studies and collect different kinds of data. I'm hoping that it will be interdisciplinary because my background is in IR, but my PhD was in the business school through looking at organization studies. So basically, there are 169 million international migrant workers globally, which for me, just the number was quite staggering, and this constitutes about 4.9% of the global labor force. It's interesting to note that Africa only consists of 8.1% of those international migrant workers, whereas over 2/3 of all of them are actually going to high-income countries. This is from a study from the IOM from 2019. Already has been mentioned, over 80% of labor migration flows are intra-regional. Between 2010 and 2019, migrant workers in Africa increased from 9.6 million to 14.5 million respectively. And in 2019, international migrant workers accounted for 2.8% of the total labor force in Africa. So there are benefits and risks, and I just want to highlight as an overview that the benefits that come with it only come, and there are significant benefits, but this only come when the migration is governed correctly, and it can have benefits for the origin and the country of origin and country of destination. Some of the benefits include economic growth, the financial remittances, and skills exchange, but there are also, I want to also highlight for the benefits that I personally know, having lived in South Africa, even though South Africa is not a part of COMESA, that there are a lot of African foreigners living in South Africa who are benefiting from the labor migration status, who are Zimbabwean, Nigerian, and the like. But the risks are actually quite scary. A lot of discrimination, abuse, harassment, and unfortunately this seems to affect people with it has a class dimension, because people who come from more affluent backgrounds and are educated don't necessarily face that, and the ones who are coming from marginalized backgrounds do. So just to speed up, the focus of the research I want to focus is the aspect of the reporting mechanisms, which can also be called grievance mechanisms. Men and women who are migrant workers within Africa face all kinds of discrimination throughout all stages of their journey. And this, again, depends on the class, and particularly for migrant workers from marginalized backgrounds, it's a lot worse. So the studies that I've looked at basically were pointing to the fact that even though there are some online reporting mechanisms, this is a limitation because there's an assumption that some of these workers have access to the internet. There's also in-person reporting mechanisms for people to be able to communicate what is happening at the work level, but even this has issues for people who are not documented and poses a limitation in that sense. So the reporting mechanisms were mostly used by migrants in the formal sector, those who have documentation. So majority of the issue was a fear of reprisals and loss of employment, adverse consequences for reporting, and a lot of stigmatization that dissuades, especially women. There's a lot of findings that are pointing to sexual and gender-based violence in the workplace, and they're not able to report on this. Also, there's a lack of access to information pre- and post-departure, even though some of the organizations that handle the labor migration keep emphasizing the need for pre- and post-departure information. So key challenges continued is the lack of access to existing reporting mechanisms. Some of this is influenced by language barriers, and again, the issue of online or physical reporting capabilities. There's a general distrust towards government agencies that prevents migrant workers from reporting, and a lack of incentives just because it's seen as such an impractical process to report on these issues. So the studies generally point to the fact that there are state and non-state reporting mechanisms, and the state ones are usually ministries of labor and consulates as well, but for undocumented migrants, they rely on community-based organizations and also faith-based organizations because they are closer to them and they know them, they see them on a daily basis or interact with them, live with them. So there's that lived experience component, which I want to emphasize is lacking in the data, in understanding those relationships and how we can influence the perception around labor migration. And also, NGOs are themselves limited in some way, so they only refer the migrants to state agencies, and the state agencies are generally distrusted, so there's a bit of a gap there, and a lack of gender-specific a sensitivity that there's a different approach for when it comes to women. My research question, which is still evolving, is really going to be hoping to explore how do we understand how the different stakeholders can come together, what are the avenues that are provided for them to work together in the context of ensuring integration, in the context of making sure that labor migration doesn't affect host communities negatively. And I want to use assemblage theory, which I'm more familiar with. It's a sociological approach to understand the different stakeholders from a network approach. For those of you who don't know about assemblage theory, it's a methodology that really focuses on understanding the process of formation. So I would be approaching these stakeholders and trying to understand how they work together, how they engage, what are the challenges in their ability to share information, and how that is affecting generally labor migration. So this is just something that's been highlighted in research I looked at, that the key stakeholders, I just want to point out to, for example, when they speak about non-state actors, they speak about the media, and yesterday I was in a session that they were questioning whether the media has power, but I think it does, and I think they should play a bigger role in influencing some of these debates, some of these perspectives, and I wanted to highlight the role of community actors, and the fact that we need to approach this more, less as a top-down perspective and more as a bottom-up perspective. And kind of my whole thing of looking at the non-state actors is challenging the hierarchy that the state should have preeminence in this. Even though they are an important stakeholder, they are one stakeholder, or they should be seen as one stakeholder among other stakeholders in order for us to ensure that labor migration is properly managed. So that's the end. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks a lot, Margaret. And I believe that we all agree with some of this research that Margaret has presented to us. And you know, the question here is, you know, when you talk about recruitment agencies, you talk about some of the employment bodies as well. In fact, last year, early this year, in fact, we had a conversation where the government of Germany was trying to break down to the government of Kenya and the stakeholders, including the recruitment agencies, on what exactly it means to work in Germany, what it's going to take, what you need, and then it was even breaking down the different opportunity sectors where Germany thought they needed additional labor, where the opportunities were, the kind of qualifications one would need, you know, to be able to travel and work in Germany. But I think it's that kind of lack of information that probably would, in some way or the other, affect or have negative impact where migration is concerned. And in this case, the question is, how can government and international organizations maximize the positive economic impacts of migration while at the same time trying to mitigate the negative impact? And this is a question I'm going to pose to mostly Frank and Balozi, because I believe that your experience working with governments would be the best springboard to look at in terms of the advice you would give. So I'll start with you, Balozi, and then go to Frank.
I thought you'd start with the boy child, but Frank, you go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Ambassador. What needs to be done by governments? The biggest challenge, which has been researched and also observation, is that many governments are being reactional. The approaches is based on what is the issue in the moment. But what needs to be done is, how do you prepare to put safeguards ahead of the assignment? I'm glad that there was a breakdown with the German discussions with Kenya on what's the job, what jobs we need, what kind of people we want, so that then leads to signing bilateral labor agreements. Bilateral labor agreements have been earmarked as the safeguards that can be put by governments in a way to secure the whole mobility of labor, safeguarding the wages, working conditions, insurance, and also benefits, how portability of benefits. The governments need to work on that. How do you put mechanisms on how the benefits can be transferred when these people finish their contracts back home? Because what is being seen is that people leave when they are unemployed and they return. After a very short time, they are unemployed. So then we assess the benefit of them leaving and it's not there. Another aspect to look into is the return, reintegration, and retool. Many governments have not looked into that. You leave, you come back, how you get into the community is not looked into. Because your leaving has an aspect that should be tapped into, mostly the skills. People leave, they have the skills, they have the knowledge where they have been. How can they transfer the same to the populations that stayed? And that has been like a very big gap with many governments. So it should be intentional to put programs about reintegration and return, because then that also addresses the aspect that one of us talked about, the brain drain aspect. Whereas you have left, how you return, can we influence to some extent on how you return? And that's the reintegration aspect. Are there incentives to encourage you to return? That's something that the governments have to look into. The other aspect that I would look into is the putting infrastructure, support technology, knowledge, and skills transfer. Other than just a program, is there the infrastructure to enable these transfers of knowledge, skills, mostly, and the technology? Because you can't transfer these skills in a void. There has to be a structural infrastructure to enable you to pass on these. When these people return, can they be able to go to a skilling institution and given a platform to pass on these skills through innovations, and also provide the funds for the same? So by and large, there has to be intentional policy-directed or research-based approaches or initiatives on how governments can benefit from this labor mobility. Thank you very much.
All right, Balozi, let me hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Bira. Frank has put out something. Indeed, with the German government, it was quite deliberate. And there's a clear articulation of where our strengths lay and what the German government wanted. And there was a very long negotiation around it. And I think out of that, it was very easy to identify what needs to be done or how migration moves back and forth. With regard to infrastructure, what we have found is that whereas the policies exist, is how to integrate them into a meaningful whole where the players act with each other. In fact, that's why, Daktari, your research is so important, because you find that integrating implementation in a way that's seamless and digestible ends up being quite difficult. In addition, when you look at migration and how people land in particular countries, for example, Germany, who holds you when you land? And what I found was that networks within countries that exist, for example, in Germany, you have the Kenya Women in Germany. You have church groups that enable you to find your feet and enable you to start interacting quite seamlessly. Back home here, when you talk about what happens when you come back, part of the challenges that we have to face as Africans is how to manage that diversity challenge of ethnicity. You come with your 6 PhDs and 10 years working for BSSF, and Dr. Janet Kiguru is the head of a firm that needs people. But that is a challenge because of ethnicity, and that's a reality that we have to navigate. But JDB, you talked of how do we maximize?
Yes.
One of the things I've seen with Central Bank of Kenya is enabling diaspora or enabling migrant workers to look for different vehicles of putting their money where their mouth is. The investment vehicles such as housing and so on and so forth, even investing in companies. One of the things that we have to also figure out is when there's remittances, how do you reduce the fees? How do you make the bringing your money or your resources back home less difficult? And sometimes it doesn't have to be money. It can be actual resources. You can get a company out of Lausanne wanting to bring a hospital to Taita Taveta. And the strictures, the challenges of doing that is too heavy. And also, one of the things that you spoke about, those that have acquired skills in destination countries can also be brought back to help, almost like a Peace Corps from those countries, if you will. And the ways in which we can integrate their knowledge and their expertise into the country. One thing that we have to agree to is before we leave, or before you leave to those countries, you have to be well steeped into the culture. In other words, don't go and say, because in my country we do this, you have to do that. We have to integrate. And that challenge of integration is something that community groups can help.
Right.
And so on.
Okay, great. And when you say community can help, there's so many other legalities that come into play. And the question now is, what are some of the legal or even policy frameworks that govern labor migration across Africa? And Margaret, I want to hear your thoughts on this, based on the fact that you have been able to do some research and looked into the challenges of enforcing labor laws and regulations. I want to hear your thoughts on how exactly we can go about that. What would you, as someone who has lived in a different country, recommend that we do about this?
Thank you. So at the AU level, there is an AU migration policy framework for Africa and another joint labor migration program. Both of them are emphasizing the importance of skills transfer, the importance of recognizing qualifications across the different borders. But right now, it seems like the implementation is still lacking. There's also the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which still talks about the importance of labor migration and making sure that labor rights and human rights are respected in that space. But I think for now, there's just a lot of talk on the need for these things to happen, but in terms of implementation, I don't know, I haven't, at least so far in what I've covered, I haven't really seen it. There are also international instruments that deal with this and also speak to the need for labor rights and human rights. But from my personal perspective, I lived in South Africa for a really long time, and my experience just showed that foreigners who were educated and had the correct documentation, they would work for organizations and they would have the same rights as locals. There was no distinction really. Maybe informally there might be distinction of them knowing you're a Kenyan or you're a Zimbabwean, but generally in terms of the rights that you are afforded, they're the same. So I think it should be like that, but then we did have a conversation outside saying that how do we balance the two, because it's also fair for the host country to want to protect the locals, and so labor migration is good and it can contribute to all this economic development and great things, but it shouldn't be at the expense of the host community. So how do you manage that balance is something that I think I would probably leave it to other experts, because I don't know the answer myself.
All right.
Yeah.
I guess this is something that the rest of us can speak to. I can already see the interest of Frank and Balozi, but Balozi, let me hear your additional comments.
The reason why I grabbed the phone so mannerlessly from Daktari is because it reminded me when the labor migrants in Germany for example, which is just my immediate experience. You bring in workers as a diplomat, and they work for you. But the German government is very deliberate in ensuring that they have an interaction with those workers away from you. So, for example, in my case, and the people who work, other embassies, you bring in a worker to work for you, and the German government would bring them into sessions with them. How is it going? Before they come in, their pay is determined. So you cannot say that tunakubaliana home, we agree at home for the South African relatives. We agree at home, and then when you come to your place of work, I have to give your mother half of your salary, okay? And that deliberate effort by the host country to establish rules and regulations that ensure that labor migrants are really taken care of is very important. Let me bring another example, JDB.
Briefly.
Yeah, briefly. Yesterday, in Kenyan papers, there was an article about the minimum pay that you have to give a local worker. Now, the trick is in enforcement. So if that rule exists, the enforcement mechanism has also got to be robust. So what you see in countries like Germany, for example, or even in South Africa at one time, where they actually have a way in which they check how much you pay, do you give your people time off, and so on. I think enforcement and a robust ability of the receiving state or the host state to implement is key. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Frank, I want to bring you into a conversation around, even as you make your additional comments to what Margaret and Balozi have said, I just want to hear your thoughts as well in terms of, the risk factor, because there's a bit of exploitation that is undeniable, just like Balozi has talked about. How do we then make sure that these recruitment agencies are doing good? How do we ensure that the governments are doing due diligence on these agencies and making sure that people are not taken advantage of? And if there's any role at all that technology can play, I think it would be interesting to hear this perspective too.
Thank you very much. I will start with the legal provisions of frameworks. Many countries in Africa and many of the blocs, COMESA, IGAD, and SADC, have ratified the international protocols. So you talk about ILO, International Labour Organization, and the protocols establishing it. You talk about the UN, like she said. What the challenge is then comes to how do you domesticate the same protocols? That's where the gaps are. But there's effort. Not all is lost. Countries are really trying to adopt the ethical recruitment practices on what's required of the recruiting company. How do you put safeguards on what they need to do, and when they go wrong, what can be done, prosecution. Now, the domestication is where the biggest challenge is, and that domestication gap is what leads to the risk. The exploitation aspect of how much do you pay for you to be be put on a job order. How are job orders obtained from the countries where you're going? What is your contract of how much you're supposed to be paid? What are you actually paid? Now, those aspects and what can be done, now that's where we go into what governments can do, is to ensure there are arrangements with the countries where these people are going. It is the only biggest safeguard that you can guarantee on the migrant, that they won't be given half of the salary of the contract they've signed, or they will be granted a break. How many hours do they work in a week? Because that's where we are now avoiding exploitation. Then you talk about, in the case of disagreement, how do you handle the disputes? How do they get justice? And now that you stretch to the foreign missions, and my dear ambassador, that's how you extend the consular services. The consular services are supposed to go to the nationals. And those nationals, and that's when then you discuss on having a labor attaché attached to the missions. Because that never used to be a thing of the time. Interests were into trade, military, and the other aspects. But now the call to have attachés is to address such kinds of risks that are faced with the migrants, but also the biggest is how do you handle the disputes that happen between the employer and the migrant who is working in that company or in that home. Most of the exploitation that has happened, that is forced labor. And that has happened mostly with the unskilled labor force. Because people are into people's homes. What happens in those homes? How do they leave homes? How do they communicate to the outside world? Because sometimes they don't have access to any form of communication. Their passport has been withdrawn. So now we go back to the ethical recruitment practices. And that's where we have sensitize. Technologically, how this can be handled, e-government platforms. The exploitation doesn't happen only when people have moved. Sometimes the exploitation happens at home.
Right.
In the person who is picking that person from home. Maybe on the next aspect is how do you have digital complaint mechanisms? How do you know migrant A is in trouble? How do they get to reach out to the outside world? And is there a mechanism after they have reached out that they can be offered some service to the bare minimum, consular service?
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Frank, for that. And I do agree that there are mechanisms that need to be put in place. But then also when you look at the fact that we also do have from time to time government personalities, and this is not really to say that all governments are this way, but we do have isolated cases where you have certain individuals who work with the government going also the long way, or let's say the left side, and working with these recruitment agencies to, in one way or another, for lack of a better way to put it, take advantage of the human capital that we do have. And this sometimes can lead to disinformation, misinformation, which really affects the information that cascades down to the citizens. How do we ensure that this does not happen going forward and that people are able to trust the government to give them the right information? I think this is a question I'm going to pose to the rest of the room here, and we'll soon open up this discussion to our audience. But Priscilla, I want to bring you into this conversation. Private sector plays a significant role in making sure that, one, people understand what's at stake, both on the opportunity side, on the challenges side, on the recommendation side, and also making sure that they put government to task to implement policies, because when governments implement enabling policies, we all know that the private sector thrives on that. So how do you think we can support the diaspora communities to contribute the best or the most to their countries while they are working outside of their destination, or rather their source countries?
Okay. So the first thing I'm thinking is to have I know we do have a PPP policy. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure whether it's already active, but I'm looking at, when we talk about knowledge and skills transfer, we need to, as private sector, we need to advise and guide on what are the where are the industries where these skills and knowledge transfer can benefit. Secondly, I think as a country and maybe even as a continent, we have a challenge with either data collection or how we use our data or how we consume our data. So sometimes you find that as much as we collect it, we are not even the ones who consume it. And you find that data is very important when it comes to advising on different ways of how to absorb, if it is even the remittance. I just realized we also have a diaspora policy. I'm not sure how that supports the reintegration of people, we are calling them migrants or expatriates, I don't know, when they come back to their country, how do we benefit from them? Is there a structure of how they can, where they can invest? So basically, as private sector, I think the most important thing is to see how the PPP policy, first of all, can work. And then these other policies that we've talked about, how can we leverage on them to ensure that we support migrants or the ones in the higher levels, the ones we want to call expatriates. Yeah, how do we leverage on their knowledge and their skills?
Right. And, let's take Kenya as an example. What are some of the opportunities you would say are available to someone who is returning from the diaspora? And, they've accumulated some amount of money and they just need to invest it. But then they do not know the channels. Where do people go to get this information? But at the same time, is there a place at KEPSA where you do encourage people that if you want to work in a certain country in Europe, this is what you need to know. This is the information you need to have before you make that decision to go.
I'm not going to pretend I know that because my senior is here.
Okay. So we can find out.
And but we do have an economic diplomacy sector where you can get that information. So when it comes to which areas, which industries to invest in or where to be able to get support on how to come back or how to use your investment or your finances, we do have support in that space. But either way, we still need the government to be able to make sure that there's a framework so people are not conned or whatever, because we've seen a lot of that, especially when it comes to land and
While you're at it, and because I'm taking advantage of your other role as Vice Chair for TVET at KEPSA, do you feel that we have enough capacity to put out capital, our human capital, to other countries? Because there's an emphasis on, or there's a higher demand for, let's say, TVET-backed professions. And I remember still going back to that conversation that happened in January this year, there was a breakdown of if you are a nurse and you want to work in Germany, these are the qualifications you need to have. You need to speak German, maybe do a crash course. But that's the obvious for any of the countries that do not have English as their first language of instruction. So there's all of that. If you want to be a bus driver, or this is how much you're going to earn. This is what you're going to need to know. And so there was that detailed breakdown. But on the Kenya side, what information are we feeding to our citizens in terms of preparing them for this?
Okay, so first of all, I think the good thing that is happening right now in the TVET space is that we've moved away from theory, and I think that's why it's a big deal now for people who are going into skills development. So we now have a curriculum that is competency-based, and what we've been pushing for is working with industries so that young people get the skills, practical skills that they need in that particular sector or that particular industry. So what that does is that we are training for relevance and we are training people to be competent. So I think that's why there's now a push for what we are calling the dual TVET, which is where we are pushing for more, for the trainee to work, to get their training in industry for 50% of the time, and 50% theoretical. And this is something that has been borrowed from Germany. So I guess this interaction between Kenya and Germany, at least that is what we are seeing. So we also have something Margaret mentioned, Dr. Margaret mentioned, the Africa Continental Qualification Framework. So that is supposed to also assist Kenyans who are qualified with skills to be able to move across the African continent. I'm not sure with the way our economy is right now that we can be able to absorb all our graduates.
Right.
But another thing that we are also seeing taking shape with the kind of skills acquisition that they get is the push for entrepreneurship. That's another whole conversation, but at least that is supposed to also support young people. So there's also and Matthias talked about it when you talk about the negative side of migration, of labor migration.
Mm-hmm.
So what we are looking at also now as KEPSA is how can we do the non-physical migration? So we've also started seeing emerging opportunities in business process outsourcing, so that we can still migrate labor, but the person doesn't have to move physically.
So in this case, you're looking into online jobs and the like.
Yeah, that's so, yes.
All right, great. Thank you so much. I would now like to open this up to us, and I'm sure we do have additional comments that we'd like to make. And please feel free to speak to, the integration. How do we want these work conditions to look like? What is the ideal work condition? I want to open this up to us, and please feel free to share your thoughts, share your views as well on how we would want this to work for us. Additional comments on the risks that are associated with migration, but also the emerging opportunities that we are observing from our side of things. So by show of hands, we've got a team in the room that would like to make additional contributions. I'll take a comment from, yes, I'll take a comment from you. You can probably tell us your name and what you do, and then please make your contribution as short and concise as possible. Then we can move on here. Then we'll come across the room as well.
How do we get to protect the migrant workers that are working from there? And what innovative approaches are in place to protect all the people in the gig and the digitalized economy? Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, we have a question here, and then we have 5 more on this side, and 1 at the center. So we'll come across like a wave. Yes. You pass it on to him.
Okay, thank you for those, insightful thoughts from our presenters. My question, maybe before I ask, I'm Evans Daka, coming from Zambia. I work for the University of Zambia. I just have this question, quite, open, not precisely to our, presenters. I just want to find out. What policy COMESA has put in place with regards to labor? Of course, related to the conversation that we were having on migration, and also maybe to give an insight or just an understanding on how domestication is going with particular member states. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Musa Chibwana. I'm from the Center for Africa Studies, University of Free State in South Africa. Just to congratulate the panelists first for the brilliant work and the insights. My question is to Dr. Margaret. I commend you on the paper that you are working on. 2 things from my end. First one is around the scope of the study and also the scope of the conversation in the panel. Our conversation focused more on regular migration, which has a lot of predictability, which has a lot of frameworks that are in place. But the majority of migration that is happening primarily on the continent is irregular. One of the reasons why there are challenges around this is the normative frameworks that you alluded to in your interventions. Also, Frank spoke to this. The African Union has come up with a Free Movement Protocol in 2018. It has only gotten 4 ratifications. There seems to be a trepidation amongst African member states to ratify this protocol so that there is mobility of labor from one region to the other, from one country to the other. I'm curious to hear your reflections on why it is so. I think also, Ambassador, to hear about why even Kenya has not ratified the Free Movement Protocol and imposed a visa, not visa for other Africans, in the spirit of, because what fosters irregularity in migration are the stringent mechanisms that we put for regular migration.
Right. All right. Reflections on why countries are not ratifying. That would be the question, in addition to Margaret's study as well and research. Let me move to this side of the room, and please make your questions as short as possible. We start here, and then we can move to that side.
Thank you very much. My name is Wavinya Makai, a recent graduate from University of Cambridge. Now I want to ask about how does the government of Kenya and also COMESA ensure that people who have gained skills abroad are able to even get internship positions, because most of us came back, but now we are thinking of going back because we've not gotten any opportunity anywhere. Every time you're told, oh, there's a mismatch in your skills, there's a mismatch in this. So it becomes so hopeless. You wonder, you've gained experience, you've gained knowledge, you have empirical evidence to help in development matters, but no one seems to care. So I think that is something that we should try to ensure that brain drain is conquered. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that, Wavinya. Okay, I kind of feel like the hands are going up in numbers. Yes, the lady at the front and then the gentleman next to her.
Thank you to the panelists. My name is Tamala. I am passionate about climate action and climate diplomacy, but my question does not relate to this. Considering the recent kidnappings and abductions in Kenya, look at Kizza Bessigye's abduction the other day. How does this affect labor migrations and foreign investments to Kenya? And what can we do to curb any negative impact? I hope it's not too controversial. Thank you.
It's a little controversial, but the last part of the question maybe is a bit understandable. So please keep your questions short.
Yes, I'll try. My name is Con Omoro Sendo. I'm a governance consultant. When you look at how migration issues are handled globally, there's a strong national interest issue around migration. For example, we see some countries in Africa blocking labor migrants from, or making it difficult for labor migrants to cross over. We see some like Rwanda who insist on skills transfer and having a local as part of your programs or projects. And of course, abroad, you see, for example, in the Ukraine conflict, you had the UK, as an example, giving more attention and resources to migrants from Ukraine, and of course, less to countries that come from much further in the same way that we do with our neighbors. What's our national interest push as Kenya when it comes to dealing with labor and labor migration? And is this properly captured in our labor migration policy? And maybe just linked to that is how could we get a status, maybe this can come from the ambassador, on how we are implementing our national policy on labor migration. It cropped up in the Executive Order number 2 last year, November, MFA and Labor Ministry both handling that. And maybe it was already there on paper, but it came on paper.
In the interest of time. Thank you so much. In the interest of time, please, question, no background information, okay? Next question, please.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Shukriya Mahat, a doctor in medicine in the Department of Psychological Analysis and Functional Medicine. I'm also the CEO and co-founder of Empowerment Nexus Africa. So we're all about sustainable, impact-driven solutions. Now, my question, this falls to all the leaders basically and everyone on the panel, is on the negative impacts of migration. We have people who are impacted, but they do not have the choice because of lack of job security in their home countries. They are forced to endure those extreme circumstances because one, they could be undocumented, two, they could have lack of opportunities anywhere else they go. So they're living in a state of fear, in a state of abuse, and they're accepting that on a day-to-day basis because we as the policymakers, we as the governments are not giving them a space where they can find jobs. So creating that job security within Africa, what are we doing? And how can we help those people who are helpless in all forms? Because migration is good, yes, but there's a humanitarian crisis as well alongside migration.
All right.
So what are we doing about that?
All right, the last question, very last question.
Just have a simple one. Is it necessary for African continent to actually export labor? Or is it important for us to ensure that we create jobs within African continent? Kenyans work, Nigerian work in Kenya, and vice versa.
All right, thank you so much for that. One final question. I'm so sorry, but this will be the final question. Unless you're going to ask it in 30 seconds, for sure. You'll be given the opportunity. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Diana Katundu from DevKey Group. My question is on labor migration system. How can the labor migration system adapt to the projected growth in Africa's urban population? Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was 30 seconds, so I give you your 30 seconds. Please keep it brief.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Jonathan Mchesi from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. My question or issue is on the sustainability of these migrant labor agreements, because from what we have heard since yesterday, there is the rise of extremist movements in Europe, and they are anti or against movement or migration of labor. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to start with the top question on the gig economy. And I think, Priscilla, that question was directed to you. What innovative ways are in place to support this kind of work, especially knowing, I think you're a Gen Z, right? Gen Z is asking about the gig economy. Let's keep the responses brief so we're able to cover as many questions.
Okay, I'll do you one better. I'll answer hers and the last one. I think they are similar. I think, so currently there's, I mentioned this, that there's a BPO policy, and it's supposed to take care of all those concerns because the gig economy is what seems to be driving the economy right now. There's a lot of e-commerce, so there's a lot of jobs in the gig economy. So for us to be able to streamline that, the Ministry of Labor, the Ministry of, I'm not sure which the other one is, at least I know Labor, and KEPSA are developing a BPO policy which should be able to take care of that issue. I hope I answered you too.
Okay, we will find out if the questions have been answered over lunch. I'm going to move on to the next question. What policies does COMESA have in place to support migration of labor? I don't know who in the room is able to answer this question, but if any of the panelists is able to answer this one. I don't think any of us are COMESA experts here, but we do have one right here at the front. So I'm going to pass the mic over. Tony, can we have the mic right here at the front? Right here.
Thank you very much. From the COMESA side, COMESA has put in place a protocol on free movement of persons, services, labor rights, and establishments, and the issues of residency. And besides that, there are programs that specifically talks to the issues of migration, being spearheaded by our legal department, and it looks at various thematic areas. And if I can just mention them straight away, migration, trade and development, it looks at irregular immigration, it looks at migration profiles, it looks at migration and health, it looks at capacity building in migration management, forced migration, labor migration, and data collection.
Where do we find this information?
Website.
Okay. Plain and simple. Now, thank you very much for responding to that. Dr. Margaret, the question to you was around your reflections on why countries are not ratifying and how this affects labor migration.
Thank you for the question. Initially, you asked about the scope of the study. So I initially wanted to look at the protection of migrants on these routes. Specifically, I was interested in the southern route, and I was hoping to look at Ethiopia migrants, which, because there's quite a lot of data on Ethiopia migration, and actually, I wanted to mention this before, that the Ethiopian government has actually entered into agreement with DFID for an app that helps all these labor migrants. So in the app, they can get information on pre-departure, post-departure, returnees. But when you look at the website, that's pretty much all you get. And there's also another Ethiopian initiative, well, with the Ethiopian government, because I think a lot of their nationals are moving out from last year, which again, just from the website, is just that there's an app being developed to help people to understand what is expected of them, what their rights are, and things like that. But the scope of the study was just to look at the protection for migrants, and then just identifying that there's research missing on the labor migration component, especially in Africa.
Right.
So I guess right now it can grow, you know, it's still an evolving topic. I was just interested in looking at the different stakeholders. So whoever those stakeholders will be will form part of the study. I don't know why the other countries have not ratified. I know 32 countries have signed and only 4 have ratified. I think it has something to do with protecting the local communities, and also that at the local level, some of these countries, they're having their locals leaving the country because there are no jobs. So how can you say we want other African countries' members to come into our country and get jobs when there are no jobs for the locals in the first place? So
Right.
I think generally there needs to be an overhaul of how labor is managed, and enhancing labor rights at all the COMESA states, all the African states actually. Yeah, so.
All right. Thank you very much. Balozi, the question on what is the effect of... no, actually, I think the question that you would best answer is the question on, is it necessary to export labor?
Absolutely. And it's not exporting labor. And I think there was a very strong applause. But historically, innovation has occurred when there's people move back and forth. I was trying to remember a place inside Berlin, a very big cathedral, which was built in the 14th, 18th century by French migrant workers who were tapped by King Willem because of their expertise, to come and work inside Germany because of special skills. And they came, some stayed, some went back, and their talents were used in other parts of Europe. Even here in Kenya, I remember the little French that I know, I learned from a Rwandese lecturer who had fled from somewhere, but that was a refugee. The mathematics professors in some of the schools I went to came from Uganda. In other words, the fact that people decide to go somewhere, it's not a bad thing. In any case, if you find a job, more often than not, outside of your home country, at least in Africa, it pays better. But I wish to address, since I have the floor, is whereas you can go and get a better job abroad, sometimes you can go and get a good education abroad, but when you come back, there is nowhere to address it. And there's a lady from Cambridge, Wavinya,
Yeah.
alma mater, where you come in and you can't even get an internship. Now that's a problem. Two of my sons live in the US. When they came back to look for opportunities, one worked for JP Morgan and said, "Dad, I want to come back He came and walked around. And at that time, I was in government as a heavyweight. And I couldn't pull strings to enable him to get a job. Eventually told him, hey, Dad, I'm out of here. He went back. The day he landed, JP Morgan told him to come back. He's pulling down decent figures. So it's a problem we have to address internally. But I think it's very important for us to realize migration is important. Innovation occurs because of migration, because of movement of people. And I think we shouldn't be very anxious when people decide to go to other places.
Right.
I think these are some of the things, but I'll let others speak to it.
Yes, Frank. Frank, I want to hear your thoughts as well, because I think there was a question on what are we doing about the negative impact, and I think that's something that's also equally important, and looking at recommendations that you would put out there.
Thank you very much. My contributions won't be any different from Ambassador, because when you talk about how do you handle the risks, reintegrate, retool, returnees. That's it. How do you prepare a Cambridge graduate? How do you prepare a PhD to fit into the community they are coming back into with the new skills, with the new knowledge, and with the new access or knowledge about technology? That's one of them. I wanted to also talk about why aren't government ratifying its interests. The discussion about IR, international relations, is about interests. Countries have interests regardless of, and that's where the challenge of integration comes in. We have what safeguard as nationals vis-a-vis what is good for all of us.
Right.
So there has to be a balance in that aspect. So the discussion...
You take the other mic.
So the discussion that governments need to do to address the challenges and the risks is how do we have a balance between brain drain, brain gain, brain circulation, and brain waste? Because you're not going to pay, if you don't address the quality of employment that you give a person, then you're going to have skilled people leave. Because the challenge, what we're looking at, to the biggest extent, we think we are looking at people who are unemployed. There are people who are employed and they're choosing to leave as well, because of the quality of work or payment or the equivalent they would get outside their countries. So that has to be looked into by our states here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And thank you to our great panelists indeed for making this conversation more informative and deeply sharing your knowledge with us and the rest of the audience. Let's give them a round of applause. And so for those whose questions have not been responded to, it's lunchtime. That's a good way to connect and a good way to have your questions responded to. We're out of time, but before we even head out to lunch, I would like to have the honor of presenting what looks like brown envelopes, but they're not exactly. They are, brown bags. So if you may allow me to, I would like to hand this over to each one of us. Balozi, where's your assistant? And this one over to Frank, and I'll pass this over to Priscilla. So as we come to a close, I would like for us to reflect on the conversations we've just had here and take those into our workplaces. If we are in the spaces where we do help to manage labor migration, and having that balance between opportunity and exploitation, I think this would be a good way for us to continue the conversation. And we look forward to that bigger conference. I'm sure someone asked for it. Was it you, Balozi, or was it Frank? I think it was Frank who asked for this, and Dr. Margaret and Priscilla were in agreement that we need to have a bigger conversation about migration across Africa and the other way around. So thank you all so much. And to you for being a great audience and really taking part and showing the interest in what's happening across the continent. Thank you so much. And I would like to invite my panelists to take a picture. What is a panel without a picture?
Thank you, Doreen.
And whoever clapped, please go ahead and do that.
A round of applause to Doreen. If we may kindly carry the bags for the photo. Yes.
It's part of the protocol.
Turn it the other way around. Yes, I know what you're trying to do. All right, as I take the photo, let me have your attention. An amazing discussion panel really did a good job. I just do not know where women who are married in other countries were left. Some of us, we migrated to other countries. I don't know the skill we're transferring, whether it's cooking for the husbands, or, you know, that's how we're taking Kenya or any other country. So still, good stuff. So fellow ladies, I mean, sail your countries. Go make that ugali and Brenda. Yes, it's lunchtime. I know you all needed that. So this is what we do. These two doors, this one and that one. Collect your lunch vouchers. Okay. The lady says she has vouchers there and Wawuda here. And the far end. Thank you. So collect your lunch voucher and let's meet on 8th floor, like we did yesterday. Time, an hour. Yes, let's meet here at 8 minutes past 2. I'll be with my bell. Enjoy your lunch. As I always say, network, exchange numbers. Enjoy. Music, please.
come to smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mommy, myself no do past like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBTs, DBTs.
look into 3 levels, which is national states, and then at the middle, regional economic communities, and finally, the African Union. So that is the reason why I focus on the 5 RECs. Now, in the paper, I'm going to present is, the structure looks like this. Briefly, I will talk the aim, method, and data. It is detailed in the paper, but I don't think I will be able to address in a detailed way here. Then I will talk about the theoretical perspective. Part of the paper. Then I will come to the empirical part, which is the Horn of Africa, and finally, conclusion. My main question is, does geopolitics impede regional integration, security, and the development in the Horn of Africa? When we talk about geopolitics, I think when it comes, what do we mean by geopolitics? No one can say clearly what it is and what does it mean. So I will come back to that. This is part of my general work, so I haven't done a specific research on it, but this is an extraction from what I have been doing for the last 15, 20 years. In terms of methodology, it is simply a quantitative text analysis and is based on desk research. So I use secondary material and existing literature. Regional integration is also a bit not clearly defined subjects, and then I was listening yesterday, people are already integrated because there is movement, there is trade among different people from different parts of the continent. But for me, regional integration is a political project. We don't, at least in my own work, I don't consider this day-to-day relationship, trade, or mobility connection between people is a regional integration. Regional integration is, by definition, a political project. As a political project, it is the responsibility of those who organize society and the state, and particularly the state itself. So when we talk about regional integration as a political project, we mean it is the responsibility, or it is among states. We have already formed entities, unities called states. So regional integration as a political project means among states. The second aspect is regional integration is also by its very nature domestic. It has to come from within. And when we say from within, there has to be negotiation, consensus, discussion among the political elite, especially the states. Of course, a regional integration to have a legitimacy, then it has to be anchored on the people, because usually states get their legitimacy from people. So at the end, even though it is as a political project initiated by states, then it has to be anchored and there has to be consensus among people. That is the relationship between the state and society, but then also among neighboring states. Another aspect of the political project is this is a shared sovereignty. States has to be willing to share some of the sovereignties. Unless there is a acceptance and a willingness to share of political power, then we will not have a regional integration. So one important aspect to consider is when we talk regional integration, there is an element of shared power. That was why the project of United States of Africa failed in the 1960s. We know the radicals want to have United States of Africa because they thought that the colonial created states were not functional, or they cannot exist as an independent. Therefore, they wanted to have a United States of Africa. On the other side, we have the moderates who wanted to maintain the authority of the states or sovereignty of national states. So now when we talk about regional integration, states and national leaders have to be willing to share power. But also what is important, there has to be some common values. We cannot simply create regional integration if there is no commonality within the states who are willing to enter into regional integration. So it is important, there has to be, as an ideational foundation, commonality. If there is no commonality, the regional integration, then it doesn't have the durability and it cannot exist long and cannot function adequately. So in the theoretical aspect, which deals with regional integration, regionalization, and regionalism, we have at least three theoretical strands. One is what we call the intergovernmentalism. The second is neo-functionalism. And then the third, we have the post-functionalism. But for my purpose for this paper, I simply focus on intergovernmentalism because this is a contract or an agreement between states. That is what makes it intergovernmentalism. Now, some of the basic elements why we have regional integration is, one is to find common solution for common problems. Usually, especially when we talk about the Horn of Africa, what seemingly is a domestic political problem has a regional dimension. So as a regional problem, the states has to come together to deal with those regional aspects. So one factor why regional integration is necessary is that to find a common solution for a common problem. Second is it also helps to avoid going on into conflict. So one of the mechanisms by having a functional regional integration is to avoid interstate conflicts. The third is construct economy of scale, at least instead of individual states trying to develop, at least economically, you could create a scale, economy of scale by coming together as a regional entity.
Now to geopolitics. What does geopolitics mean? As I earlier said, I don't think anyone can give an exact and clear definition and the meaning what geopolitics is. Today, it has become a very fashionable. Everyone talks about geopolitics, but what is geopolitics? Do we have a clear and a proper understanding what geopolitics is? When I was at least going through the literature, I couldn't understand the definitions, the approaches, meanings which are given to geopolitics. Now, geopolitics is a very fluid, very malleable concept. Some would say it is about the geography, about the heartland or water or landscape, and the control of those elements. There is also another definition of geostrategic location and domination. Whenever there is a geography or geostrategic location which is important, and then the politics of geopolitics on that becomes to dominate that geostrategic region or geostrategic location. Some also say it is about power politics. We have other definition, it is about international politics. What most amazed me was someone was saying it is about what you call dumping West. Someone wrote the border between Mexico and the United States. And then you have people trying to cross, and then they spend some time, and there is a lot of waste there. So the scholar is writing about geopolitics of dumping West in regarding to that area. So this tells us geopolitics is extremely fluid concept, and we have the problem of identifying what it is, especially when it comes to regional integration, conflict, stability, and development. I just pick one important literature. Someone called Claude Dodds, 2019, he says, geopolitics concerns with the question of influence and power over space. The second dimension he discusses is it uses geographical frame to make sense of world affairs. Third, he says geopolitics is a future-oriented. We could go back to history. Geopolitics has been there from ancient prehistory, but most important to the 15th century. Especially philosophers from Europe, when there was a contact with the non-Western society, and particularly Africans, they defined the African person or Africans as uncivilized, savage, permanently inferior. But what was very interesting after defining the African person as savage, uncivilized, permanently inferior is the admission Africans possess a huge natural resource. But again, even though they own that natural resources, since they are primitive, they cannot use it. So the West has the right to use it because it is a common human resource. Probably we can relate this with today's scramble for resource. So what started in the 15th century, still there are elements of that understanding of Africa and Africa resource. But also to bring Africans to the level of the civilized world came the construction of the civilizing mission. So civilizing mission was supposed to civilize the African, to bring it to the level of the Western standard of human species. And the instrument for that became colonization. So from uncivilized to civilizing mission through colonization, civilizing the African mind. Now let me, I don't know how am I doing with time? Time is okay. Let me come now to the Horn of Africa. As you all know, the Horn of Africa is a highly strategic area. It is between the two choke points, Bab el-Mandeb and the Suez Canal. The strategic importance increased following the opening of the Suez Canal, because what used to be a long way through southern Africa could easily go through the Red Sea to Far East, and then from Far East to Europe and America. That strategic location and the strategic sensitivity of the Red Sea became an attraction of all sorts of political powers. And we have seen, at least if we talk about the post-colonial era, there has been at least 3 levels of geopolitical interventions. The first level is the Cold War era between the 2 superpowers. And I think, Mona, if you know the history of the Horn of Africa, how the superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, divided the Horn of Africa into their own sphere of influence. By 1990, the Cold War ended, that is, with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the demise of state socialism. For a while, at least the Soviets has collapsed, so they don't have the interest or even the capacity to expand their influence in the region, so they simply retreated. And the Americans also, once their rival, the Soviet Union, was demised, they retreated, but for a very short time. So they came back in 1998, following the bombing of the American embassy in Kenya and Tanzania. So that is the second level, which I call the global war on terror, followed by piracy. So today, as the outcome of the global war on terror and piracy, at least in Djibouti, we have these huge military camps, military bases. And I think anyone would understand the main interest and the main focus is not Djibouti, because it's a very, very tiny territory to accommodate this huge number of military bases. If we include the Red Sea and then the Gulf of Aden and even the Indian Ocean, it becomes difficult to understand why such military basis and interest is in that region. Then we have the third level, which I call the scramble for resources. This is mainly from the Gulf region. The Gulf states, at least when the United States started to retreat from the Middle East, so they started expanding their influence to the Horn of Africa. My understanding is they have been trying to use their economic power to transform it into military, political, and diplomatic power. So as a third level, we have the scramble for resources, particularly the Gulf states. Now, what is the consequence of this geopolitically driven interventions? The three levels from the Cold War, superpower, global war, piracy, and then scramble for resources. The Horn, probably we could say, is the most conflict-ridden and unstable part of the African continent, because it has been a victim of external intervention and geopolitical domination, division, but also dividing the countries themselves. When you have that kind of intervention, naturally, the societies and states become very fragile. We know these are colonial creation. They are still in the formation process. African societies, the transitional societies, and the state formation process and nation formation process is still at its earlier age. So if you have that kind of external intervention, geopolitical involvement for domination, then naturally the society as well as the state becomes very volatile. So we see a very low level of development, but also the creation of friendly states and non-friendly states. During the Cold War, some states were friendly to the Soviet Union, others were friendly to the United States, and even during the second and third level of geopolitics. So we have this division between friendly and non-friendly. The issue with that is, if you are a friendly state, then you can get away with anything you do. But if you are classified as a non-friendly state or hostile state, then you have to be sanctioned. We see the case of Sudan. For the last 20, 30 years, Sudan has been under heavy sanctions. For the last 20 years, Eritrea was under sanctions. On the other side, Ethiopia, Djibouti has been friends of the United States and the West. So you see those friends are rewarded while those non-friendly states are punished. What does this mean to regional integration? And what will be the role and function of the regional organization, which is IGAD, in such kind of division within states, but also a very weak, fragile societies in the state. So we can understand if IGAD is weak. Usually, those of us who work with the economic communities, we say IGAD is weaker compared to ECOWAS or SADC or other regional organizations. And the reason is, one, that geopolitically driven interventions which creates friendly and non-friendly. We can imagine a society which is highly fractured and divided cannot be a positive contributor to regional integration. One is when we see into it through a societal perspective. The second is when the states are divided. Now, probably all of you know, Eritrea suspended its membership from IGAD in 2008 due to the Ethiopia's invasion of Somalia. The conflict between Sudan and South Sudan has also a paralyzing impact on IGAD. So IGAD, in addition to its inherent problems, the structure, IGAD structure, IGAD is highly dependent on external funding. So when you are dependent on external funding, you are not able to have your own programs, your own agenda, your own implementation. So IGAD is highly dependent on those who fund it.
Prof, you should be concluding.
Yeah, I'm concluding. So the outcome of the geopolitical intervention has weakened IGAD, has created division within the states and societies, and that is why the Horn of Africa is the most unstable, conflict-ridden, and low development economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give Professor a round of applause. Without wasting time, we'll go to our second presenter, and that will
Good afternoon. I'm going to present a working paper titled Ethiopia's Gambot Developments Threatening Somali's Sovereignty and Destabilize the Region. It seems very attractive and very offensive title, but as the English says, the devil is in the details. We have some facts here. For the sake of the time, let me try to summarize into 7 different topics. I will give you the pinpoint. First, the background. Given that Ethiopia was shut off from the coast as a result of Eritrea's declaration of independence in 1993, following a conflict that lasted for 3 decades, Addis Ababa has looking for an alternative. It's the only country that's landlocked in the Horn of Africa. As the Somali poetry and author Nuruddin has written an article titled Which Way to the Sea in 1978, the successive regimes in Ethiopia, beginning with the Menelik II to Haile Selassie the Emperor, from Mengistu to Malas, and the incumbent Prime Minister Abiy, Ethiopia has been looking for an access to the Red Sea. When Somali government, the military government, disappeared in 1991 and the country went into civil war, Ethiopia took advantage of that opportunity and started giving weapons and ammunition to the Somali warlords in order to create chaos and destabilize the country. For that experience, in 2007 up to 9, the Ethiopian government, especially its military, ENDF, has been supporting the newly elected Somali government in 2004 in Bagati in Kenya. Apart from escorting the Somali government to enter to the capital city of Mogadishu, Ethiopia has committed heinous crimes against humanity. Much displacement was witnessed. What's the background of the historical relationship and conflict between the two countries, Ethiopia and Somalia? In 1954, the British colony gave Ethiopia one of the Somali region is. Currently it's called Ogaden region, which is considered as the second largest region in Ethiopia and the third most populous region. Since then, the two countries had fought two destructive wars. The first one was in 1964, just 4 years later when Somalia got its independence from the Italian government. In 1977, the two countries also had the Ogaden War, 1977. Since then, their diplomatic relations has been volatile and unstable. The other point I wanted to deliver is what is the motives of Ethiopia to take such an assertive stand in the Red Sea, especially when it signed an MOU with Somaliland, which according to the international law, considered as part and parcel of Somalia. I summarize it into three points. The first one is the Tigray War in Ethiopia in 2020, November. At that moment, the federal government of Ethiopia not only get a support from Eritrea and also the UAE, but also Ethiopia has been trying to get again an access to the Red Sea. As a result, when the conflict has ended and the Pretoria Agreement was signed between Prime Minister Abiy government and also the Tigray, immediately Abiy started voicing that Ethiopia should have an access to the Red Sea by any means necessary. The second point is Ethiopia's presence in Somalia. As you may know, Ethiopia has been part of the African Union mission in Ethiopia, in Somalia, starting from the AMISOM, then ATMIS. Prior to that, in 2004, when the first Somali federal government was built here in Kenya, Ethiopia has favored a federal system of governance. And as a result, 5 federal member states were created. And each one of them, each federal member state of Somalia has a border with Ethiopia. And that was not an accident. It was by design, spearheaded by Ethiopian government. At that moment, Ethiopia has a deep-rooted clout and experience in Somali's clan ragtag political systems, and they started exploiting and using that experience. The third point is UAE bipartisanship politics in the Red Sea. In 2017, when the Gulf crisis has erupted, Somali government, especially Farmajo government, played a neutral role which make UAE freak out. On the other side, the UAE has signed more than 17 agreements with Ethiopia. So that gave them another opportunity to mobilize not only from the region, but also the Gulf states. The other point is, since Ethiopia signed in January this year an MOU with Somaliland, there has been a new alliance came out, Somalia, Egypt, Eritrea versus UAE, Somaliland, Ethiopia. When Ethiopia rejected to withdraw the MOU with Somaliland, then the Somali government stepped in and created an alliance with Egypt and Egypt and Ethiopia, there has been a Nile politics and competition. At that moment, the region, the volatile region of Horn of Africa, especially the Red Sea, has been becoming unstable since then. To the conclusion, there is a possibility that a violent conflict will occur between Ethiopia and Somalia if they are not settled and avoid the current diplomatic standoff. Abiy's memorandum of understanding with Somalians, the primary factor and the biggest pet peeve of Somalia, and it may create or lead to this imminent and potentially vital confrontation. It's possible that the United Nations and the African Union and other regional authorities should mediate and intervene this deteriorating violence. Finally, the recommendation. Ethiopia should abstain from interfering with Somalia's sovereign and territorial integrity in order to avoid breaking international law. As a precaution against a possible military conflict between the two governments, the Red Sea countries ought to meddle in the deteriorating relations between Ethiopia and Somalia. For the sake of the regional stability, Addis Ababa and Mogadishu ought to hold talks within the shuttle diplomacy model set by the surrounding nations, especially Kenya's big brother role is needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anwar, for delving into the geopolitical interest and conflicts between Ethiopia and Somalia and the intriguing interests, both regionally and externally. We'll go to our final presenter. Today is Edwin Otiono Ayoma, who is a doctoral candidate at the University of Nairobi. Will be making his presentation. Edwin, take us there.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon to you all. Now, I'll take you through research that I did just a few months ago for purposes of this particular conference on the intricate dynamics of refugees, migrations, and mobility of people in Africa. I looked at it in the context of Kenya, Kakuma refugee camp. Now, for purposes of introduction, history teaches us that there is no society or community that is static, and that migration is a natural human behavior dating back to the origins of humanity. Now, we can look at migration from the ages of nomadic tribes to today's expatriates. And when we look at it with that lens, we see a constant thread of human mobility weaving through the fabric of human existence. So migration has various dimensions. There are those push factors and the pull factors that cause migration. So among the push factors that compel people to migrate, we have violent conflicts, there are ecosystemic disasters, which are occasioned by climate change, where we have drought, floods, heat waves. There are also oppression and persecutions. On the other hand, there are those pull factors that also compel people to move. Some of them are job seeking and search for better quality of life. Now, over the past decades, Sub-Saharan Africa has been marred with unending armed conflicts, resulting in a massive movement of refugees. When you look at the Horn of Africa, the case is similar. Look at countries like Sudan, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Somalia. We see constant conflicts that have forced people to move. Now, given this movement in the Horn, the United Nations formed a refugee camp in northern Kenya, Kakuma refugee camp, to respond to this unending conflict. Now, there is always a notion that refugees are, in one way or the other, different from other migrants, but scholars like Kogan and Kalter, who I also agree with, posit that migration has similar integration patterns as other forms of, refugee migration has similar integration patterns as other forms of migration. Now, where is the problem given that kind of introduction? So in this particular study, we find that during migration process, African refugees are exposed to a multitude of security threats. And when they arrive to the refugee camps, actually that's the bit that is mostly missed. At the refugee camps, we expect that the refugees expect to find some better reception and that their needs can be catered for. However, when they get there, they even face more challenges, like tightening of migration controls at our borders. They face discrimination, face anger, hatred, mandatory medical screening, and things like that. So these are some of the experiences that refugees face upon reaching their destination, mostly the refugee camp, that are not often documented. Most scholars have documented the perilous journey that refugees have undertaken, the experiences they have had on the way, but the research mostly ends there. We don't know what they face when they get to the camps. So this particular paper delved into that particular area, documented the journey all through, up to the various challenges that the refugees experience at the refugee camp. Now, one of the major impediments to effectively address the challenges, we have there is always a lack of comprehensive and accurate data, which I've just talked about, that scholars have always documented the movement, but they fail to document what happens to these refugees once they get to the camps, because the assumption is that the camp is a safe haven for the refugees, so they are home. Now, this has resulted to underexplored aspects of refugees and migrant experiences, and therefore bringing this lack of understanding on most of the pressing refugee and migrant issues. Now, this knowledge lacuna emphasizes the urgent need of robust data collection and analysis on migration research to reflect the realities of African refugees and migrants, and subsequently fully understand and address their needs. Now, having said that, this particular study looked at three main areas. I looked at the dynamics of refugees, migrations, and human mobility. I also looked at the challenges that refugees face, both on their way or as they move towards their safe havens, the camps, and the challenges that they experience within the camps. And then I also looked at the measures that are being taken by the Kenyan government, because I looked at it in the context of Kenya, to address such challenges. Now, the findings, just before then, for those who don't know Kakuma refugee camp, Kakuma refugee camp is located in northern Kenya, and currently it has a population of about 260,000 refugees. Actually, the population keeps increasing, and that also reflects the state of the Horn of Africa in terms of conflict, climate change, and all other factors that compel refugees to move. Now, initially established by United Nations, the camp was established to host the Lost Boys of Sudan. These Lost Boys of Sudan were a group of young boys who fled civil war in Sudan, and that's why the camp was set up. But currently, the camp hosts refugees from mostly the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Rwanda, Uganda, even DRC Congo. So that's Kakuma refugee camp for those who may not know where it is and why it was set up. Now, what were the findings of this particular study? Now, the first finding is based on the first objective on dynamics of refugees, migrations, and mobility. And this study found out that many people are faced with difficult decisions of leaving their homes, either permanently or temporarily, in pursuit of safer and better lives across Africa. And for most migrants and refugees, the migration journey across Africa is often perilous and characterized by accidents, injuries, their musculoskeletal disorders, and even violence. Now, other migrants and refugees as well also told tales of getting exposed to ill health due to several risk factors during their journey that lead to compulsory medical screening when they get to the borders of our country. Now, then the moment they get there, they are forced to take these compulsory medical screenings, which they're mandatory, and the failure to which you could not access the place you consider your safe haven. So, on the other hand, other migrants and refugees have also had ordeals of harsh environmental conditions, physical threats, absence of most basic commodities and services, and long-term subjection to violence and trauma during their movements. So some of the refugees that were interviewed as well told us that when they go to the camp, they are forced to take up manual jobs. Of course, you see some of these people, they try to start a living, and they are now forced to take manual jobs. Sometimes they end up in agriculture, mining, construction sectors to try to find lives for themselves. These expose them to occupational hazards in such areas that they work in. Now, some of the respondents as well talked of being exposed to risks of sexual harassment and exploitation, while some also told me about undergoing harrowing experiences, like the audacious crossing of water bodies in small boats and canoes and those. Now, in their voyage, such refugees and migrants, most of whom have not had experience with water transport before, they die or lose loved ones when their boats or canoes capsize. In some instances, they are stranded without food and other basic amenities due to rough water and poor weather. So many migrants and refugees also end up, along their journey, they end up in the hands of smugglers and even militia, and who end up selling them into slavery, preventing them from achieving their dreams of better lives. Now, moreover, some refugees and migrants endure walking long distances across African deserts without water, food, shelter, and things like that. And they get exposed to the vagaries of weather, with some ending up dead and from dehydration and emaciation, while the few who make it suffer physical and mental trauma. Now, that's on that particular theme, the intricate dynamics of refugees in the course of their migration. Now, when these refugees get into the country, or their destination, the Kakuma refugee camp, their suffering is far from over. That's what I found out, that the suffering is far from over. And now on the challenges faced by these refugees at Kakuma refugee camp, the findings reveal that in as much as migrants and refugees aspire to move to host countries, like in this particular case, Kenya, for better lives, there is no guarantee that the intended host country will meet the expectations. Now, among the challenges that are faced at the camp, as revealed by this study, is tightening of migration controls and vilification by border security officers, often under the discourse of belonging. You have to explain why Kenya, or why Kakuma, why not any other camp, and you have to give a bit of background on where you are coming from. So that's a very big challenge that these refugees face at the entrance. And now, the government restrained refugees from accessing camps, subjecting them to depression and frustrations. And the refugees, other refugees also interviewed, explained that fleeing from troubles and coming to another set of trouble subject them to traumatic experiences. Because here is a case where maybe you are fleeing armed conflict, and when you reach your safe haven, you are also getting into another trouble, or you are not going to be let in. So it comes with a lot of traumatic experience. That's the information that I got from some of the people I did interview. And again, some of them also talked about growing anger and fear, coupled with hatred and lack of empathy from our Kenyan brothers and sisters in the north, leading to poor reception. Moreover, some of them also complained of the camp management, painting them as being out of control, hence the hostility and unnecessary scrutiny, which leave them in the state of uncertainty. Now, as if that's not enough, other refugees also talked of sporadic raids conducted in their tents by camp authorities, under the disguise of clearing the camp of suspected Al-Shabaab militia. And as a result, they are rejected from the midst of their colleagues, making their lives more miserable. So, and more interviewees also talked about segregation campaigns, targeting them with strict regulations, like those requiring them to demonstrate their necessity to live in Kakuma. They gave the account of COVID-19 pandemic experience, where they were forced to show their COVID certificates and had to undergo this mandatory COVID-19 screening, and an exercise that some of them were not willing to undertake, but because it's your gate pass to the camp, they were forced to take it against their will. Now, having said all that, given you the experiences of these refugees from when they leave their countries, the journey they take, and the challenges that they find at the camp, I just didn't come here to cast gloom. It's not that Kenyan government is not taking any action on refugees. So there is a silver lining, and the silver lining here is now the measures taken by the Kenyan government to address these challenges by refugees in Kakuma. Of course, there have been strides on matters policy and laws that have been put in place, and the findings of this study revealed that there has been tremendous effort by the Kenyan government to ensure refugees are treated humanely and with dignity. The Kenyan Refugee Act...
You should be winding up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the Refugee Act 2022 reiterates the unwavering commitment by the government of Kenya to protect and empower refugees, and the Act has brought progressive changes in policies on refugee economic inclusion, refugee status determination, and integration into Kenya's national and local economy. Now, the Act exists. You can find time and go through the Act on more of the benefits that refugees can gain when they flee to Kenya. So, on the recommendations, I'll just summarize the recommendations for this particular study. We have strengthening refugee reception and integration. Then also we should have public awareness campaigns, because when the public is not well informed, they don't give the refugees better reception. We also need to enhance refugee protection and support. We also need to be addressing hostility and discrimination, improve refugee camp conditions, and finally expanding economic opportunities for refugees. Up to that point, ladies and gentlemen, I beg to stop, and I cede the ground to the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the overriding theme was that the papers really offered a nuanced insight into the interconnected issues around migration, geopolitics and regional cooperation, and of course regional integration to a large extent. And the emphasis was actually on, you could see the papers really giving a lot of recommendations around inclusive, stable and collaborative approaches in order to foster sustainable development and peace. If you look at the paper by Prof,
the emphasis was largely on the historical context around the legacies of post-colonialism and superpower interventions in the Horn of Africa region, where he argues the militarization of the region, which again has a lot of negative impacts. But again, he reminded us about regional integration being a political project. And something else which I have learned today is the motivation should also be very much domestic because of this shared sovereignty and the likes. Of course, he also gave recommendations around the need to address just geopolitical tensions through diplomacy. We spoke about common problems common solutions to common problems. If you look at the paper presentation by Anwar, which really was very, recent in terms of the thematic area around Ethiopia's gun about diplomacy, again, similar to the paper by Prof was that the issues around geopolitical tensions between Ethiopia, Somalia, and Somaliland, and how these have impacts on the regional sphere. And again, he also gave a number of recommendations, and again, similar is also the need to dialogue and regional dialogue. And then lastly, if you look at the paper by Ayoma, he takes us through the drivers of migration. We've been having this discussion this morning, and we see war, climate change, poverty, some of these causes. Vulnerable groups such as women and children. He speaks about the legal versus illegal migration, and of course, he provides in-depth recommendations to not just the government, but how this can inform best practices in terms of refugees. For me now, I want to really engage these presenters, and I'll start with Prof. In your paper, you speak about the geopolitics and the impediments to regional integration in Africa. I just want to hear from you, in what ways can regional integration initiatives really be used to really counter this geopolitical focus, geopolitical fissures, especially in the light that we see big powers, of course, the United States, Russia, and other malign influences really taking root in that particular region. And for Anwar, I just want to hear from you briefly about in what ways can we see the role of diplomacy, again, similar to the question that I've asked, the role by these regional economic communities. And lastly, to Ayoma, Kakuma is a place that has been researched again and again, and I don't know your experiences when you're doing these interviews to these refugees. What are some of these lessons that we can learn from them? Especially, we see a number of not just researchers, but policy research really over-interviewing or over-researching this particular set of community that has been impacted continuously by the ravages of what it comes with being a refugee.
Thank you very much, Nicodemus. I think I'll do it differently. We'll go, just take note, then we'll go to the plenary, then you'll wrap it up all together. And I'll take the questions myself today. And I'll start with this. The moment I pass here, I'll not come back. All right? Anybody here who wants to ask a question? Please, say pass, because they're not asking questions. Just say pass and I'll pass. Pass, thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. And thank you for the papers that have been presented. My question would go to, it's in regard to refugee management. And also relating to integration. We say we need African solutions for African problems. And also then we'll speak to the intervention of Ethiopia and Somalia, and then the shift in how they are being governed. But more to the refugee management, I don't know whether Edwin, you have picked into the interest of the political economy of refugee management, partly in the region, and also why it's different for Kenya. Because the shifts that are happening in refugee management are it's a whole, an all-round kind of approach. It's political, some level, and also the biggest level is political, and then the economic aspect. Maybe the economic aspect, the political aspect then explains why there's a different shift, maybe different from how Uganda is managing refugees, also from the same region, and also the previous approach that Tanzania was using. Maybe that could give you a whole other different direction in the paper or the next paper that you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you. The angle of political economy and its role in the refugee issue in Kakuma.
Thank you very much to the presenters and the panelists. For me, my question is to Anwar. I am interested in knowing the target population and also the resultant sample size of, I don't know, you said the study has been done? So yeah, I'm interested to know whom you talked to. Thank you.
Here.
Thank you very much to the presenters for those insightful presentations. My first question is to Professor Reddy about IGAD and conflicts that keep shifting in terms of, the center. Now we have South Sudan, then Ethiopia, now in Sudan. And right now we see a conflict brewing slowly between Ethiopia and Somalia. IGAD has conflict early warning and response mechanisms. So what is IGAD doing to address that before it escalates? And then to Anwar, you've mentioned that Ethiopia has been in constant pursuit of access to the sea. Yes. In 2018, when they had the rapprochement with Eritrea, I think that should have partly solved the problem. So what happened now that they are moving to Somaliland and therefore rattling Somalia? Then on refugees, Edwin, what did you find about what is your comment on refugees and the security of the host country? I think it's around 2015 when the government of Kenya threatened to close the refugee camp. Was it Camp Kakuma? Yeah, because they argued that the refugees were being used by the militants. They were being recruited or giving information. So how do they affect the security of the host country? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to Anwar, I'll add, what is the issue? Djibouti offered Ethiopia a port the other day and said you can access it for free. So what is the issue?
Thank you very much. Mine is to inquire or to find out how you, especially to Prof and the Ethiopian guy, how you, sorry for that, I didn't get your name. The role of politics of money and finance that has been perpetuated by capitalism through imperial pacification, and including the role of elites, the African elites, in continuation of the violence to continue capitalization. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that and how it's continued, the conflict.
I think those are so many questions.
Hello, I'm Irene Kirui. I wanted to ask the panelists, all of you, maybe you can share with us the peace building initiatives in Africa. And are there specific projects that are going on whereby the international organizations are key and ready to to help bring peace in these regions.
So my name is Bravin Onditi. I'm a junior researcher at the Horn Institute. So my question goes to between Anwar or Prof. It's regarding foreign interventions. So how do external powers' involvement in the Horn of Africa, such as China and Turkey's growing influence, impact regional peace and security dynamic?
When are you becoming a senior researcher? Soon, huh?
My name is Prudence, and my question is specifically about Sudan. Interested to know how the economic communities are supporting the conflict in Sudan. This week, Russia vetoed a decision on the conflict, so just interested to know what is happening around Sudan.
Fantastic. There are so many this side. All right, we'll take them.
A quick one. My name is Evans Daka from the University of Zambia. Prof, largely in your presentation, you argued that regional integration is political. But now there's this scholar, David Mitran, who talked about functionalism. And he argues that, regional integration can actually take the route of economics. Is it possible to have such projects in regional integration as of today?
Yes, let's make it short.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Molly Vena. My questions go to Prof. For regional integration to thrive, states must be willing to share power. So my main question is, how would sovereignty be shared, or how would this power be shared? And where would nation states draw the line in this regard? And lastly would be, how would the different types of power come into play in regional integration?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Benedict Arwa from the University of Nairobi. My question goes to Anwar, my colleague at the university, and it is based on the historiography of Somalia. When you are telling the story of the history of Somalia, you've only mentioned the fact that it gained independence, Somalia gained independence from Italy. But there is a part that you have left where Somaliland gaining its independence from Britain. So I find that if you do not address the comprehensive historiography of that area, then you could not be telling the whole story. So I just want to know whether that is addressed in your paper.
Thank you. And lastly.
Good afternoon. My name is Wambui. My question goes to the panelists. We have seen various external interventions from USAID and from the EU to the Horn of Africa. Have these external engagements hindered Africa's capacity to develop internal mechanisms for conflict resolutions? And how can IGAD, COMESA, and states collaborate with these external actors to reinforce locally driven conflict resolution and peace-building initiatives?
Fantastic. My panelists, I will not come there because you'll take a lot.
You can remind me. Let me go with the first one from our discussion. When it comes to the role of the regional authorities to play the simmering diplomatic tension in the Horn of Africa is very critical. And as I mentioned, one of my recommendations was to employ shuttle developments, especially when it comes to these, protracted conflicts between Ethiopia, Somalia, and the Nile politics between Egypt and Ethiopia. I think Kenya can play a leading role to solve those issues. The second question was regarding on the sample size for my research. It's a working paper, but as I design, we will have around 100 key informal interviews, not only from the officials from Somalia and Ethiopia, but also the like-minded institutions, think tanks, civil society developments. We will add it. The third question was what happened to the normalization relation between Ethiopia and Eritrea. I think that question was supposed to be asked the prof, because initially Prime Minister Abiy, when he took the office, he played a lot of commendable, actions, including to solve, the diplomatic problem with Eritrea, as well as other countries, including even Egypt at the beginning. But since the Tigray Wars erupted in 2020, then that has not been realized, in practice at least. The other question was regarding on Djibouti offered freely additional ports. As we know, more than a century, Ethiopia has been using the Djibouti ports. And that was its, corridor. But I'm not sure if the incumbent Prime Minister Abiy is planning to shift from Djibouti ports and to get additional ones. At that moment, I'm afraid Somaliland is its soft target, but Somalia at that moment step in and try at least to protect its sovereignty and territorial integrity. And that's why this conflict has been going on for the last 1 year. The other question was regarding on the external, force when it comes to the conflict in the Red Sea and the wider Horn of Africa region. Mostly, I don't entertain to outsource our problems as a loophole to our internal values. Yes, I believe that external forces are playing in a more reprehensible roles, especially with the Gulf states coming to the Horn of Africa. Turkey, since 2011, has been, supporting and giving training to Somali armies. Also, China, one of the largest investors in the Horn of Africa, especially in Ethiopia. The emerging BRICS, especially Russia. Those are the external forces, but mostly responsibility lies on the African leaders, especially the Horn of Africa. The last question is, thanks my friend reminded me, when it comes to Somalia and Somaliland. Yes, initially, Somaliland was colonized by British. They got their independence 4 days ahead, Somalia. But I was coming from one Somalia policy at that moment, I'm not denying, but in 1960s, they united. So now we consider the union as well as the aftermath. I hope I answered all the questions. Thank you so much.
Yes, and your 5 minutes is done.
There are many questions. I don't know if I remember them, but I'll start from the first one. Now, one point which I didn't mention is when we talk a dominance geopolitics, there is also a resistance geopolitics, emancipatory geopolitics. So there is a counter to the geopolitics, which is domination. In terms of regional integration, as I said, regional integration is political agenda. As a political agenda, there has to be an agreement between or among those who enter regional integration. The second dimension is it is a domestic. Now, when we talk about domestic, what I mean is there has to be a negotiation, there has to be a discussion, there has to be a compromise among those who enter into that kind of integration. But then an external element in the form of geopolitics is disturbing that political agenda, which has to come through consensus and through negotiations, through dialogue, through compromises, as well as it has to come from within all the involved actors. So that's where the problem with geopolitics is. And then I think that also touches the question of African solutions for African problems, which means is there has to be an independent agency of Africans to enter, whether it is regional or continental integration. It has to come from within, based on the African culture, based on African institutions, based on African traditions, mechanisms, and institutions. The role of IGAD, usually I say, IGAD is a club of heads of states, which means is if the heads of states have a problem, then IGAD becomes paralyzed. We have seen it when the war between Eritrea and Ethiopia broke out in 1998. Not only that, the conflict between Uganda and Sudan concerning South Sudan. Recently, the war in Tigray, which also led to conflict in Sudan and Ethiopia concerning the border dispute. All this has paralyzed IGAD. So that's why we call IGAD is a club of head states. Unless there is an agreement between the heads of states, then the organization is not functioning properly. So IGAD has been active in some problems, the Somali issue, the South Sudan struggle between South Sudan and Khartoum, but IGAD have never been engaged in the Ethiopian-Eritrean conflict, in Djibouti-Eritrea conflict, and recently in Sudan-Ethiopia conflict. So unless there is an agreement among the heads of states, IGAD becomes paralyzed. There was the issue of the finance, the African elite. Now, we know the African state is a creation of colonialism. As a creation of colonialism, the political elite that occupies political power is also in a way alienated from its own people. When you don't have a popular legitimacy, a local legitimacy from your own people, that legitimacy is sought from external actors. So usually whenever a government, a political elite cannot extract internal domestic legitimacy, they have to find it from outside. In other words, they end up becoming a client political elite.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. I think there are two.
Experience researching at Kakuma. So, first of all, Kakuma right now is more of a refugee complex than just a camp. And their government has tried to put so much into the camp, together with the NGOs that manage the camp. They've tried to bring in so much into the camp to better the lives of the refugees. And another thing is that the population of the camp has significantly grown. Most of the refugees are those who have run away from conflicts and impacts of climate change. So the second question was on that I should comment on how refugees affect national security. Well, on this particular one, first of all, we should know that for someone to be a refugee, there is a reason why they leave their host country, their home country, into a host country. So these are people who are seeking peace, and they are trying to find new livelihoods. In as much as a few elements may take advantage of the migration and come in as refugees, but the number is very minimal. Again, there is always this notion that refugees are a threat to economy and things like that. Actually, a lot of research has been done into this, and the outcome is that refugees, if properly integrated into the local and national economy, they are more productive. So let's not see them as people who have come to take up our jobs, people who have come to interfere with our affairs. Instead, we should embrace them and integrate them properly into our economy and into our activities within the country. I think that's all.
Thank you.
This panel really brought together important issues around the themes around migration, issues to do with geopolitics and regional cooperation. And you can see from the presentations and general literature that peace and development really is dependent on these thematic factors that we have really been speaking about. How do we deal with the question of migration, refugees? How do you deal with the issues to do with geopolitics of the region? And the centrality of regional economic communities is also very central in terms of managing and resolving these conflicts that are as a resultant of these fissures that come from the themes that the presenters have outlined. And we really want to thank them, and it's always a learning opportunity for us to really discuss these interlinking factors around migration, geopolitics, and regional integration.
Thank you very much.
The session that begins at 4 p.m. now, which was the one that was supposed to begin at 2, will now move to 4 p.m. and will remain at this room. And the moderator will be Ms. Winnie Rugut. And in addition to these changes, the session that also on regional integration will move from room 1 to room 3. And then the session on regional integration panel under COMESA will remain under room 2. So please bear in mind those few changes. Should I repeat that? All right, let's begin. So the session on peace and security, which was set to begin at 2, will now be at 4 p.m. in this room, right? So there was like a swap, and the moderator will not be Dr. Andrea Pra, but will now be Ms. Winnie Rugut. I think she'll soon be a Dr. Rugut, I think, yeah. And then if you go to the next page, regional integration panel on the EAC, it will move from this room to room 3, but the session, the panel on regional integration, COMESA, will remain in room 2. So those are the few changes.
Panel. My name is Winnie Rugut. I'm a member of academic faculty at the Department of Diplomacy and International Studies, and I'll be your moderator for this last session. This is, as I said, a panel that will be discussing advancing peace and security and trade, peace, security, and trade in the COMESA region, challenges, opportunities, and collaborative solutions. So it sounds like it will be quite an exciting conversation on the theme of peace and security, linking it to the question of trade. I don't want to take a lot of time because we're here for business. I want to invite the first presentation. It's a paper from a team being led by Dr. Oita Etiang, Head Governance, Peace and Security, COMESA. He is in a team of 3 who have written an interesting paper that they're going to share with us. We also have Luendo Kambela from University of Tasmania, Australia, and Boniface Chembe, lecturer, University of Zambia. So these 3 presenters, please come to the front, and we can give them a round of applause as they come up. Come on, karibuni. Makofi is Kambela here with us? Yes? Welcome, welcome, sir. Karibu sana from University of Tasmania, Australia, and we have Boniface Chembe. Karibu, welcome. Round of applause for Boniface. Nice. Okay, so are you going to be standing, or it will be a seated engagement? You'll stand. Okay, so let me hand over the mic to Dr. Etiang. Karibuni.
Thank you very much again, good people. We have co-authored a paper titled The Evolution, Identity, and Tenacity of Jerabos and the Junkies in Zambia. Gangs have been part of the body politic of any society. But in the context of Africa, the gangs started emerging with the evolution of urbanization and the emergence of structural issues in our society. In some context, they were used as political arms to try and help governments of the day win elections. But if we look at other jurisdictions like Latin America, for example, Chile, there were 2 gangs that were extremely powerful. One was called the Sandinero Luminoso, and then another one was called Tupac Amaru. These were extremely powerful gangs that overthrew the government of Sylvanus Allende. So that is how powerful gangs are. In the context of Zambia, there are 2 gangs that have emerged. That is the Jerabos and the Yankees. And our paper wants to interrogate what is it that is feeding this gang? What is it that has given the driving force for these gangs to emerge? And what is the impact of these gangs in terms of peace and security? Our paper is organized in 5 thematic areas. We have the introductory part. We have the theoretical perspective that try to anchor or try to help us understand the evolution of these gangs. Then we have a historical context of these Jerabos and the Yankees. Then we are also looking at the drivers. Why are these gangs emerging? And their impact in terms of peace and security. In terms of the theoretical framework, we anchor our study in 2 theories. One is the relative deprivation theory. And our argument is that the state, the social contract is not holding. The state is not providing the necessary ingredients that will help the young people in Zambia to thrive. And because that is the case, they feel deprived as human beings. They feel that they cannot realize their potential. They can't get jobs. They can't do business. As such, they organize themselves with a view that they can easily challenge the state, and through that challenge, they can acquire what life can give. We also look at it from a political economy perspective. And the political economy perspective argues that there are economic systems, and in these economic systems, different groups are competing for resources and power. And because there is this competition of resources and power, and if the state is not able to take control of this space, then these gangs emerge. And they emerge with the view that they want to occupy this space. They want to fight for resources. They want to take control of some power. And in the context of Zambia, and where you look at where these two gangs have a sphere of influence, there is the issue of copper. So copper provides an avenue for competition for resources, because everybody wants to acquire these resources. But who are the miners of this copper? They are not the locals people. They are not the local people. The local people work there. They provide cheap labor. So, but because they also want to control these resources, they form gangs so that they are able to control some spheres. They are able to control some areas where these resources are mined. And through this, they're able to control some resources. And because they get these resources, then they start challenging the power of the government. They start challenging the police. They start now even providing private security, which adds them more resources. So our study is anchored on those two theories. And those two theories are the ones trying to help us understand how these two groups, the Jerabos and the Junkies, are a security menace in Zambia. Good people, I thank you and invite my colleague Chembe to give us an historical context of these two groups. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so very much, Dr. Etienne. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've only heard one person say good afternoon. I hope we are all having a very good afternoon. Boniface Chembe is my name, again from the University of Zambia. So I want to give you a historical context of what my colleague Dr. Etienne has just delved into. This idea, a phenomenon, if I may call it, of the junkies and the Jerabos in the Republic of Zambia. Now, Zambia gained independence in 1964, 24th October 1964 to be very specific. And from independence to date, the country has undergone through 3 different governance phases or republics, if I might put it that way. The first republic or governance phase started from 1964 up to 1972. In 1972, we changed our constitution. Upon gaining independence, we were a multi-party democratic dispensation. In 72, we changed our constitution and we became a one-party participatory democracy. So from 1972 to 1991, we entered our second republic. And we were a one-party state, and in 1991, the constitution was changed again, and we reverted back to multi-party democracy. And so the third republic has been with us from 1991 to date. And when you talk about the phenomenon of Jerabos, you can actually trace their history from the Second Republic to date, and specifically with the start of the deterioration of Zambia's economy in the mid-1970s, when there was a global economic recession. From a Zambian perspective, the prices of oil went up, the prices of copper went down, and that had a huge budgetary implication on our country, and we have never really recovered. So the economic deterioration that started in the mid-70s, late 70s, and started getting worse in the 1980s is the start, if you will, of the genesis of this idea that we call the Jerabos. But also in the 1980s, something very interesting happened. Well, interesting depending on which perspective you look at it from. Zambia recorded its first incidence of the HIV/AIDS pandemic, and from that period we began to see a phenomenon in the Republic where a lot of breadwinners started dying out of the HIV/AIDS pandemic, and it gave rise to this idea of street children. But basically, when you talk about the historical context of these gangs, which Dr. Etienne spoke about, you can trace their genesis to the 1980s, during the Second Republic, and through progression of them from that to date, and arising largely out of the economic deterioration, but also the HIV/AIDS pandemic that afflicted the country. Now, it is important to note that Jerabos as a gang are somewhat different from junkies as a gang. Jerabos are mostly found on the Copper Belt province of the Republic of Zambia, where you do find the natural resource of copper, and the junkies are mostly found in the Lusaka city, the capital city of the Republic of Zambia. So even if their evolution can be traced back to the 1980s, their development has undergone through different phases, which I'll just share with you. Allow me to start sharing with you the etymology of the Jerabos, and in so doing, giving a perspective of really what is, who are the Jerabos, how do ordinary citizens in the Republic of Zambia understand who Jerabos are, how does the media in Zambia understand who Jerabos are, and arising out of that, how are we ought to understand the Jerabos, but also how the name Jerabo itself came about. So as Dr. Etienne rightfully pointed out, our research in terms of methodology focused largely on primary sources of data through key informants, but also secondary data. And when you talk about the citizens' understanding of Jerabos, they can be summed up as follows, that these are thugs, gangsters with a lot of money, a group of people who steal copper. They are antisocial for the most part. They are violent, but they are also unruly. So you see that these negative descriptions of Jerabos all come from different individuals. Suffice to say that describing the same individuals, that is this group of people who are mostly domiciled on the Copper Belt province of the Republic of Zambia. And then you've got the media that also reports on these Jerabos. And when you scan how the media reports about the Jerabos, there is a bit of consistency in terms of how they understand Jerabos. So the word Jerabos is generally used as a reference to a group of people who are involved with the mines in some capacity, and oftentimes is in an illegal capacity, illicit or illegal capacity, as it were. So both the citizens and the media basically have an understanding of the Jerabos as a group of people that, yes, are gangs and are mostly involved in illegal activities. So how did the word Jerabo come about? There are varying understanding of how this word actually came about. Different stakeholders, different people argue that Jerabo is a corruption of the English word jailboy, okay? A corruption of the English word jailboys, or convicts who left jail and were able to come back into society, mobilize the idle youths so that they could inflict untold terror on the communities in which they reside. So this is one school of thought, but there are others who actually argue that, well, actually, as opposed to Jerabo being a corruption of the English word jailboys, it is actually a shortened word of jailbird, okay? Bird as in B-I-R-D. And this idea of jailbird started emerging, or Jerabo or jailboys or jailbird started emerging in the early 2000s, specifically in during the 2001 elections, when the Jerabos became very influential and started involving themselves in politics. And because they had so much resources, their thinking, according to our research, was that, well, look, they could engage in illegal activities. If they were arrested, they would go in jail, use their monies, and then they will simply fly away like a bird within a short period of time. Hence this idea of jailbird. But whether you understand Jeroboams as jailbird or jail boys, the consistent word in Jeroboams is jail. So it has something to do with somebody that has actually experienced jail and have served time. And so that is where the notoriety of the word comes from. But Jeroboams has not always been in the Zambian parlance. So it can be traced back to the 80s. And during the 80s, under the one-party participatory democracy, Zambia's economy was mostly a closed economy. It was a nationalized economy. So there were very few capitalists, business people who were actually doing business. And the few individuals who actually had access to the markets as the economy began to deteriorate in the 1980s, were able to mobilize a few youths to go into the mines and illegally mine this copper. And once they did that, they brought it to these individuals who had access to the markets, and they sold that copper to the markets. So starting from the 80s, this was being done on a small scale basis. Move into the 90s with the election of the movement for multi-party democracy in Zambia, the country began to liberalize her economy. And as Zambia's economy was liberalized, there were much more market opportunities for all Zambians, irrespective of whether you were an established business person or you were one of those who was being mobilized to actually go and illegally mine the copper. So the liberalization of Zambia's economy began to see more people get involved in this illegal mining of copper. So the 90s saw an increase in the number of people that were involved in mining, but also saw an expanded increase in the market that was available for them to sell this copper. So moving into the 90s, late 90s, going into the early 2000s, you had a very large contingent, if you will, of these Jeroboams. But even as we were moving into the 90s, the word Jeroboam had not been coined. As I earlier stated earlier on, the coining of the word came in 2000 with the holding of the 2001 elections. And this group of people had amassed so much money, and they were able to start being affiliated to the ruling party. So their support and their participation in politics saw the movement for multi-party democracy through the late President Levi Patrick Mwanawasa emerge victor in the elections. And from 2000 onwards, the role of Jeroboams and their influence in politics, but also their notoriety in various Zambian communities increased. So in 2011, Zambia changed governments again. The movement for multi-party democracy lost power, and in their place we had the Patriotic Front. And with the coming of the Patriotic Front, with the support that they had under the Jeroboams, there was a lot of illegal activities that took place in Zambia. But most importantly, the Jeroboams became extremely powerful in terms of providing security, but most importantly, even undermining the established security apparatus. In 2021, we had general elections. The Jeroboams continue to enjoy and continue to play a very central role in terms of Zambian politics. So starting off at a small level during the 1980s, they have progressed and evolved over time, starting in 2001, having a very, very strong footing in terms of politics, and ultimately having a say in terms of who comes into power, especially when you go to the Copper Belt province of the Republic of Zambia. And there is now a general understanding in Zambia that if you want to become a president of the Republic, you actually have to win the Copper Belt province where these Jeroboams are domiciled. Now, so this is one gang on the Copper Belt province, and then you move from the Copper Belt province, you come to Lusaka province. The moment you arrive in Lusaka, if you have not heard of junkies, at some point you will come across this idea of junkies. And from the very outset, it is important to highlight that junkies present one of the biggest challenges that the Republic of Zambia faces, and the threat that they pose to security is something that has been acknowledged by both the state or the government, but also different stakeholders, from the church going to other stakeholders. But just to illustrate the vivid nature of how dangerous the junkies have become in Lusaka, the Archbishop of Lusaka, Ali Kibanda, says this in terms of the junkies, and I quote, "Everything we are working for, building will be in vain if we do not seriously and urgently address the issues of junkies in Zambia." That is how big of a problem that they've become. But who are the junkies? Okay. So when it comes to junkies, it can be understood at several different levels. Okay. At the first level is at a literal level. That is at how the dictionary defines this idea of a junkie. So, for example, if you go to the Cambridge Advanced Learners Dictionary and Thesaurus, they define junkies as a disapproving message, and I quote, "Someone who cannot stop taking illegal drugs, or someone who wants to have or do something all the time." So basically highlighting a sense of addiction there. And the American Dictionary complements this definition by the Cambridge Advanced Learners Dictionary by defining junkies as, and I quote, "a person who regularly takes and is dependent on illegal drugs, especially heroin, or a person who enjoys or is interested in a particular activity to an extreme," end quote. So one of the clear related words or phrases in this literal definition of the junkie from the dictionary's point of view is that of addiction. And again, similarly to the issues of the Jerabos, the media in the Republic of Zambia has also portrayed their own understanding of what a junkie is. And generally speaking, the media views junkies as children or street kids who engage in drug or substance abuse. So the media's understanding of junkies does not differ so very much from that understanding that citizens have. Citizens also, through our various undertakings in terms of primary collection of data, define or have a general understanding of junkies as children who are engaged in harmful, if not outright, criminal behavior. So one of the salient points to highlight is that both the media as well as citizens' understanding of junkies is gender silent. Okay, it does not actually it largely seems to indicate that junkies are mostly male individuals, but I'll later on point out to what recent research is pointing about that. So again, just like the examples of the Jerabos, the etymology of junkies has a long history. Suffice to say that the popularization of the term junkies is a fairly recent phenomenon. Whereas Jerabos can be traced to 2001, junkies as a terminology that is very notorious can only be traced, that is the actual word in its notorious understanding, can be traced to the last 5 or 7 years. But its history is long, and as I earlier stated on, can be found can be traced back to the 1980s. And to help us understand the etymology of junkies, there are 2 different schools of thought in that regard. So the first school of thought basically embeds this idea of junkies in social problems, embedded in the idea of street children arising out of the HIV/AIDS pandemic that started or that was detected in Zambia in the 1980s, progressed in the 90s, 2000s, and of course things have improved recently. And the issue was that a lot of parents died, they left orphaned children, and those orphans basically graduated to being junkies. So street children are linked to the idea of junkies, but it's not always children who are orphans. Others are not actually orphaned. They go to the streets because they want to run away from disciplinary issues. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, okay. And then the second school of thought, in terms of explaining the phenomenon of junkies, is found in the economic liberalization and the poverty that it created. And basically that due to this poverty, you now have a lot of people that are engaging in acts of criminality, in acts of addiction, and also substance abuse. So the Zambia's economic liberalization and its interactions with the international financial institutions basically created a class of people who were impoverished due to retrenchments, and these were lower middle class, and upper middle class individuals. They led a certain lifestyle, and once liberalization kicked in, unemployment kicked in, they were unable to enjoy a kind of lifestyle that they enjoyed before economic liberalization. And their children started engaging in a fast life in an effort to make ends meet. And in engaging in the fast life, they started engaging in drugs. And initially, they would sell drugs to poor children. And eventually, they started consuming these drugs. Because of the drug abuse, the situation has deteriorated, and it has become worse, and they now engage in serious acts of criminality, serious acts of substance abuse, such as alcohol, cannabis, heroin, cocaine, crystal meth, but also prescription drugs. And recently, studies have engaged that there's an increase of binge drinking, not only by male, but also female junkies or young people who actually are associated with the junkies in Zambia. So in a nutshell, it is important to highlight that the second school of thought that traces the idea of junkies from the economic liberalization of Zambia created an impoverished class of people whose children initially started selling drugs to poor communities, and eventually they started consuming these drugs themselves, and as they consumed these drugs, their own families began to refer to them as junkies, and the situation got worse. They started engaging in substance abuse, and have now since become so notorious that they cause daily headaches in Zambia. Almost on a daily basis, you read your daily tabloid, you hear of the many arrests that are made around junkies. So in terms of the etymology of both Jerabos and junkies, they can be traced back to the 1980s, and it has progressed over time. And their status in terms of criminal activities has worsened and increasingly pose a threat to matters of peace and security in Zambia. Allow me to end there in the interest of time. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Luendo. I'm coming from Zambia. I'm coming from Zambia, but I think suffering from what we were talking about this morning, migration. So I'm in Australia, but please, the promise is I'm coming back after I finish what I'm doing. Ideally, for me, when I hear about the issue of the Jerabos, basically, I don't like the term the Jerabo. So for me, this is becoming a very strong identity in the Zambian society. And to make matters worse, they do have the resources, they have the money. And when a gang has resources, which means they can acquire weapons, and when they acquire weapons, then we're in problems. I'm thinking, so if this identity is becoming very strong and strong every day, won't it one day become a very strong non-state actor? Don't you think it will now begin to create or have sympathizers out there who can simply fund its activities? So these are some of the questions that bother me. But my discussion will narrow down. I want to look at the drivers of the mushrooming of gangs in Zambia. So the Jerabos, the junkies. Number one is the issue of demographic factor. So the youth bulge in Africa is becoming a very complex issue. If you look at the number of young people, but the unfortunate part is that these young people have got less opportunities, no employment opportunities, so which means no employment. On the other side, there's this identity which is mushrooming. So they are being compelled to join the Jerabos, the junkies, to sustain their lives, because this is presenting itself as an alternative to livelihood. So that must be something we need to be scared of. Another issue connected to the youth bulge is the struggle for political power. Struggle for political power, struggle for political control in Zambia. And here, it will bring us down to issues of elections. And during campaigns, the young people have a big role to play during campaigns. We are now talking about the issue of political violence and what are the impacts of political violence. So we see deaths, we see human rights violations. So if the youth bulge have, the young people have got no opportunities, it means they have to look around for alternatives. And the alternative which is being presented today is joining the gangs. Number two is the issue of social factors. And here, allow me to talk about these social factors in three domains. Number one, marginalization, so exclusion of young people in the political sphere, in socio-economic sphere is a serious issue. Dissatisfaction is also a serious issue. The peer pressure. So in some of these communities where these junkies, these Jerabos come from, so being, doing criminal activity, becomes a normalized issue to the extent that they suffer peer pressure, and joining these gangs is not a big issue. Yeah. So these are some of the factors that the paper looked at when we talked about the social factors. The third point, being the driver of mushrooming of the gangs, is the economic factors. So criminality is becoming a source of livelihood, because if they go in the streets, and for some of us that have been in the streets of Lusaka, you go at the traffic lights, you see all these young people, moving around, looking for opportunities to steal a phone. Yeah? When they steal that phone, they go to sell. When they sell, they have a meal. So that keeps on motivating them. Yeah? So this is also linked to the issue of job scarcity, which is really a big issue, I think, across Africa. Yeah. So, number 4, I wanted to look at poor upbringing within, at family level, first of all, and then at the community level. So, crime-prone communities normalize crime activities, yeah? Crime becomes acceptable in society, and when it becomes acceptable in society, it means it compels young people to join these criminal gangs. Yeah, so being born in a community which is basically, I think poor communities can harbor criminal activities, and if someone is born in there are no opportunities to go to school, yeah? And when there are no opportunities to go to school, no proper parental supervision, joining criminal activities becomes a very easy thing, yeah? So these are some of the factors that we looked at. And if you look at what is currently happening in Zambia, I think our country has been hit by climate change. And climate change means that we did not have enough agricultural production, and that now leads to high food prices. And when there is high food prices, it means then, you know, the young people become easily agitated because they are hungry. And when they are hungry, it means political elites can easily use them to cause havoc in communities, to cause problems during campaigns. So this is something which is touching. And Zambia still enjoys the reputation of being a peaceful country. So if we don't take control of these problems that we are talking about today, one day we will be in problems, because the young people can easily mobilize, and when they mobilize, that becomes a serious problem. I think Kenya, for example, is a case in point. The young people, the power of the young people is something that we really need to look at so closely. So in conclusion, we are saying the sporadic evolution of the junkies, the Jerabos in Zambia, remains a very serious security threat, not only at country level, but also at regional level. So the question or the challenge that we are giving to stakeholders, first of all, the government itself, regional economic communities, and here I'm specifically speaking to COMESA, the African Union, what is the role, or what is our role collectively to address the issue of young people and address some of these factors that, you know, compelling them to join these particular social grouping, social identity that are becoming grounded every day. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to end here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chembe. Yes, yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. And thank you, Dr. Etienne, Dr. Chibwana. That was a very interesting, being a Kenyan, it was very interesting for me to listen to this group, because we've never heard of it from our side. So it was new knowledge. I want to take a round of quick questions, yeah? We'll take 5 minutes for this question and answer session, because there are 2 other papers to be presented. So is there anyone who has a question for this paper? We have 1 question there and another question. I'll take 2 for this panel, and we'll move on. Yes, Madam Elizabeth?
Okay, no, thank you very much for that paper. I was listening to you, Chembe, when you're talking about the Jerobos. And okay, you say that they are very wealthy and everything else, and then you also talked about their role in illegally mining copper. And when you think about illegal mines being used in conflict and things like that, you're talking about mines, cobalt and things like that, which are easy to mine. copper is not very easy to mine. So how do you have, gangs mining copper? You need equipment, you need machinery. So that one kind of caught me. The other thing, are they organized? Yeah.
Okay. So that's the first question. Let me take the second.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation. So we see these two groups, the Jerabos evolving from survival to key political decision makers who don't sit at the decision-making table to security providers. To what extent is the Zambian government able to have monopoly of violence and therefore deal with these gangs? And then secondly, you have two theories, the relative deprivation, political economy theory. Could you also perhaps add resource scarce theory, where we see gangs controlling key resources and therefore challenging proper management or proper distribution and therefore benefits of the resource to the countries? Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Chibwana, you want to start over? Sure. Oh, there's one question. There's a burning one at the very end, and then we'll
Actually, I was meant to be discussing this paper, by the way.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Just a couple of points.
Yes.
The issue of gangs it's not something which is new. It's not a new phenomenon. Many countries in Africa today, because of some of the reasons that have been pointed out, we do have gangs. We had something called Mungiki here, if I remember. Back home, I come from Uganda, we have something called Kifes. But I think the point which the paper is trying to address and which really frightens me is when some of these gangs now acquire capacity to challenge the state. Because at the end of the day, the gangs are a manifestation because of the failure of the state to provide especially public goods. Now, if you read the story of Boko Haram is a classic case of where a gang starts out and acquires weapons and challenges the security of the state, not only one, but 4 states, Cameroon, Nigeria, Niger, and Benin. So my point here is that, yes, when we are looking at these gangs, let's don't look at it in isolation of what is happening elsewhere on the continent. But even in the world, because you look at Haiti, Haiti has been taken over by gangs. And that's why there's this whole business of how do we react to what is happening in Haiti. So I think this is a very important paper or important research. And I don't know what sort of policy positions or policy choices you'd give to governments within the Comesa region to deal with the issue of the gangs. Because I think it's not enough for you to identify the problem without really helping us in terms of how do we, are we going to force our governments to provide public goods? The youth bulge that you are talking about, why don't we turn the youth bulge into opportunity? And for me, it can only get worse from what you are saying. Because in the next 23 years, or 24 years, if we say 2024, by 2050, the African population will be about 1.5 billion, and possibly about 70% of those will be youth. So how are we going to address this problem? So it can only get worse if there are no opportunities. But I really would have wanted you to tell me, even at the regional level, help Comesa. My friend Chang, you need to be helped because you are the one in charge of some of these things, because the idea is if there is a breakdown of peace and security, it will be you. And lastly, if you look at the conflicts now taking place in the region, from Libya, which has been divided since 2011, Sudan, which has been divided since 2023. Who are the people who are fighting in RSF? Who are the people who have been controlling Tripoli and Benghazi and Derna and all these towns in Libya. And these are members of COMESA. So at the end of the day, I thought that we can draw lessons. You can give us lessons. You can give us policy choices on how we deal with these conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor. Let me hand it over to the panelists. I give you 5 minutes each to respond to the general comments.
Sure. I think I'll start with Elizabeth. The paper details the different methods that the Jerabos use. So it's basically they deal in copper thefts. So that involves the actual illegal mining in terms of specific areas. So for example, if you go to Kitwe, there is a dump site, the Black Mountain. That is there. That has been monopolized by the Jerabos in Ichingola, Luansha area. There are different mining places where they've actually monopolized. And, you know, when you talk to some of them, they would even tell you, look, I'm not a Jerabo, I'm an investor. They actually consider themselves to be investors. But in some of the most despicable forms, they actually rob trucks. So trucks that are ferrying copper from the copper belt to various destinations are attacked. They steal that copper and engage in all kinds of acts of criminality, as it were. So there are different methods that they use to basically have access to copper. I think there was a second component to your question. They are extremely well organized. As a matter of fact, one of the issues that the paper addresses is the tenacity. So in terms of their organization, again, the paper details that there is a clear structure in terms of leadership. And what the Jerabos have done is also to win the hearts and minds of the people. So, you know, although they steal, you find that they invest some of these monies even in football clubs. They help communities do certain things, and they somewhat help them to normalize their acts of criminality to be easily acceptable by the communities. So even when one of the top Jerabo leaders dies, the Copper Belt province comes to a standstill. It's like a national mourning kind of a funeral that they are giving. So they're extremely well organized, very hierarchical, very well organized, and they command the confidence and also the support of the community. And I think this is one area that in terms of recommendations which Professor is raising that we need to clearly bring to the fore, and we do detail that in the research. How do you ensure that the government is actually providing the necessary resources or services that the citizens need, so that loyalty, if you will, is much more to the government as opposed to a group of people that are able to give you ad hoc support arising out of their criminality. So they are extremely well organized. Not only do you find that organization within the Jerabos, but interestingly also within the junkies community. And this is why they are extremely frightening. And again, you can draw lessons. Yes, Professor, you're right, Haiti, among other areas. What the paper is basically trying to do is to put forward an early warning of, look, this is a country that has been peaceful since independence and has over time earned herself a reputation of being an oasis of peace. If we do not address this area, we may face serious security concerns. And the quotation I gave from the Archbishop of Lusaka, Dr. Alec Banda, is extremely vivid. And again, if you read the paper, there are a number of quotations that just tell you how vivid or how scary the situation is, especially around the junkies, but also to an extent the Jerabos on the Copper Belt. The issue of resource scarce theory, I think that is something that we can ponder on and also try to adopt and have it be one of the anchor theories. Maybe we have three theories for our paper. So I think that's food for thought, and yes, I think we shall ponder on that. Sorry, was there one other? I hope I've addressed your question. Okay. Monopoly of violence, and this has been the biggest concern, where you actually find, let me give you a practical example. The current president of the Republic of Zambia, President Hakainde Hichilema, the Copper Belt province used to be a no-go area for him, because the Jerabos would actually be unleashed on him. There was one time he went on a radio program in Ndola. He had to be whisked from the rooftop of a building to run away from the Jerabos. And now, this was the biggest leader of the biggest opposition political party in the country, running away on a rooftop from the Jerabos. So the levels of terror, and again, the paper gives examples from simple instances of them just coming to a wedding, disrupt the wedding, get people's handbags, phones, and then they walk away scot-free. That has been really a big problem. And there have been serious efforts by the Zambia Police Service to try and rein in the problem of the Jerabos. But look, the issue is this. They've got so much resources, they're very well organized, and the biggest fear, unfortunately, is that they may also be able to undercut the authority of the state and the monopoly of the state where violence is concerned. And that is the worry, and that is what we need to be able to address in terms of policy recommendation and guidance in addressing the phenomenon of both the Jerabos and the junkies. So the Jerabos on the Copper Belt, very urban area. The junkies in Lusaka, very urban areas. And our fear is that if these phenomena spread across Zambia, then we could have serious problems. And I think, Professor Aplui, your analysis is spot on. Yes, gangs is not new, but context matters, and what you are trying to prevent, and in terms of ensuring that peace is maintained, security is maintained, and you don't have a Haiti, or you don't have other countries that are almost becoming failed states. So I think I endorse your comments, and some of the suggestions made, we could certainly incorporate them into the paper. I'll ask my colleague to also chip in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so for me, the problem that I have is the acceptance that the Jerabos are enjoying in the country. It gives me, you know, I become uneasy, because they have allowed a situation where they can operate freely. Sometimes, even, you know, like Mr. Chambers said, you know, when there's a funeral, you know, I lived on the Copper Belt, and some of the things that I used to see is now that are making a lot of sense, because the acceptance that has been, you know, offered to the Jerabos as a very strong identity in the country really is a very strong structural, you know, vulnerability. And I'm privileged to be, you know, part of the team that is supporting the government of Zambia through UNDP. Yeah, so Minister of Justice, UNDP, other stakeholders, I think including COMESA, are supporting the government of Zambia to develop a national infrastructure policy, peace policy. Yeah, and what is coming out in the study which is being undertaken right now, one of the factors that is, you know, becoming a justification for that kind of a policy to be, you know, formulated is the issue of Jerabos, the issue of junkies, the issue of young people. So you look at the history of Boko Haram, like, you know, professors has pointed out, the issue of Ansar Unsuna in Mozambique, the same trend. So we are trying to wake up so early, take a preventive approach to some of these issues that are emerging in the country. So my proposal, our proposal, the proposal or the recommendation that the paper is trying to advance is stakeholders, starting with government, the scholars, the think tanks, should begin to address the issue of these gangs. Tomorrow, we will have problems. During elections, we have serious problems because this is a resource which is at the disposal of political elites, yeah, causing a lot of problems, to society. So we need to do something, I think, as governments, as scholars, as regional economic communities, yeah, so that we can address this problem for once. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the panelists. This has been amazing. Thank you so much, Chebe, Boniface Chebe, Kabela, and Dr. Tiang, for the very interesting paper. I'm sure some of us want a copy, and when you publish, maybe through the IRSK community, we can get to read the paper. I really want to read it. Yeah. Another round of applause as they go to take the seats. Thank you so much. So interesting. Yeah. This is, the advantages of having an international conference, because you really get to get new knowledge, fresh perspective, and I'm equally looking forward to the second paper. Please help me welcome to the stage Evans Daka. Evans Daka is a lecturer from University of Zambia, and he'll be taking us through his paper, which he'll share the topic. Karibu, Evans Daka. A round of applause as he comes to the front. Yeah?
Thank you so very much. My paper, I think, is basically looking at the conversations that we've already started. It's basically the role of external actors with regards that they give, with regards to the support that they actually give to COMESA. So in terms of the specific topic, it's the role of external actors in the promotion of peace and security in COMESA, of course, with the focus on the EU. Okay, so in terms of outline, I'll start with the introduction and then proceed to interrogate some of the literature that is there related to the topic, and then I'll present the theoretical framework. From there, I'll look at the methodology and then delve in the issues to do with what the EU has been doing in terms of the support. So the support is looked at from two perspectives. The first angle is basically the support towards socio-economic development for conflict resilience in COMESA. And then the other support specifically looks at preventive strategies in terms of conflict. And then I'll conclude. So if you look at COMESA, it has many challenges, which actually most of us understand, among them being conflicts, climate change, and other governance issues that have been a compromise with regards to stability, peace, and security within the region. Now, COMESA hasn't been idle on this issue. Of course, there's been efforts put in place, and the governance, peace, and security program has been established since 1999. Now, despite putting in place this, a framework for peace and security, COMESA is actually constrained with funding. In fact, the constraint with funding is not only with programs to do with peace and security, but generally in the activities of COMESA. So in this regard, COMESA has been collaborating with different stakeholders, different external actors, such as the EU. So now, the EU approach towards addressing matters of peace and security in COMESA has actually, been dualistic, in perspective. So the first, approach has been to address issues to do with a conflict using, a socio-economic development. And then the other perspective has focused on the actual, measures looking at preventing conflict. Okay, so the literature again that I went through to try and support this paper, it took two angles, just like from the introduction. So some of the literature, you find that other actors that COMESA work with, they focus on socio-economic development strategies to address conflict. Okay? And then the other actors, go direct straight into looking at conflict prevention measures. So among these actors, we have the UN, the World Bank, the AU, USAID, GIZ, and of course, DFID. So again, the support has come in different ways. For instance, there's this scholar, Mulenga, 2023, he argues that UNDP have been working with COMESA basically to address matters to do with the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. COMESA also, 2022, notes that the United Nations a conference on trade and development supported the organization to develop and implement the Customs Automation Regional Support Center to provide sustainable technical and financial support to member states. There's also another, a literature from COMESA 2024, which indicates that the major support that the organization has received from the World Bank has been towards the regional infrastructure finance facility project, which is an investment financing facility that started in 2020 and is expected to end in 2025. And then we also have COMESA 2022, which shows that the African Development Bank has been working with COMESA on a project called Land Governance, which aims to promote inclusive, sustainable industrial transformation through improved governance of land and land-based resources. Now, literature also looks at some of the strategies that these external actors have supported in terms of conflict management. For instance, we have COMESA 2013, which notes that the cooperation between the AU and COMESA has actually been guided through the liaison office, which has facilitated COMESA to work with the AU in terms of the management and implementation of the APSA program. We also have literature from USAID 2015, which states that the Trade for Peace project is among the major projects supported by USAID together with the cooperation of DFID. So generally, if you look at the literature, you find that COMESA has received substantial support from these external actors. But nonetheless, the data actually from various sources is quite isolated. So you find there's no clear paper that consolidates this support that COMESA receives from external actors, and precisely that from the EU. And of course, I'm arguing in this paper from the aspect of liberal peace theory. Now, like I mentioned, the theoretical framework of this paper is guided by liberal peace theory. This theory, among other scholars, is supported by Montesquieu and Kant, who argue that mutual economic interdependency can be a conduit of peace. Nonetheless, there are critiques by Marxists, such as Wallerstein, 1974, who argue that asymmetric economic interdependency could lead to negative consequences, such as exploited concession and could threaten national economy, thereby creating interstate tensions and conflicts. Now, regardless of these criticisms, the liberal peace theory has gained worldwide recognition within the space of international cooperation. This is the more reason why the EU, through the peace through trade policy, collaborates with other international organizations like COMESA, based on the assumptions of the liberal peace theory that an increase in trade leads to universal benefits, which expands to include peace. Methodology is basically qualitative in nature, and of course this method was chosen because it offers a multifaceted approach when looking at the support that COMESA receives from the EU. Now, let's look at some of the support that the EU is giving to COMESA from the angle of socio-economic development. So, we need to establish, first of all, that this support is guided by the Cotonou Agreement. So this one is basically an agreement between the EU and the African, Caribbean, and Pacific group of states, also known as in abbreviated SCP, signed in 2000 in Cotonou in Benin. In terms of coordination, COMESA receives support through the liaison office in Brussels. It serves as a diplomatic coordination office between COMESA and the member states and the EU. So now, this cooperation has actually been guided by what is called the funding circles of the European Development Fund, EDF. So from this fund, a number of activities actually have been realized. For instance, the EU supported, actually this one is a major program. The EU supported the Regional Integration Support Mechanism program of all countries in COMESA to fully become members of the FTA, the Free Trade Area, and the proposed custom union, and improving trade negotiations capacities and the regional and multilateral levels. So you find that this support, like I mentioned, quite critical because most of the countries in COMESA actually have failed. Even now, even in the presence of this support, some of them are not actually full members of the customs union. But the majority, I think, have managed to realize the FTA. Now, away from the socio-economic approach, there are also mechanisms that have been funded by the EU with regards to do with conflict prevention. One major program has to do with the Maritime Security Program, also called the MES. So among other activities within this program, COMESA has strengthened the financial intelligence units of member states through the provision of equipment and software as well as training. For instance, Kenya and Mauritius financial intelligence units benefited from the provision of analytical software, thus enhancing their skills and analysis. In addition to that, there are many other countries, of course, that has received this support. So if you go through the many paper, you find that there's more with regards to this support. But nonetheless, there's this observation that the anti-money laundering component of the MES program funding ended in May 2018 and has since been operating on a no-cost extension basis. So basically, this is just an argument to show that, the fact that COMESA is depending on external funding, there are these challenges where donors can pull out and the program can actually come to an end. So as a result, it is highly unlikely for the program to offer support to member states in combating money laundering activities sustainably. Now, what are some of the challenges that the EU is facing in terms of giving support to COMESA with regards to peace and security. We need to recognize that this support is actually very crucial. Remember, the EU is a collective of different countries, and so there's huge actual support coming from there. Nonetheless, there's this scholar called Woofrey, 2016. He argues that COMESA's heavy reliance on financial support from donors potentially dilutes member states' ownership of its programs. Okay, so this is quite a challenge. It means these programs are not really owned by COMESA. Once donors pull out, then those programs cannot continue. So in addition, this reliance on donors also affects the sustainability of COMESA programs, most of which are completely reliant on donor funding. For example, lack of donor support led to the termination of many conflict prevention-related programs, including the Conflict Prevention, War Economies Program, and the program on construction of border markets as a tool for peace building. So these are some of the challenges that are there. So basically, it has to do with sustainability of these programs and also the issue of ownership. So in conclusion, basically, we are arguing, or the article argues that EU support for COMESA, or rather COMESA's peace and security activities, is guided by this liberal peace theory, okay, that has been proposed by these scholars, among others, of course, Montesquieu and Kant. Okay, so the argument is that mutual economic interdependency can actually produce peace, or rather acts as a conduit for peace. The article has also established that, guided by this theory, the EU has promoted peace and security in COMESA using a dualistic approach characterized by support towards socio-economic development for conflict resilience and towards strategies for conflict prevention. Nonetheless, the heavy reliance on financial support from donors potentially dilutes member states' ownership of its programs and affects sustainability of COMESA programs. So in this regard, the article is recommending that COMESA should nonetheless continue cooperating with external actors, but the less, on the other hand, of course, there should be that gradual development of a multifaceted strategy to largely look inward for its funding by strengthening member states' contributions and engagement of the private sector in order to protect ownership of its agenda and enhance sustainability of its activities. Okay, so I end here and probably allow for interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daka. That was interesting. This very interesting link between the collaboration of donors in peace and security programs and how functional this type of collaboration is. I want to welcome the discussant to all these papers, and I'm sorry I left you out the first time. Professor Apuli from University of Makerere, or Makerere University.
No, Makerere University.
Makerere University.
Yeah, sure.
Very sorry about that, Makerere University. Please, your comments on the paper.
Okay, so thank you very much, Chair or Moderator. Daka, what I don't even know where to start from. Yes, you highlight the issue of external support that the African regional integration arrangements have been getting, which is quite an important, discussion. But I think you raise very important issues in terms of the support, and you map out what the EU has been doing for COMESA. COMESA is a 21 member state organization, very big, from Tunisia all the way to Lesotho. How can it be possible? And I think you need to ask yourself, how can it be possible that 21 countries can fail to mobilize resources to support their programs? And I'm saying this not for anything else. It's also to say that I think it's an indictment on the part of the member states. And it's not only COMESA, by the way, because we can go to ECAS, we can go to SADC, we can go to EAC, where this dependency syndrome is becoming a disease. This disease is meant to be cured. Some regional economic communities have gone ahead. For example, we have the ECOWAS levy. There's a proposed East African Community levy. These are ideas, these are supposed to be measures to wean ourselves off dependency. There is a write-up which I have to remember and get the exact reference, which under the African Region Integration Index, where someone argues that many of East Africa's region integration arrangements have failed partly because of funding. You look at the African Union, and of course the direction which the RECs are supposed to take is supposed to be coming from the African Union. And I have the figures here. So you look at the budget of the African Union for 2024. It's about $600 million. It's not even $1 billion. The total wealth of Africa, nominal figure for 2024, is about $3.1 trillion. That's the total wealth of Africa. This is equivalent to the total wealth of United Kingdom. Now, 55 African countries, the same wealth as the United Kingdom. I just find it very, mind-boggling, actually. And this fits into also the conversation that we were having yesterday. How can it be possible that a continent which produced the richest man on earth so far cannot fund its own activities? 24% of the AU budget of 2024 is funded by ourselves, and 76% is funded by the partners. So I think we need to ask ourselves, what is it that we can do? Because the Africa continent it's not poor. You look at how there is a new scramble. The other day someone was telling me, Professor, there is a new scramble for Africa. The middle powers, especially now, the middle powers have come full force. And where is the African leadership in all this? At some point, I remember at the beginning of the 2000s, when the African Union was being constructed, we used to have what we call countries who would take the lead. Under the African Union, there is a clustering system. You have cluster 1, a tier system. The first tier, as per 2024, and this is based on how much they contribute to the African Union budget. The first 6 are South Africa, Nigeria, Morocco, Angola, Egypt. There are 6 countries who contribute 45% of the AU budget. Then you have the next 10, where you have Kenya. There used to be Sudan. Sudan now has fallen out. Is no longer among the next 10. We have Ghana. And then who contribute about 37%. And then we have the rest, the bulk of the countries who are in tier 3, who contribute about 25%. So the point here is, I think you need to situate your argument within the context, for me, the way African regional integration has evolved over the last, it's now coming to 60 years, since 1963. To what extent has this regional integration project functioned? And presumably that's why we have not made a headway as a continent. But even within the context of the regions are struggling. If you look at the RECs, East African Community, IGAD, the other day I met the former executive secretary of IGAD, and people were lamenting. They said, the good old days are gone. I said, what are these good old days? Oh, there was money when you were executive secretary. Now there's no money because the donors pulled out. But what about the member states? Why can't we and I think this is our challenge here. We as citizens of this continent. We are citizens of this region. Why is it not that we put our governments to task to fund this region economically, because they're the ones who formed them? No, let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. A round of applause for Professor Kapulo. And I completely agree. In my notes as I was listening, the question I asked myself is, what is the way forward in terms of funding these agencies? And so quite the point, and I'm sure Mr. Daka is listening. Maybe one or two comments or questions on that conversation of funding, this collaboration between donors in assisting regional economic communities or these regional bodies in funding peace and security projects. Yes, Esther, and then, okay, let's have you, Esther, as we conclude. I don't know if this is this working? Yeah? Yeah?
I think also you should maybe look at the works of Walter Rodney, Ali Mazrui, in understanding the African conditionality and why the regional integration is not really working. Because as far as history is concerned, and we are trying to contextualize the present too, by understanding the history, we realize that imperialism is still alive. It's alive, especially in the economic concept. So when we try to look at integration of the COMESA and its other regional integration, we need to understand the role of politics, of money, and finance, and why Africa has been subordinated, because the global financial system has subordinated Africa to a point that we are very dependent on donor aid. We are very dependent, because COMESA is actually funded by imperial pacifiers. So there's no way we will be able to get development the way we want if we're still relying on the people who are actually plundering the continent. So I think that is also an aspect of looking from a historical perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You want to comment on those?
Yeah, thank you so very much. Maybe just briefly. Among other reasons, behind this paper is basically to maybe bring to the open, these conversations with regards to dependency of these organizations that we've created, because they are our organizations. But in terms of actual running, there's this say, he who has money calls the shots. Okay, so to what extent can we really argue that they're addressing our challenges? Remember, we're moving from the problems that the state system had and created these organizations, assuming that they actually address the problems, among them dependence, that the state had. But it seems we actually are continuing on the same path of dependence. So really, it's quite a complex issue that requires all stakeholders. Particularly, I think states within these organizations should realize that we own these programs and there's need for us really to find ways of funding them.
Okay, thank you very much. I want us to conclude there because of time. Thank you so much, Mr. Daka. A round of applause for Mr. Daka. Very interesting paper. Food for thought on how can these regional economic bodies be sustainable, particularly when it comes to peace and security projects. Are you ready for the next panel? Do you want to stand up and stretch, Because we have one more panel, and I know we are getting to the end of the evening. Who wants to stretch? Breathe in, breathe out. Okay, I'm not a physical exercise person, but you can stand up. Can we stand up? Yeah, come on, guys. Let's be good sports. Stretch, breathe in, breathe out. Reflect about all the amazing content you've gotten today as we welcome the next paper presentation. Have we stretched enough? Okay. If somebody's not stretching, I see you. Okay, let's get to the next presenter. Please have a seat. If you want to take a cup of coffee, I believe there's still some chai or coffee out there. But do join us here as we continue. Please help me welcome Mr. Chibwana. He's a research fellow from the University of Free State, South Africa. Mr. Chibwana, are you here with us? Karibu sana. A round of applause for Mr. Chibwana. Welcome, sir. You want them to come? They had asked to come last.
Good evening.
Before we continue, you have 10 minutes presentation.
Thank you so much. Can I have the projection? I had shared my presentation with the IT team at the back, and so my name is Musavengana Chibwana. I noticed in the previous panel you were calling one of the panelists my name, so for identity possession, I'll take it back. Okay. That's me, yeah. So thank you so much for, where do I point? Huh? Okay. Technology. So, I mean, the title of my paper, I'm arguing that the roles of regional economic communities has evolved. At the formation of the Africa Economic Communities in 1991, through the Abuja Treaty, the conceptualization of what regional economic communities meant to do has evolved because of the many nuances that we are finding. And COMESA is one of those regional economic communities that has caught up with this evolution, and they have now embarked on proactive processes of making sure that they connect the dots. I mean, why would COMESA be concerned about the protection of children in conflict settings? Where would that bother them? So the purpose of this presentation is to demonstrate why it will be important for COMESA to think about protection of children. This is a conceptual paper which is based on my experience, so I take a position of reflexivity. I want to change slides. How do I do that? Voila. So this is a conceptual paper. I worked for the African Union closely with the Peace and Security Council. And when I got there, I was responsible for the child protection docket with one of the organs of the union. I asked one of the colleagues to say, do we have a framework we use when we want to think about the protection of civilians in context of conflict? The answer was, we just use the conflict prevention, conflict management, and post-conflict reconstruction and development. Now, being a scholar also, I needed to bridge the gap between practice and scholarship. So this paper seeks to do that by proposing a conceptual framework so that another person, when they shall get into such institutions, they have a starting point. They don't have to start groping all over, reading all the material that is out there to say, how do we address the issues of impact of conflicts on the civilians, particularly in this context, children. So COMESA is one of those regional economic communities that has caught up with the evolution on the one hand, and also the nexus between achievement of the economic community and the protection of civilians. This is what my presentation is going to talk about. I don't have much time. I had a slide here that speaks about the conflict context on the continent, but there are two key words that I want to highlight. One of them is already there in red, which is conflict relapse. We are discovering that there is most conflicts that we've had on the continent have been there for a while. That's one of them. The other aspect is that most of our conflicts are protracted. Two concerning things. Conflicts are protracted, conflicts relapse, which means it does not mean we're not trying a lot of things in the process. We're trying a lot of mediation, we're trying a lot of conflict prevention, conflict management, but still the conflicts become protracted, the conflicts relapse. Because I think there are some transformational aspects that we need to pay attention to. So my paper being conceptual is proposing a transformative conceptual framework. Transformative conceptual framework. This is the purpose of the paper. First of all, I'm using positional reflexivity. I'm aware of my biases. I'm a professional and a scholar who has been both in intergovernmental organizations, in civil society, as well as in scholarship. So those biases and the anecdotes that I bring along, those biases, I bring them also into this paper. I'm conscious of those in drafting this paper. So the purpose of the paper is to guide practitioners. I told you I was this bureaucrat in the African Union, and I did not know where to start and how to engage in the discourse because there was no economic conceptual framework to use. That's where I'm coming from. I'm also highlighting the evolving role of regional economic communities in view of the changing context of conflict, with my case study being COMESA. Yeah. The paper is also premised on the understanding that effective involvement of children and young people is important to achieving the goals that we want. Yeah, but what has been missing is a consolidated transformative framework that addresses both prevention and protection aspects, resulting in conflict not relapsing, as well as not being protracted. So I want to cure that. Why am I focusing on it? Why am I developing a conceptual paper? This is my argument on that slide. Number one, a conceptual framework gives logic and coherence. Number two, conceptual framework simplifies understanding of subject matter. Number three, also it provides an integrated approach in looking at an issue. Number four, it makes it easier for a researcher. And lastly, it sets the stage for addressing advocacy issues that may need to be contended with. I'm rushing through. I've been given 10 minutes. I wish I had more time, but anyway, it's fine. I also am conceptualizing what I'm calling transformation. If we are to be transformative in our approaches, what should we be looking at? We have to be addressing the underlying reasons for conflict. Sometimes the interventions that we're seeing on the continent on addressing issues of conflict are palliative. They are responding to symptoms. We want to address the underlying issues that are causing the conflicts. When we do that, we are being transformative. The second aspect is about the inclusion of the most affected. That's where the legitimacy of the outcomes comes from. People who are affected by conflict have urgency. But then you will find when there are peace agreements that are done, for example, for the Tigray, you will have a Pretoria agreement where young people, where women do not participate. What is the legitimacy of such an agreement when it does not invoke the agency of the most affected? If we are to be transformative, let's include those most impacted by conflict. It's another submission that we're making. The third aspect we're talking about is about the hierarchical power. There seems to be, in most contexts that have conflict, there seems to be systematic exclusion of certain groups, certain geographical contexts, maybe because their politics is not right. So the delivery of public goods in those contexts is very minimal. So if we are to be transformative, the hierarchical power of relations, the stratification of societies based on class, based on ethnicity, based on religion, and other categories of discrimination should be addressed so for us to have inclusive societies. This is what we're saying. If we're to be transformative, we need to pursue inclusive policies. I hope I've justified my terminology of transformative. And lastly, the durability of peace on the continent, in the COMESA region, is anchored on how intergenerational we are in our engagement. We cannot say our peace will be durable when we're not establishing a culture of peace, starting with children. Peace curriculum, peace education curriculum. You don't start orienting people into peaceful societies when they are adults. Start with children. This is why COMESA has been doing some programs with children. Durability of peace finds expression in the intergenerationality of interventions, in prevention, in conflict management, and in post-conflict reconstruction and development. I'll repeat that because this is where my paper is anchored, to say if we are to be durable, if we are to have durable peace that avoids relapse, on the one hand, that avoids also protractedness. A conflict becomes protracted because it's young people who then grow up in a conflict setting, who do not know any other way, who are then the ones who make the conflict to be in perpetuity. Durability of peace finds expression in the intergenerationality of interventions. It's not an adult business. It's an inclusive business of all groups of the people of the population. So here's the conceptual framework that I'm proposing within the paper. It has 3 pillars, but in some underlying requisites that are at the bottom there. The first one is around conflict prevention. We should not always be firefighting. I'm glad the previous paper spoke about being an early warning paper on gangs, Etiang's paper. We should not always be firefighting. We should be proactive. This comes through conflict prevention interventions. We should also address remedy and response. Violations do occur. Some societies become fractured. And you cannot say bygones, let bygones be bygones. You have to be transformative by addressing the violations that would have occurred. Because if you do not do that, you have a fractured society that will not be able to heal, to find closure, not to relapse or to have protracted. But underlying requisites there, contextual research. Let's not copy-paste solutions. We have to be context-specific in our proposition of solutions. The issue of partnerships has been spoken about since morning. It's very critical. Partnering with who? With the people that are affected, even also with the international community, because also I have shown that they have a key role to play. And also the use of the humanitarian development and peace nexus. We should not put in silos our interventions to say, let's just do humanitarian. Like right now, one of the crises I'm dealing with is the Sudan one. In the Sudan crisis, most of the preoccupation of humanitarian organizations there is, oh, El Fasher is about to get into a famine. Meanwhile, children have not been going to school for 2 years. This is where I'm saying we are missing the link. You cannot focus on one element. These children who are not going to school for 2 years are easy target for recruitment into armed groups, are easy target for radicalization. Therefore, you need a balanced approach of addressing the humanitarian, the development, and the peace nexus. How did I operationalize this in terms of my case study being COMESA? I start from the mandate of COMESA in this slide, where I show that the vision of COMESA is to be fully integrated economic community that is prosperous, internationally competitive, and ready to merge into the African economic community. But you cannot have a fully integrated economic community that is prosperous in conflict. So a precursor for this vision's success is peace. Durable peace, not fragile states. Hence the need for us to be intergenerational in our thinking. That's how we become transformative to achieve this vision. 1. 2, within the scope of the mandate of COMESA, one of its aims and objectives, 3D, speaks about the need to cooperate in the promotion of peace. So within COMESA's mandate, COMESA is a common market for East and Southern Africa. I mean, it's a market, but peace and security has become a critical issue because COMESA realizes that economic objectives cannot be achieved in the absence of peace and tranquility. Neither can it be achieved when you have fragile human capital that is not developed, starting as children and going forward. So this is the mandate of COMESA, and as you can see, there is value in making sure that they are involved and they're included and they pay attention to the issues of children, if they are to be intergenerational, if they are to be transformative. This is where we are. So what has COMESA been doing in conflict prevention? I'm speaking as I'm looking at Elizabeth and Etiang from COMESA whom we have worked with in some of these initiatives. COMESA has been doing a whole lot in making sure that the issue of child protection is embedded within the work of its secretariat and its member states. I've given a catalog of some of those initiatives which COMESA is already undertaking to demonstrate that transformation, orientation, and intergenerationality in thinking for us to address the issues of conflict is already encapsulated within the work that they're doing. For example, COMESA conducts child rights conflict analysis within their early warning system, the COM1. They have embedded child protection indicators. They have also thinking of strengthening child-sensitive mediation capacities. Most of the mediators, when they are engaging with parties to conflict, do not really think about children or the voices of children. Children do not have agents or voice in mediation usually. So the engagement is around at diplomatic level, and yet there are no mechanism, or these people do not have capacities to articulate the experiences of children. And yet these are the seeds for protectedness of the conflict. If we do not address the seeds, then we still are going to have the same tree coming up at the same place each time, because you are just cutting the trunk, you are not uprooting from the roots. It's not transformative when you do it that way. So even mediation capacities need to have an intergenerational perspective to them. And also the need to strengthen child protection capacities. I think you can read the rest in the interest of time. In terms of remedy and response as a pillar, this unavoidably, we know that conflicts have violations, have collateral damage. Some parties wantonly disregard international humanitarian law, granted, but there is need to make sure that responses for violations are not only punitive. I think we've seen this, a lot of advocates talking about, bring perpetrators to book. That's good, but that's not good enough. Beyond being punitive in orientation, there is also need to provide remedy for survivors. Remedy for survivors. And the remedies also have to use a transformative justice approach. Not only restorative, I was intentional in proposing a transformative, not restorative justice approach. Restorative means go back to where you were. What if where you were was not good enough? What if where you were did not provide dignity? So no, don't go where you were when we are doing restorative. Go to where you are in a better place of dignity. So COMESA there provides normative guidance to member states around issues of remedy and response in this regard. Let me address the issue of the post-conflict reconstruction and development, which has the fundamental goals of addressing the root causes. And there in that pillar, COMESA has provided platforms for children to speak to policymakers at different levels, and also has developed tools and guidance notes for member states to make sure that young people are involved, and also to provide platforms for intergenerational dialogue between young people and those who are in policy making already. Here's my conclusion within my time. Yeah. So I've proposed a conceptual framework through this paper that can be used by regional economic communities, which recognizes that the roles of regional economic communities is evolving. For them to achieve the economic goals that they have to also undertake other aspects that were originally beyond their scope of operations. For example, now COMESA is talking about issues of children. Therefore, for us to be transformative, we have to have intergenerational thinking. How do we include those who are the seeds for perpetuity of conflict to avoid relapse, to avoid protractedness of conflict? And also we need to address the underlying issues. The agency of the young people cannot be sidelined. They have voice, they have agency. Therefore, they need to be included in mediation processes, in conflict prevention, in response and remedy, as well as in post-conflict reconstruction and development. I end here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause to Dr. Chibwana. Wasn't that interesting? Yeah? His topic is focusing on children affected by armed conflict. And I was writing down some words that spoke to me.
Ah, great.
Yeah, and one of the quotes that I will even make as a sticker is, peace is not just an adult's business. That really spoke to me, because you're quite right. In most cases, mediation processes, the stakeholders in the room are never children or youths. So children have no agency in conflict negotiation. I mean, this is I'm an academic, I'm a lecturer also. When you say new knowledge, when they say this is novel, this is very interesting. And I want to hear from the rest. Thank you so much. Let's hear from the discussant. A round of applause again for his paper.
Thank you.
Yes, Professor.
Thank you very much, Chibwana. I think the issue that you're addressing, children affected by armed conflict. This is something which has been on the agenda since the early 2000s, especially with the intrastate conflicts that happen in Liberia, Sierra Leone, where the children played a very central role, both as perpetrators and victims. So we need to look at the children from the point of view of both being victims, but also as perpetrators. The RIUF, the Revolutionary United Front, the LRA, Lord's Resistance Army, the ADF, Allied Democratic Forces. If you look at the bulk of the people who have been recruited, both in terms of voluntary recruitment, but also abductions, these groups actually abduct children. So the issue that you are trying to address, I think, is very key. And in the Comesa region, it even becomes more imperative, because we do have ongoing conflicts where the children have been affected. And I like the point which you are raising, where the focus has been more on, we provide humanitarian aid. For example, in the case of Sudan, they are talking about 27 million people being food insecure. I have not seen a disaggregation of that 27 million. How many children are there? How many women? How many are the elderly? How many? But invariably, we find that these will be, the people affected will be the children. So I think it's very important that you come out with some sort of a conceptual framework a framework how we are going to address this matter. Of course, I'm very aware that you are not operating out of a vacuum, because already the African Union has its own post-conflict reconstruction and development in our framework. Possibly you can get so many other things which you can address within this context. Now, the other bit which as I end, which I wanted, because you really, I think, I don't know at what stage this paper is, because I think it's quite interesting in the sense that if Comesa, and since Zoita is here, he's the one involved in these matters, I hope you have been listening, and you can incorporate the things which are being suggested. I think, yes, the question of agency. Many times when we are negotiating, mediating peace, the issues of the children are really not up there. We are talking about power sharing, children are not there. We're talking about wealth sharing, the children are not there. This is mainly for the political elite. So your suggestion that we need to have that intergenerational conversation, where we also have to have the children's agency, is quite key, especially in the context of transforming the Comesa region. Now, lastly, you use two terms which I get confused about. You say children, young people. Are the two the same? Are young people the same thing as children? Because I know children are defined under the Convention on the Rights of the Child as someone who who is up to the age of 15. But there is also that bit of 15 to about 18. So in between there. And increasing, those are the people who are called young people. You know, we need to be very careful when we are, in terms of defining. Because it's like the issue of the youth. The youth is a very elastic term. In some countries, I've seen they define the youth as anybody between the age of 18 and 65. So at 65, you are still a youth? Really? But then someone will say, you see, the youth, this is something which is in the head. The youth is, it's not physical, it is in the head. So let's define the term properly. So children, young people. Thank you.
Much. Is there a comment? A round of applause for that.
Quick one.
Let me take a question and then you do a round. Is there a comment, a question for Dr. Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chiwana. That's a very interesting presentation. Yes, the children are rarely thought of when it comes to peace processes and all that. But also when conflict erupts, I think it disrupts the social order, where children have a place they are supposed to be protected and all that. I remember when the Tigrians threatened to come to get too close to Addis, the president calling every man who has the capacity to fight to come out with, and so even with the leaders, the children get forgotten. But now in the peace processes also, this aspect of militarization, those who are able to launch, sustained attacks, who are, those who have the greatest military capability are the ones who are considered. And as you have mentioned, even that terminology is used, high-level mediation, that puts the children out. I think we need to humanize the peace processes also. Getting the children to the peace process, we have to be creative. What if for example, in the opening session, children are organized to come and present something, that speaks about, you could even have those who are involved as perpetrators presenting something, those who are affected as victims also presenting, so that the mood can change. As the discussions on power sharing are being made, also thoughts of the suffering that the conflicts cause can also be in consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's quite a good comment. Let me permit you to address those as we conclude.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof, for the intervention. Very enriching indeed. You have rigor, Prof. You have rigor. I'll clap hands for you again. Yeah. So, two things. Children as perpetrators and children as victims. My classic case study when I'm discussing this issue is the story of Dominic Ongwen from Uganda. Some reports say he was 9 years old when he was abducted going to school, 9 years. And he tried to escape many times, and they made him do excruciating things, dehumanizing things. And the long and short of it, he became a ruthless killing machine in the LRA, Lord's Resistance Army. Now, his case in the recent past has been at the ICC. He's appealing the judgment. He has been given 25 years. But he's saying, I'm also a victim. In as much as I might have committed all those crimes against humanity and war crimes, if the state had protected me on my way to school, I wouldn't have become what I became. So the defense is arguing, from the point of view of to mitigate the sentence, to say, yeah, indeed you committed the crimes, but you're also a victim. Yes, children also can be perpetrators, ruthless perpetrators. But the standard practice when we are to do child protection is that children should be treated as victims first. And also, child justice mechanisms should then be used to deal with them, rather than to use the criminal justice systems, or even sometimes they are handed over to the terrorism units that deal with issues of terrorism. In that way, the way they are dealt with is totally different. So I agree with you in that regard. In terms of definitions, according to the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, a child is any person below the age of 18. The Rome Statute, though, and the Geneva Conventions use the age of 15 that you made reference to. So I would prefer the use of the African Children's Charter, and working with COMESA, that becomes a higher threshold of protection for children. The definition of youth according to the Africa Youth Charter is any person between 15 and 35. 15 and 35. But to the UN it's up to 24. So the conflation of the use of children and young people is that dynamic around not all children can participate in peace processes. They participate according to their evolving capacities. More often, the ones that are able to articulate their reality eloquently in high-level panels like this will be the young people, not a 5-year-old, who is still in the category of a child, by the way. That's where that dynamic of children and young people comes in. But again, also the conflation with youth. I hear you, though, that I need to take caution more, or maybe to put a disclaimer in the paper, or in parentheses, why intentionally we're using these terminologies. Because the moment you say children, to a policymaker who might not be conversant, they will say, you want my 7-year-old child to participate in peace processes. How can they do that? That's where we are trying to use these terminologies of young people have a voice. Yeah. Then, I like your intervention. You're already contributing to that mediation toolkit which COMESA needs to develop, which should provide innovative ways of having young people participate in peace processes. So I cannot agree with you more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. I want to say thank you again, Dr. Chibwana. You sound quite passionate and knowledgeable about the question of the rights of a child. Yeah, and I'm sure many will be reaching out like me. So interesting. Okay, I want you to, I want you to say hi to your neighbor and say one more paper. Say one more paper. One more paper. I'm not seeing you reaching out. Go, if you're far from a friend, just walk. There's room to move around. Move to your neighbor and say one more paper. And there's always the best for last, isn't that right? Yeah, it's always the best for last. So permit me to welcome the last group, the last panelists. It's a paper by Miss Elizabeth Mutunga. Kindly help me welcome her to the stage. She is the coordinator, APSA COMESA. We have Dr. Hiroyoshi Fujimoto, an economist from the Embassy of Japan in Zimbabwe. Round of applause for him as he comes to the front. Welcome. Finally, this is a paper in collaboration also with Mr. Sean Yeo, engineer and analyst, Virtual Research Associates, Boston, USA. Round of applause. So, because the best is always for last, I know you will be straight, simple, clarity, and you will have a good 20 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Winnie, and thank all of you for actually still being here. I'm very impressed by this group. We'll try and be brief. Now, the paper is entitled Change of Focus from Conflict to Cooperation in the Trade and Conflict Nexus Debate. Many of you may have interacted with that debate, and Daka, I think, talked about it, where there's that discussion that trade dampens conflict. And there's been a lot of debate about that. But those of you who are in this meeting on Monday might have heard me saying that there's so little information about, or so little research that is done in our region. And I actually looked, and I could hardly find research in the COMESA region trying to link trade and conflict statistically, because much of the work that has been done statistically. So I kind of embarked in that process, but I hit a dead end in the sense that even if you look at, if you try and link it statistically, there are very few conflicts that you can actually put in the models to come up with a conclusion. So I hope I can use this thing. The green one. Okay. So now let's just very briefly look at that. Look at the debate or the issues in this trade and conflict nexus debate. First of all, before the World War I and II, there was a very big push to prevent such devastating conflicts globally, and that came about with the development of various institutions such as the GATT, the EU, and others to try and prevent future devastating conflicts. Now, if you look at COMESA and many other regional economic communities, we are modeled after the European Union. And you know the European Union is seen to be a peace process. It was developed so that it could forestall the conflicts between France and Germany. Basically, the EU has been very successful in using trade and interdependence to forestall conflicts. But then 30 years after establishing COMESA, we are 30 years old, I think yesterday or a few days ago, we still have lots of conflicts in COMESA, and the question is, does trade really reduce conflict? We have increased our trade by 400% from the time that we launched the free trade area. So that is where we are coming from. Now, like I said, why are we doing these studies? First of all, is because most studies have been done in the industrialized North. And secondly, mostly they have targeted on trade relation to militarized conflict. But then a lot of the conflicts that you find in COMESA and other places are low-level conflicts. So you don't find too many of those researches that target those low-level conflicts. Now, on the debate, I'm really just going to, because all this is, we'll find this in literature. If you look at the debate, there's first of all the philosophical foundation. Daka was talking about Montesquieu's, that one I can't pronounce very well, the Baroness, who said that the natural effect of commerce, eventually he concluded the natural effect of commerce is peace. Then we have people like Adam Smith, was very, very famous, and is one of those who said, who brought out the issue of trade is mutually beneficial to all partners. So if it is mutually beneficial to all partners, you will not want to break that relationship. Then there is Richard Cobden, who talked about it being the grand panacea, the healing. The trade kind of heals all, you know. With trade, you don't expect any conflicts, and so on. But so before the wars, it was basically accepted that trade interdependence dampens conflict. That was accepted, and that was it. But during the events that led to the World War brought a lot of questions, because the wars came at a time when there was a lot of interdependence, and still there was a war. And so there was a lot of, and after that there was a lot of discussions between the liberals and the realists, what really caused the war, you know, if there was so much interdependence. And so that was the birth, I can say, of that discussion of the trade and nexus debate. It started with the wars, and there've been a lot of papers and a lot of papers that have been written on that debate. So if you look at the debate, it has come up with broadly two perspectives. There's a realist and the liberal perspectives. The realist perspective is the one which is state, the state is a primary actor, and the primary goal of the state is security. And trade becomes an instrument of power. I trade with you so I can get more money, so I can get more power, so I can get more secure, so I can be able to fight another person. So it is basically an instrument of security. And trade enhances vulnerability because what happens, if, for example, country A is trading with country B, and then you empower it, country B will be more powerful, and so on and so forth. It becomes an instrument of vulnerability. And another thing is you become so dependent on a country. For example, Uganda may say that they are very dependent on Kenya for milk, that it might decide that this vulnerability is bad, because if Kenya decides the Gen Z decides to blow Kenya up, we are finished, you know. So the countries are afraid of that vulnerability. We are too close, you know, we are too close. We are too dependent on somebody, and what happens if something happens to that person? Basically, that is what the debate talks about in the realist perspective. On the liberal, it's a bit different. The individual is a primary actor, and the objective is to maximize welfare. Trade brings about comparative advantage. I can produce clothes, you can produce meat, and we specialize, and as the specialization improves productivity and so on and so forth. You increase the welfare, the employment welfare is increased, there is increased dependence, and if there is increased dependence, there's also increased interaction, and essentially you find that the very cost of breaking that relationship by conflict it is almost not foreseen. You do not want to break that relationship because of that relationship, you've created a lot of wealth. And there are three mechanisms. There's the maximization of wealth, there's the establishment of social linkages through trading, and that is the one that we'll be discussing in our paper. And then there's also basically economic exchange is better than military conquest. Daka talked about this, and he said that if you look at the debate, the vast majority of the researchers show that the liberal debate has won. Most of the papers agree that trade actually reduces conflict. On the trade promoting conflict, the issues are usually, I'm now moving to conflict within states. Previously, I was talking about interstate conflict. But within the state, you find that trade will spur domestic activities, create employment, improve the living standards of the people, and so you find that even private sector will not allow their government, if it is a democratic state, the private sector will not allow the government to fight a trading nation. And it is also harder to support rebellion. If there's a sprawling economy because of trade, it will be very difficult to support rebellions. But on the other hand, there's also the discussions about trade enhancing, or rather increasing intrastate conflict. Because, for example, if there's a lot of trade in the country, but then the benefits of trade are not equally distributed. Some sections of society get a very little of the benefits of trade. They will become disgruntled, and conflicts rise up. The other one is the issue of natural resources, especially the easy-to-mine resources, and they fund rebellions. But there are other resources like oil, which will not fund rebellions, but you'll find that they will bring separatist kind of movements. So there are all those arguments. Now, there are serious methodological issues that have come up, and much of them is the over-reliance because I'm thinking of whether it's me or okay. Now, I'll stop here because this is Yao's time to present. Now, when I initially started to think about this, I asked myself, how can we cannot, we are not getting data on conflict. How can you get cooperative data? We have a very good relationship with virtual VRA. They have been assisting us. They've been working with us in our early warning system. They're very good at data mining. And so I asked him if he can help me to look for cooperation data. Perhaps if we cannot deal with conflict, why don't we look at cooperation? How does trade affect cooperation? So over to you, Yeo.
It's the green button, right? Thank you. As Elizabeth said, it all started from, can you make a conflict data between COMESA member states? That all started, you're the boss, and I'll do it whatever I can. I'm a data scientist, so there have been a lot of challenges creating the database. So our solution was getting more data. So we processed 20 million entries of both cooperative and conflict actions in the COMESA region. And my task was to generate a reliable data set. So longer range, and we changed the focus a little bit, not the event conflict location, but we focused on the actors. So if you focus on the actors, what you can see is bilateral relationship between member states. So we're taking a pair of member states. I calculated the dyadic bilateral interactives between countries. So methodology here, the source of data is GDELT. It's a little bit small here. And I'm not getting into the details of GDELT, but it is a global events database from media, not only in the major languages, but also in local languages. So it's pretty comprehensive data. Of course, because of the size of the database, it has some noise. So, but remove the noise is my job to take. And so basically, there are two types of events. One is conflictual actions, the other is cooperative actions. So conflictual events, as you can imagine, so there's a verbal conflict and also violent conflict, which we want to prevent and which COMESA wants to prevent through COMWARN. And there are also precursors to violence, threats, military mobilizations, and other omen, signs of conflict. And the cooperative actions, it's what you can imagine is verbal cooperation, promises, diplomatic meetings. It's communication between parties. But don't get me wrong, it is not dichotomous concept. So there's no clean cut between conflictual actions and cooperative actions. So, but once again, this is very experimental index that I'm still working on, and we are working on. The cooperation, the idea was, okay, so we have not too many conflict bilateral in terms of bilateral relations. As Musa pointed in his presentation, he presented earlier, the conflictual actions are not the, it's between like the small states like Lesotho versus Madagascar. So sometimes they have zero interactions, no trade, no interaction, no cooperation, no conflict at all. So the problem was, I'll get there. So we had to use some sort of normalized normalization methods to make the data usable. So that's why I come to ACI, the Adjusted Cooperative Index. So the bottom line here is, some say we should focus on armed conflict and where, who did what. But in here, rather than focusing on armed conflict, that one is what all we want to prevent and all we want to avoid. But actually, the cooperative actions are not just cooperation. So some people ask me that, okay, so we have high number of cooperative actions, cooperation events in a country. Does that mean we are more peaceful? The answer is no. It's not more peaceful. Oftentimes, the higher cooperation does not necessarily mean more peaceful because cooperative actions happen as a response to the existing conflict. So the methodology and is very simple. So it's the adjusted cooperation is we subtract the conflict events from cooperative events. It looks simple, but I'm getting into the details of how did we smooth. We are using low event counts equal, like there was like 10 conflictual events and 10 cooperative events, then that makes 0. So it is impossible to calculate based on 0 interactions. So in that, we put the small constant epsilon to stabilize the ratio. Let me just move on to handling negative values. Sometimes you have more conflict than cooperative events. In that case, I had to normalize that for 0 as a maximum conflict, 1 is maximum cooperation. It's like 0 to 100%. And so the whole idea is to capture dynamic feedback between conflict and cooperation. So as I said, conflict does not happen alone. And also cooperation does not appear out of blue, out of nowhere. So sometimes cooperation is a response to conflict, and same as cooperation. So it is interactive. So that's why we we developed the ACI index for trade effectiveness in COMESA. So I think from here I borrowed the power of an economist, Hiro Fujimoto. So I think he will. Yeah. Yours.
Okay, thank you. So here I would like to explain the results of the econometric analysis or regression analysis, which tests a hypothesis that, in short, if we have more trade between two countries, then their cooperative relationship improves. Okay? If we have more export or more trade, more cooperative. That's a hypothesis. To test this hypothesis, we used a sample of the 19 COMESA countries, the trade data, dyadic trade data, and also the cooperation index, which was explained by Sean, between the year 2001 to 2020. We have 20 years sample. So we have more than 3,000 plots. And the equation we estimated is shown here. No, it's okay. Yeah, so if you see the equation shown above, we have the dependent variable, which is a cooperation index. And also, our independent variables includes the lagged dependent variable in the first part. And we have also the second variable, which is called trade, which represents the export volume divided by the size of the country. So it's actually the size of the export. Okay? And we have the third independent variable, which is the it's called political right, which is actually the gap of the political right scores published by Freedom House. the political right score of the gap between two countries. So if they have the democracy situation similar, then the gap in these two variables, the scores, is very small, and this implies more similar in democracy situation. And we, okay. So this is basically the equation that we estimated. Our interest is the second beta 2, oh, I'm sorry, I have my mistake. The coefficient in front of the trade variable. Okay, as I said, more export or more trade, then more cooperation is our hypothesis. So if we have the positive coefficient in front of trade, then our hypothesis is true. So I used the system GMM method, which is quite standard for the dynamic panel data analysis. And this is the result of the regression. As I said, our most interested coefficient is the one in front of the export variable, which is bold. And as you see, they are positive and statistically significant, meaning that our hypothesis is true. Based on these results, we can say that more trade in the previous year implies more cooperation in the current year. Okay, so this is a summary. Okay, increase in export volume between two countries in the previous year improves their cooperation index in the current year. That's our big findings. Okay, and we also found that in the previous the results, two countries with wider gap in democracy score decreases their cooperation index in the corresponding year. We are doing some robustness check, which uses the subset of the samples. This is one of those robustness check, which has we have two sets of the data set. One is those countries which are sharing the border, like Zambia and Zimbabwe, or Tanzania and Kenya. The other subset is the other countries, which don't share the borders. And it seems that the results indicate that the conclusion from the initial regression doesn't apply to the neighboring states. Okay? The positive relationship between exports and cooperation that was found in the previous regression is led only by the subset of dyadic pairs with borders not shared, sorry. Okay, that's the basic results.
So yeah, we are coming close to the conclusion, and some of the methodological limitations that you'll find in with using events data is that there is sometimes very little degree of ambiguity, because you're looking at you're kind of you're talking about the events, but you can't also tell what event follows what event. It's not easy to, you can't there are some things that you cannot tell, like what event is following what. You're looking at something very ambiguous, something which is very, very vague. And the other thing is that violent conflicts are scarce. Yeah, like I said, violent conflicts are scarce in the region, and therefore it's very difficult to do this statistical studies and generalize for the COMESA region, because we just don't have any conflicts. And you can say, okay, fine, let's just do case studies, but a case study you will not be able to do a comparative. You will not be able to say that this works for COMESA just as well as it works for the EU as well as it works for Asia. So we needed to do some statistical analysis, and that is why we thought that conflict cannot work, let us work with cooperation. And I'm glad that cooperation has given us, some results. We can now investigate it further because it's clear that we are able to use cooperation to do that comparative analysis. So the recommendations, first of all, is that we must combine statistical analysis to case studies, because statistical analysis, like I said, they don't have a probe. You can't probe, but case studies can probe. So you do a statistical analysis first, and then you do a case study to try and explain it. And then also the importance of integrating data. We will not focus on just one type of data set, but use other different data sets as well. This is something that we think we can experiment on. For example, we can use a Heidelberg conflict barometer and combine it as well. That is something that we can experiment on it to see if combining different data sets can give us better results. The other thing is on the scope. We could expand this to other regions like EAC and SADC. And I think we should also expand it to the west as well, and just to see whether we are getting similar results from the ones that have been produced. And eventually, comparison between neighboring countries in COMESA. For example, South Africa neighbors several COMESA countries. We would want to extend that study also to countries which are outside of COMESA, and see whether the cooperation and trade and conflict and cooperation also stands for those countries. So I think there's a wide range of other research topics that can grow out of this one. And finally, I don't know how many of you are here on day one, on the first day that we had this conference, and you heard what Vasu said. Vasu was talking about we are in an area of competition. Competitions breeds interest, and interest breeds transactional relations. And then he said that this is where we are right now, and we need to find a way back to cooperation, value, and transformational relations. So there ends our presentation.
A round of applause for this very, very, very interesting closing paper. We've gone deep, we've gone statistical, we've gone quantitative, to a very interesting, simple link, but also complicated. If we have more trade and more cooperation, if we have more trade, are we more likely to cooperate? Wow. Let me hear Professor Apuli's comments. No comment. I want to hear your comments. This one is good. This one, I want to hear it on record.
I will concede. No, but Elizabeth, I think I'll need to ask this. Surely we would need, because I deal with issues of conflict, so I normally use ACLED, the armed conflict location data. For me, that's what I normally use. So this one would really be very interesting in terms of, understanding the regional, especially in the context of, for example, the African Regional Integration Index ranks COMESA actually not very highly in terms of trade. Out of 1, you are at about 0.445, which would be low according to the ARII. So I don't know in this context in which you are discussing this, how does it fit in the and what is the intra-regional trade in COMESA as a reflection of what is happening on the continent? Because intra-regional trade on the continent is about 14%. I don't know in COMESA area what is the figure, because that will give you an idea of where we are in terms of advancing this whole issue about trade and cooperation. This is the only thing that I would say. The rest, I'm not a quantitative person. I don't know the econometrics and all these variables and stuff and coefficients and these figures which have stomachs and I don't deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. I want to hear from the crowd. This is a very interesting paper, and as we are thinking about our comments and our question, maybe I can say mine. Mine is, as you were calculating this, indexes, yeah? Did you take into account, because more conflicts are internal right now in the continent, and your research sounds more like a research to understand intrastate conflict. So I'm curious, as you are creating the model and thinking through this, was this a dynamic that you put into consideration, that what most African countries are suffering from is internal disputes? This is civil disputes between communities, between tribes, and so on and so forth. So that's my comment. As we'll get everything, and then we all give you a minute or so to respond to. Anyone else? Yes, madam. Anyone else after her? We'll have you, and then you. And then we close. It's always nice when the best is for last, right? Yeah? A mic for the mademoiselle here? Okay, I can just give her my mic.
And this was really brilliant. I'm an analyst from a psychological perspective, but seeing data makes me happy because then you can get to the gist of it. Now, I love the fact that there is resolve. And as she has said, most of the conflicts we have are internal. You started your talk with talking about the world wars. The world wars started internally as well. World War I did not start in the middle of Europe. It started with one country and then spread because of conflict, which was within a country. So we will have to discuss these internal issues and conflicts. Since we do not have interstate conflicts, and focusing on interstate cooperation sometimes can also lead to revolutions, because that was something that happened in Europe. There was trade, Europe was growing, but the Industrial Revolution came about, and we had a lot of discourse. And in Africa, where we have more competition than cooperation, you have 5 countries in the same region doing the same thing, doing the same trade, doing the same actions to combat whatever situation they have, but yielding 0 results. So it's a beautiful analysis, and from a cooperative perspective, it works. But now bringing it to a region which is competitive as well. So cooperation itself is challenged by both external competition and internal competition. So is that a margin of error that's calculated for moving forward?
From Zambia.
Yes, Boniface Chembe is my name, lecturer at the University of Zambia. I think I want to join others in commending a very, very insightful presentation. I wish it had come a lot earlier in the day. Looking at the fact that a lot of people are not very good at, maybe not very good, people don't like mathematics or numbers, if you will. So I think if it had come a lot earlier, it would have helped us grasp what I think is very, very, very good information. But I wanted to find out something, just a question. In the event that you find out that there is very, very, very high trade within a particular region, but unfortunately that does not lead to greater cooperation, is the methodology able to explain the reasons why? And I'm asking this from a global perspective. The trade wars that we've been having. I mean, almost every country trades with China, but you find that some of the biggest traders of China are always having difficulties in cooperating with China, or enhancing or strengthening that cooperation, so that you actually see much more greater prosperity. Is this methodology able to explain how you could have very high trade within countries, within a particular region, and yet not have the right kind of cooperation that is desirable? I hope that question makes sense. Thank you.
We hope so too. We shall see on the response. Dr. Chibwana, you had your hand up.
Just to congratulate the authors also on the paper. Like Prof, yeah, mathematics, yeah. Yeah, two things from my end. The region is characterized by loose borders, which means there's a lot of trade that happens which is not quite documented. I think the Kenya-Uganda border, of course there is a border there, but a lot of people transgress that border using other mechanisms. Could it be something that you may consider in the limitations of the study? Because there's a lot of informal trading that happens within the region, even when two countries might be in acrimony, the peoples across always trade, 1, 2. The second one is linked to the facilitator's question also around intrastate conflict, how it influences the response of the next state. Sometimes there is intrastate conflict. Does it make the next state reduce wanting to trade, or it's actually an opportunity? Because I'm thinking of the relationship that Zimbabwe has with South Africa. In some way, it benefits South Africa a whole lot when Zimbabwe is in crisis because of human capital, because if there's no productivity, Zimbabwe becomes a market economy for South Africa and so on. What is the nature of relationship when one state has intrastate conflict, not armed, it may not be armed like you rightly mentioned. I'll be curious to hear what the study finds around what's happening in an intrastate vis-a-vis relationship with the next state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chibwana. Let me hear the last comment or question, and then we conclude.
Thank you very much. My name is Berita Musau from Strathmore University. Yeah, it was deep. Yeah, those statistics. I remember at the beginning, Madam Elizabeth asking the question, does trade reduce conflict? And the study has managed to show that there is more cooperation, more trade, more cooperation. I think it would be good to proceed with the study to find out whether this cooperation leads to conflict within the states. If we could get data like this one that shows these states have been cooperating and it has helped to reduce intrastate conflict within the states. Because, as you mentioned, it is assumed that with more trade, then there would be creation of employment and therefore less motivation to be recruited to rebel groups and all that. And also the private sector having the voice perhaps to check the government decisions to conflict. And also perhaps check whether this cooperation that results from trade could also lead to cooperation in conflict management.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know, we can start with you, sir? Or okay, we start with you.
Yeah, it's better you start with me, then I can leave the hard questions to them. There's several questions that have been asked about the internal conflicts, and I totally agree that the vast majority of conflicts in the COMESA region are internal conflicts. And it's something that we discussed, and we've got data actually on internal conflicts, and we thought it's something that, and perhaps I should have said it's one of the areas that we can research further. But nevertheless, one of the things, as I said earlier on, is that I was trying to look at this, to look at the body of research, which is saying that statistics show that trade and conflict are linked. So I wanted to use that same research. I mean, I wanted to just see whether the same thing applies to our region. You know, that's what I wanted to do. But nevertheless, that is something that, in fact, we've been discussing it. We've got quite a bit of data on the internal conflict events, and that's for future research. It's something that we can actually consider. It's a good question. The other thing that I want to address, Prof, is here. Yeah. Prof, you are asking about the percentage of intra-COMESA. First of all, you said the integration index is very low for COMESA, but again, integration is a whole lot of things beyond just trade. So there are many other factors, even some of the... Yes. And you find that that regions like EAC where the decisions are so firmly, you know, the decision-making process is different from EAC than COMESA, you know, and that makes the integration much easier for EAC. There are fewer countries, but yeah, but the question that you asked is, yeah, the intra-COMESA trade is about 6 to 8%. Intra-COMESA trade. And that question is very, very important because you find that even in the trade and conflicts nexus debate, if, for example, Kenya and Uganda are trading, and they're trading very heavily, but Kenya is also trading with another country outside of COMESA, that dependence is not going to be very high. And there's some research that has shown that trade and conflict nexus debate is reduced when countries have got multilateral trade, when they're trading with others outside of the region. So your question is correct, but nevertheless, at least we still see that despite all the extra COMESA trade, trade still affects cooperation. That is what we wanted to see, and I think we saw that. You talked about, and just like one more thing about the intra-regional conflict. If you look at the COMESA region, for example, you look at the conflicts in the DRC, most of them look like internal conflicts. But if these were not perpetrated by neighboring countries, the conflict could have ended a long time ago. Libya, the same case. Sudan, the same thing. So still, the whole idea of, even though we are talking about intrastate conflicts, the whole idea of internal conflicts is extremely, interstate conflict is extremely important. What you talked about is actually correct, and if you look at wherever there is conflict, there is cooperation eventually. The cooperation and conflict are linked together, and that is why, that's what he's going to explain to you, because we tried to remove that effect of where cooperation is also linked to conflict. Someone talked about cross-border trade. Yeah, that is true, but one of the things is, that is where I talked about, one of the recommendations is that we combine it with case studies. There are some things that you are not going to be able to capture using statistical analysis. You now go to case studies to add on to it. Chembe, I can't remember your question, but maybe he can.
Yeah, I want to address the China issue. So China is, yeah, the China issue is, China is really an outlier, it's an anomaly. Because, I mean, they trade with everyone. They trade with all African states, including the Western states. And at the same time, China has conflict with major powers. And that is really headaching. It gives me a headache when how to process China. This is something like, you know, people hate Apple. People think Google is an evil, but we still use it. So I think that's a dilemma. For like someone like a 1.3 billion population with the economic power, also authoritarian regime. And it's kind of very unique combination, so we have to answer that. And also, our conclusion was peace, trade brings peace. So that was statistically proven, and it's evidence-based. Also, when people may ask why you have a adjusted cooperative index, but why don't you have a conflict index? We do have that. You just flip it. Flip ACI, that will make a conflict index, conflict risk likely. So that's why in practice, we use that method for measuring conflict scores for each member state. That's all.
Yeah, he's a man of a few words. I think all the issues have been addressed.
Just one comment about the informal sector. Yeah, it's not the answer, but I'm personally living in Zimbabwe and doing research about the economy of Zimbabwe. And I don't know the other countries in COMESA region, but at least in Zimbabwe, the informal sector is a very big, size, and including smuggling between the countries. So it's, of course, they are not included in the data. So it's very hard to, analyze the Zimbabwe economy using data. So that applies to the, the trade data. Probably, that's a frustration actually.
Sorry, there's another question you asked about wouldn't one country be happy when another one is in conflict? And actually, there's quite a bit written about that. And theoretically, I don't think that has. I've not seen it empirically, but theoretically, is that if the cooperation between two countries is so high, you're both going to be happy for the prosperity of the other one. So it enhances cooperation. But that's theoretical. I don't have the empirical. Yeah.
Actual data. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Round of applause. Maybe even I have no concluding remarks. I just want to thank you so much for your resilience and strength to persevere 2.5-ish hours of waiting and listening. Thank you for your time. See you tomorrow. A standing ovation as we say goodbye. Oh, before you leave, sir, so sorry. Can we take a picture of the panelists? Maybe even the larger panel, including you, Dr. Chibwana. Thank you for that reminder. Our team from University of from Zambia, Mr. Daka, is it? Yeah? Karibu. Professor, you're part of this panel. Professor Apuli, where are you? Oh, he's coming. Oita, Dr. Oita. Yes, this is the larger panel. The professor stepped out? Okay. Great. Me too. I'm part of this panel.
That was really nice.